to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back a lussie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back a lussie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back a lussie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome in, Dolphin. How are you
Good
this
morning.
morning?
Oh, in definite need of some hot tea. So I'm going to slip away in a second and put on a kettle.
Oh,
I
that's
have a sore
awesome.
throat.
Oh, hope it gets better. Welcome in, Forrest. Welcome in. The new documents dropped yesterday. I was going to go live yesterday. I had it scheduled up,
Mm-hmm.
but something came up and I had to go take care of something. And then I was super tired. I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this today. I need to finish reviewing anyway, and I'll just go live in the morning. So I'm no good if I'm tired. Like, I can't even think straight. So, yeah. So I rescheduled it and pushed it back to this morning, which gave me a little more time to review some of the stuff we're going to look at. Like I said, some new documents did drop in the Idaho 4 case. A lot of you probably saw the chatter on the YouTube last night. I think a few people covered it. I didn't watch any of it because I don't like watching it before I cover it, because I just like to keep my head clear with my thoughts, you know. But I know that
Mm-hmm.
there were people discussing it, so we're going to have our take on it this morning as well. I do know that people are, we knew that if things began to become unsealed, that there were going to be things people were going to, see differently than we do, or read it differently than we do, or interpret it different than we do. So y'all just be real careful out there on them YouTube streets. That's all I can say about that. Good morning, Jeff. Welcome in.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Yeah. Um, so some good stuff come down in these documents. We now have a transcript of the 911 call. We also have a transcript of the text messages between Dylan and Bethany. I don't think that's all of the text
It's
messages,
not
though.
all. It can't be.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
It can't be, because they actually started, what they have in the document starts at what, 420?
Oh,
Close to
no,
that range.
419. Yeah,
Yeah,
or something like
yeah,
that. Yeah, it's like a couple of minutes. Mm-hmm.
right. So I
Is
feel
that
like there
block?
was more before that,
Mm-hmm.
that it didn't just start once everything in the house stopped. That's not when the text began. I don't buy that for a second. So I do believe there is more, and maybe we'll see more of it as more documents come out. But maybe we won't see any more until trial. So yeah, the YouTube streets are wild, real happy. Y'all be safe out there. That's all I can say. Um, a lot of different creators out there with a lot of different angles. Some
Yeah,
are,
that's one way to put it.
yeah, some are genuine, some are not. Some know that if they can stir the pot, so to speak, that that's going to get them some clicks and views. I'm just going to come out here and be honest with my thoughts and opinions on it, no matter where it takes me, and read from the documents, and hopefully we can all get to a good conclusion. I'm not going to twist it around or make it something it's not, because we don't need all that extra. stuff in these cases. Went through
That's
that
for
with
sure.
Delphi. I mean, yeah, exactly. And that's what I said with these cases when we start bringing in stuff that isn't even in documents, or we're just making up wild theories. And it's, of course, we're going to theorize and we're going to have opinions and talks about it. But to just come out and not understand what you just read and then conclude that it's meant something completely different is just, I don't know, society is a strange breed of people. They really, really are. um, I checked this morning. I don't think we have any more like real updates on the little missing Oregon boy, Dane Paulson. Um,
Yeah, I checked before I went to bed. I didn't see anything
yeah,
except for they're starting to focus on the river that's right next door to the house.
yeah, and I had gotten a better view or an image. I don't even think I've put that out there yet. I may have on my community tab. I'm trying to, for those of you who are members, like I said, keep an eye on that membership tab because I'm starting to put more content on there for you guys. Um, like sneak peeks and things coming up, first peek at documents and things like that. But I've made a couple of things that I'm getting ready to release. I released a video this morning, just a little bit ago actually, on suspect vehicle one. Some things I had been thinking about for the last couple of days pretty hard, and the timeline of the car, especially when we got the document with the screenshots from 1112. And I'm thinking, okay, we see the timestamps there. I know what the PCA said this car was doing. And then it led me back to my Linda Lane footage because there are
Hmm.
earlier parts of that footage I didn't watch, right? But I really took a deep dive into that yesterday afternoon and last night. And yeah, some pretty good stuff there. So I'll show that video here in just a little bit, as we get going. We try to stick to the facts over here. Real happy we do. Of course, we're going to have discussions and theories and opinions, but as long as we're honest about them, and we're stating that's what we're doing, um, that's fine. But just to make up stuff, and this and this means that, when you, it's like I can't with these people who can't understand a document or even interpret it correctly. So, with that said, let me pull up the case documents over here on the side so I can get this pulled up. It's a
Do you have
very
your cell
interesting
phone near
case.
your
Yeah,
computer?
I
I want
do.
to move it just a little bit.
Why is it?
It's giving that feedback, staticky feedback.
I don't know why it's all turned down, and let me turn it off. Is that any
No, you don't
better?
have to turn it off. Just move it over a few inches.
Yeah, it's as
Like,
far as I can get it away from here without knocking it off my desk.
oh, okay.
Because I do this all the time. Is it today different
Today's
or?
different. Yeah, it normally doesn't. Yeah, I normally don't even hear that
Yeah,
staticky
because I don't
interference.
even have my YouTube open on the phone right now. Do I still sound that way?
No, you're fine. It's not your sound. It's not you. It's the background that,
Oh,
that something's too close to another electronic device or whatever, and you hear that bzz, bzz.
yeah. Has that ever happened
It
before?
stopped. No, and it hasn't happened before, but it stopped.
Because I can, when I'm talking through my headset right now, I can hear a little bit of an echo on myself. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear us good. Um,
Hmm.
okay, I do want to ask you guys a question. For those of you who, there's a members only live that I have planned, um, and it's actually to watch a court um, trial. And it's not a long trial. It's one that's happening right now, but it's of a case that I've been following for a long time. Well, since it happened, but the lady who was drunk and ran into the Swan Boat Club, and when she did, she killed two children. Darn near killed their mother and their brother as well. And Marcella is her name. I can't pronounce her last name, Chesterday or some. I forget how you say her last name. But anyway, I'm thinking about, because I wanted to cover the trial, but we've been busy covering the Idaho stuff, getting into the Karen Reed stuff. I just haven't really had time to squeeze it in there. So I thought, well, I wonder if the guys would be interested, and if so, maybe we can make that a members only live to watch that, because there's some interesting stuff coming out of that trial. And her defense, and it's just to say that, because she was clearly drinking, she clearly plowed into this building, and yeah, the lady's got a lot of excuses. So go ahead, Dolphin, go ahead. Yeah, I'll do a member over in the community tab. I'll do a poll later and see what you guys think, and give you a little update on the case, and see if you are familiar with it and what I am talking about. I covered that case extensively so Dizzy, you're very aware of what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, that trial is currently happening, and I've been watching it at night. When I lay down, I'm getting pieces of it, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, you know what? I just want to make this a whole show. So that's what I'm gonna do. It'll, of course, when I do members only stuff, I usually do that like on a Saturday night, Saturday evening, late Saturday afternoon, something like that. Because we do stream on Sundays and during the week. So I won't be here this Sunday unless I come in and do a Sunday afternoon show, late afternoon, after I get done with my kiddos. Welcome in, Joe Schmo. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I was just laying in bed listening to the rain all morning and I fell back asleep. So I
Is it
went to the party.
raining
Yeah,
there all morning?
yes, for the first time in quite a while.
Uh-oh. Well, y'all can have that rain. I'm tired of rain and stuff.
Yeah, well, the desert needs it. We need it out here in the desert. It helps it bloom and it gets real pretty for at least a couple weeks.
Yeah. Shortage of rain around here too often. Welcome in, Texas Ranger. Welcome in, Pammy. Good to see you guys. All right, so we will start with, there's a motion in here to preclude death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures. That's like a 30-page document. There's some interesting things in there that we'll look at that one in a few minutes. Let's get this one out of the way. Because I don't think that this one's actually pretty interesting, and I want to make I think this is the one. Let me glance through here. Yeah, okay, this is the one where pretty much they're laying out all the things they're going to use. This is by the prosecution. So this is, of course, sealed, marked out, and just redacted. Yay! Okay, state's motion in limine. So it is the state's motion in limine, and it's in reference to self-authentication. I can't. Here we go again. Why in the mornings I can never talk? Authentication of records in reliance on IRE 803 and IRE 902 and 803. Okay. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and respectfully moves for orders in limine allowing the admission of certain evidence in accordance with Idaho Rule of Evidence 803. Idaho Rule of Evidence Rule 803. Exceptions to the rule against hearsay, regardless of whether the declarant is available as a witness. Records of a regularly conducted activity. They're going to cite what the law says is admissible and not admissible. But I want to get to the list here of what they're asking. At trial, let's see. At trial, the state intends to introduce the following certified statements and or records under the IRE 803 and or IRE 803, the site number 6 and number 8. Okay. 1320 Linda Lane surveillance footage. Do you know what's on that 1320 Linda Lane surveillance footage? That car. Can't tell what kind of car it is. It's in the distance. It's coming down Taylor Avenue, and it passes right by 1320. And I have a video on that as well with a timestamp. And it falls in line with that car coming into the neighborhood. Then there's 1330 Linda Lane's surveillance footage. We've all seen some of that, and that's mainly what's in my video that I put out this morning. The 1330 is right there by the Queen Road Apartments that sees the car circling its prey out there, whatever car that was. Then they have listed the Albertsons in Clarkville or Clarkston, Washington, video surveillance and business records for November 13th of 2022. We all know that Koberger went over there to the Albertsons. Amazon financial and user records for Brian Koberger. AT&T phone records for Brian Koberger, Madison Mogan, and Xander Kernodle. Bagel shop video surveillance. See, now this is where I'm going to map all these out later. That's my afternoon job today, is to map all these locations out, because I'm like so into that part of it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like I am. Like I see a place. I got to go find out where it's at. Where, what time was this? All kind of things go through my head. So I have to slow my roll and one focus. That I'll be doing 5 projects at once at all times usually, and I have to make myself calm down and just stick to one and get it finished. So we got the bagel shop surveillance video from November 13th, bank records. Bank of America, and we're finally learning, Dolphin, some of these bank records, all those
Yeah.
records, as to who specific they were for.
Yeah.
Which helps me a lot, because I was always stuck on, that's a lot of damn bank records. So Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana, Banner Bank records for Ethan, Cafe Artista surveillance video of the 13th. I wonder where that location's at. The Corner Club video surveillance from the November 12th through the 13th. That would be the 12th or before midnight, because that's where Kaylee and Maddie were at before they walked down to the grub truck, was at the Corner Club. And they're going to have that video surveillance of them in the club. Corner Club financial transactions and receipts for November 13th. Costco in the Clarkston, Washington, surveillance video from November 13th. They probably have a camera that sees him driving. DeSales student records regarding Brian Koberger. This one I found very interesting. Dick's Sporting Goods record of sale for Brian Koberger.
Yeah, we did too. Fireflies started looking up all kinds of things that Dick's sells.
Oh, Dick's Sporting Goods is big around here in these parts.
Here too.
Big. Yes.
And Cafe Artista, by the way, is at 218 South Main Street.
Oh, is it?
That's kind of down more by the grub truck, isn't it? Because wasn't it parked between
Is
second
that-
and third?
Do you think that's the camera that sees Kaylee and Maddie walking down the street with what's his name?
That was a bank camera, I think.
Oh, was it?
Wasn't
Okay. Because they walked down Main Street that night.
But the 200 block, I think, is closer to where the grub truck parks.
Would have been okay. Makes sense. Because that may have been another camera that sees the girls, actually, right? Getting into their ride share or possibly or something like that, if it's closer there. That's interesting. All right, so we have a Dick's Sporting Goods record of sale for Brian Koberger. What did you buy at Dick's Sporting Goods, Brian? Some equipment that helps you see better when you drive at night? Like some binoculars? Sorry. I'm going to get all salty in a minute. Discover financial records for Kaylee Gonzalez. DoorDash records for Xana and Ethan. I told y'all they would have them DoorDash records. Not y'all in particular, but the YouTube streets. Everybody's going on and on and on about that damn DoorDash. Well, it's easy to prove the DoorDash stuff. They keep records. Early warning records. What do you think that is, Dolphin?
Oh, I did look up that company. It is, I'm trying to remember, but let me also try to pull it up from my history at the same time.
Okay.
It is a business that supplies financial institutions, like, banks, credit card companies, whatever, with
Oh,
people's banking habits and
Right.
whatnot. It's to help prevent fraud associated with bank accounts and payment transactions.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
actually have, yeah, we did think of some different things and about. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to wake up. Shake the
Good.
sleep off. I've
I
been
got her
awake
up
for
here trying
probably
to
like,
explain some of her work to us,
yeah.
and she's like, "Girl, I ain't even had my tea yet. Shut up."
Yeah, but I'm wondering if maybe they use the information from this, if they're using it to try to um, make a connection,
Mhm.
kind of like almost with the Garrett discovery, like what they
Yeah.
did,
Yeah.
because they did say that they used his information that he would have used to apply for credit card accounts and banks and whatnot. So they knew they had his legit email address and whatnot, and not these, burner ones and whatnot. So
Mhm.
um, I've got the website and everything pulled up if you need to look at it later. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that in a minute. Um,
Hmm.
all right, so Elan financial records for Kaylee Gonzalez. ENS Services, located at 1300 Johnson Ave in Pullman. Surveillance video from November 13th. I'd love to know the type. See him coming back into the Pullman area once he returns to his town. Farmers Insurance surveillance video, November 13th. Floyd's Cannabis Company. Boy, we know about that one. On November 13th, I can see Floyd's right now in my mind on the side of the road. Like, I'm going to go in there one day. Forrest Dax, Crypto.com financial records for Brian Koberger.
Very interesting.
Brian Koberger, was you in some of those Twitter spaces with me talking cryptocurrencies and stuff back when I was at Web3? Damn it. And then you
I was
realize,
actually, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm just thinking back to when I was still in that, doing that with NFT um, projects that I used to work with, and how much we were on. Always, I used to hold Twitter host a show about cryptocurrency and all this stuff. So I'm like, how far were you into the Koberger? I'd like to know.
So, yeah, since you're more familiar with crypto, let me ask you this. Do you
Hmm.
think that he might have been into crypto and had a crypto account to help mask his financial
Hmm.
transactions?
Oh yeah, I'd love to get a hold of his wallet. All I need is the number. You can go look up a lot of transactions on people in their cryptocurrency tradings, NFT tradings, a lot of things. I know people who can just take that number of that wallet, and you can go right there and look and see if I knew what he like. I wish I knew more about that because I could.
Oh, and also the early warning services that just made me remember. They might have also um, used them to identify exactly which accounts these kids had and,
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah,
So,
yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so the crypto.com. And you can also you can move money. There's a lot you can do with crypto that people are like, why do people want crypto? You'd be surprised. Nefarious stuff and all. Grub truck surveillance, grub truck video surveillance for the November 13th, which we've all seen. Most of us, I think, have. Harbor Freight business and surveillance records. What was you doing in the Harbor Freight and surveillance records? So you went into that Harbor Freight. Did you buy a new shovel? I'm so curious about that damn shovel in the trunk of that car. I need to know what kind of soil, if any, was on there. Idaho Central Credit Union bank records for Madison Mogan. Indian Mountain Lake surveillance. Now, I did look that up last night.
his parents' neighborhood, the gated
Hmm.
community.
Yep. I was like, yep. Joanne Fabrics financial records. What was she buying at the Joann's Fabrics?
We literally looked this up because we were like, are they still in business? Apparently,
Right.
they're doing liquidation and
Okay.
whatnot. But we just like, went to the website, looked through the shopping categories, and we're just like looking and like, what would have, in here would have, possibly been used, in a crime. It's just, I don't know. Couldn't think of anything, but yeah.
Right. So this good welcome in Firefly. This is some deep dives you and Firefly were doing last night or yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. This,
Oh,
yeah,
hey, good morning.
super
Sorry I'm
late
late.
last night. Oh, thank you.
I had to go get some blood work done. But,
Oh,
Oh no, that's always fun, isn't it? Ugh.
oh yeah, bright and early, and it's so cold here. I know it's probably so much colder everywhere else, but it's
Well,
cold. When it's 45 degrees, like in Florida, that's
yeah,
cold.
we're cold. We're like y'all quit complaining about your cold weather. We're cold.
We're warm. We're warm blooded here. We don't like that.
Mm-mm. They would probably love it if they come down here right now, right? 'Cause,
Yes. Oh yeah, it is really beautiful. It really is beautiful
yeah,
out. Yeah.
I would go to
blink
Orlando,
twice if you need help, okay?
right? I
You
would go
guys
to
in that.
Orlando
We're
in
cold.
February.
It's 40.
We would always have the annual passes to go down to the parks, being Florida residents. So we would always go
Yeah.
in February. It was one of our little routines that we'd take the kids down in February. And
Hmm.
in Central Florida is a lot warmer than Northwest Florida. Even though we got down there, to me, I was still cold. But there are literally people out there jumping in the swimming pool, and you find out they're from Michigan. And I'm like, what are y'all doing out there in the swimming pool in
Even when it gets like,
February?
even when it gets down to like in the 30s, like legit freezing, there's all sorts of combinations. There's people wearing flip flops with their
Yeah.
jackets on and coats and hats and stuff, and just all combinations of stuff. It's just bizarre.
Well, we get those transplants that are coming down from the really super cold areas, and they're here and they're like, "This is great." And
Yeah,
we're
it
like,
feels like a heat wave to
Oh
them.
yeah,
they're
yeah.
like, "But we're warm." I'm like, "I'm freezing. I
This is
could
like a
never,
nice spring day to them, you know.
hey, I could never live in a super cold climate. Not nope, it will never happen. It's a choice. Where you live is a choice most of the time. What region? If you're sick and tired of cold weather and blizzards, get the hell out of there. There's jobs
Yeah.
everywhere. Yeah. If you're sick and tired of Florida and the humid and the heat, get out of here. Places to go. Okay. I'm still want to know what you got from the Joanne Fabrics, though. It's interesting, and who bought something at there at
Yeah,
there.
because it doesn't say Brian necessarily, does it? It just says Joanne.
Yeah,
But
we were
Still
joking. We were
cool.
like, did he, make his
Make his own.
kill
did he make
suit
his
or
own suit?
booties for the feet or something? Yeah,
Like,
just
like this
for the
kind of
shoes.
camo.
His own balaclava or whatever. I don't know.
Hmm.
God. Oh
Custom
my
made.
God.
Next time you
What?
should cover up the eyebrows, okay?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Could you
What?
I'm thinking, did you buy some fabric to? Never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, what else
I
did we
don't know
get?
what I'm thinking right now. I'm so confused by the
I
job.
mean, because, yeah, it's a
It's a
sewing
craft
and
store.
craft store.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah,
do sell storage, organization items, things like that. But it's just kind of like,
it's not like a place a guy would walk into, right?
exactly.
Not
That's the
really.
same
To
thing
look
we
for
said for the
storage,
most
right?
part.
Or
Hmm.
anything for
Not
that matter.
unless you like decorating, like cake decorating or something.
Well, I
You know what I
mean,
mean?
yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
but it's on a routine that's not okay.
I know it's not
In
meant.
my in my neck of the woods, the women are going to go off into the
Yeah,
Joannes, and the men's going to the Dicks, sporting
yeah.
goods.
The men are sitting out
Right,
front waiting for them, looking at their watches.
honey, I'm gonna be over here at Dick's looking for some new
Yeah,
pews. Got to go
yeah,
hunting. Hunting season's about to start off. Well, I'm gonna go over
yeah.
there and
Like
get
Dick's
some
makes
fabric.
sense. Dick's
Make me
makes
some new
sense, right?
pillows.
There's all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff at Dick's that I could see potential.
Oh gosh, yes. All right. So, Latah County Sheriff's Office Deputy Darren Duke's body camera on video August 21.
Seatbelt ticket.
Oh,
The
that's
body cam for
That
the
would be the
seatbelt.
stop in August violation ticket
Hmm.
thingy. Yep, that would be that particular stop. For some reason, they are bringing that into evidence, and we do know that stop was just under 2 miles from the King Road home. I had put that on a map, and we mapped it out the other day. If you guys were watching. So anyway, okay. The body cam, Latah County Sheriff's Office citation issued on the 21st. So they're also going to bring in that citation. Like, look, like he was charged with a seatbelt. I mean, what was in that citation, right? Marshall's financial records for Brian Koberger. Did you buy at Marshall's? National Weather Service records for November 12th and 13th. You know what those are going to be used for.
Yeah, the alibi, blow the alibi, maybe.
Well,
Like
maybe
it's too
I'm pretty sure it will be
too cold and
because
cloudy. That's what people say.
yeah, if I go outside and sit at night, which I do all the time, um, there's nights it's beautiful and clear, and I can see every star in the sky. I don't have any light pollution around me. There's times I go out there and all I can see is damn clouds, right? So if you're setting out to just go stargazing, then you're going to check the weather. But if you just want to go out for a drive because you can't sleep, who cares if it's cloudy, you know? But if you say I was out driving around because I was stargazing, well, what could you possibly see, sir? Okay. Numerica bank records for Kaylee Gonzalez. And like Mr. Steve always says, too, the moonlight of the night of the crime plays such a huge part in investigations because the strength of the moonlight can tell you a lot.
Oh, what phase of the moon was it? Do you
I
know?
don't even, I
And
I used to know, I don't remember. It's that got lost in my head with all the other
Yeah, I
facts.
don't remember either.
But
I'll
I don't.
Google
We
real
have
quick.
looked it up. Yeah, we have looked it up. Um, there was a lot of light pollution right there around King Road, though. So
Yeah.
Numerica bank records for Kaylee Gonzalez, PayPal Venmo financial records, and it doesn't say specifically who those are for. PNC bank records for Brian Koberger. Penn Teledata records doesn't state who those are for.
Oh,
Pennsylvania, go ahead. Yeah.
that was the cable company, wasn't it? Firefly?
Pentella or
Yeah,
Telly?
Yeah.
yeah, you look that up.
Yeah, we looked it up. It's in their Pennsylvania area.
Okay, because I was going to say I know that that was not the name of the company in Moscow because we had looked that up in the past.
Right.
This one would be out of Pennsylvania. Gotcha. Okay, that makes
Internet,
sense. Penn
TV,
Telly data records.
cable,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union for Brian Koberger. State employee. Now his parents worked for the school system. Um, so was he able to get an account because of that, right?
Well, he
Or
did
did
also
he
work for them
have
too. Remember, he was a security guard and saved that
he was
woman's
the
life.
security guard at the school. That's right. He did work security um, as a security guard. You right, and saved that woman's life. Uh, Warning, Gibeus. Oh, waning Gibeus. Thank you. Okay. So it's not going to be a lot of moonlight out that night anyway. Okay.
Yeah, just imagine what the band field looked like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because that was nice, wide open,
Yeah.
space, and it was
Yep.
sort of dark there.
Yeah, you're right. Because there, around the Banfield right there, there was some lights here and there, but it was pretty dark right there. Once you're over into the neighborhood, if people have on their outside lights and things of that nature, because around here I don't have all that. I hated it when I lived in town because of that reason. That was one of my two biggest complaints. I can hear a lot of noise and I can't see. Don't have to hear a lot of noise, and I can see the sky clearly. But no, nothing. Like I had to get away from everything and everybody. All right, Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union for Brian Koberger. Petco financial records for Kaylee. Kaylee was spoiling that puppy.
Mhm.
Rite Aid financial records. Ross financial records. Petco financial records for Kaylee. When was the last time he was taken to be groomed? That's interesting to me. Ross financial records. Sunset Mart, located at 1311 South Main Street. Surveillance video from November 13th. Sunset Mart.
We're trying to figure out, is that the one where they
Yeah,
got
gas stations.
the what do you call it?
The
Screenshot of the
still
car.
of the
the
car.
Yeah.
screenshot picture.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
from somebody's phone.
Wasn't
Yeah.
even a screenshot. She took it with her with her
It,
phone, but whatever. Yeah.
yeah, the manager of the store reviewed the video, and then she spotted the white car pass by, and she took a screenshot of that image, turned the video footage over to the police, but leaked the screenshot of the said car. And you can't tell what kind of car that is because it's a blurry car passing by, and it's a screenshot from a phone. And at least they're not like Delphi officers. We took a screenshot of that car, and then we left the video. Didn't go back and get it for 5 solid years, but we got a screenshot. I don't care about your damn screenshots. I want the real deals. All right,
Yeah.
like for real, in a trial where someone's on trial for allegedly murdering people, don't bring me fake images, don't bring me screenshots, and don't AI up your damn videos. No,
Yes.
don't do that over here in this case. God, please don't do this in this case, because I'll probably just turn completely off from true crime at that point. Like, I'm not having it. That shit pissed me off so bad with Delphi. Sunset Mart, I'll get off my Delphi rant, sorry. Sunset Mart on Bishop Boulevard in Pullman. So this must be a thing for these stores, right? That
they have
franchise.
cameras. Yeah. Maybe they just have.
Well, there's one in Moscow and one in Pullman. So that Sunset
Right.
Okay.
Gas station cameras.
Yeah. Like Tom Thumb we have here, Circle K's, right? So this is a Sunset Mart type thing, gas stations, right?
So do you believe that they're pulling these because they actually have knowledge of a light colored sedan matching his
Yes.
car similar to his car
Definitely.
on these
Definitely.
cameras? Okay.
You couldn't
They're
bring
not just like
no, you can't
I-
bring these into trial as evidence and on a maybe, right? You just
right.
can't. It'd be too easy to tear apart. Every single place they're listing is going to be a camera sighting of a light colored sedan.
Yeah.
Whether
Like.
they-
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's a light sedan and it matches the timeline as they're following
Mhm.
him through town, that's
Yes. And let me not show thank you for mentioning the timeline through town. If you I've been screaming it for a year and a half. If you just sit down and read the PCA and write on the left column all the times that car is spotted and where, and then you write down the phone ping information on the right hand column, your times, that car is where every time the phone pings is where the car is there. There it is on a video. So, and that's what I did with that video this morning that I put out with the Linda Lane footage, and it's in an order, and it's like, wow, there, it's right there the whole time. Still don't know what kind of car it is, and I still don't know who's driving it, but I know that's the suspect vehicle, one car, and I know exactly what it was up to. Nobody can tell me any different. Still, like I said, don't know who's in it, don't know what kind of car it is, but I can tell what that car is about to be doing. And it's freaking sad. It's fucking why, dude? Why? Target financial records for whoever you are that did this. I'm not going to sit here and say Koberger's the guy. I know people hate that, but I can say I think he might be. I think they got some pretty good probable cause. TikTok user records for Xana Kernodle. Thank God. TJX financial records for DM. T-Mobile
TJ Maxx.
TJ Maxx.
Mhm.
Well, why they need her financial records from TJ Maxx?
I know, it's weird.
That is interesting.
TJ Maxx.
Okay, that makes my thought go back to the one I had 2 days ago, and I don't like that thought. But DM, I got side eyes. T-Mobile phone records for Kaylee and Dylan. Umpqua bank records for Dylan. Under Armour transaction records for Brian Koberger. U.S. Chef Store, Clarkston, Washington, video surveillance from November 13th. Also,
about the Under Armour. Yeah, they're just like Dick's, sporting
Yes.
goods
Yes.
with, athletic clothing, shoes, duffel bags, things like
Those
that.
are very
So,
popular around here. I got a pink Under Armour girl hoodie. My only one I own. I can't stand hoodies. Like I just don't like them. But I got
I don't
one,
either. I don't own a single
right?
one.
I got
Never
one,
have.
and it's a big pink one, and it's Under Armour, and it's the only one I will wear because I layered up with that thing because it's so big on me. I layered up. That thing saved my life in the snowstorm. I was like, I'm glad I didn't get rid of this stupid hoodie. I prefer my jacket that zips up with a hood if I'm going to need one. Like I
Oh, I
can't.
just thought of a reason for Ulta, but keep going. Mm,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
no,
You
do
wanna
share.
go?
Just,
No,
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to
Oh,
hurry you
yeah.
along or anything, but
Firefly
I can't
I'm looking
imagine.
at the list too, and we were like, yeah. So you said U.S. Chef Store, right, in
Yep.
Clarkston. So Ulta Financial Records. So everybody should know that Ulta is a beauty supply store.
Yes.
Makeup, hair appliances like hair
Mm,
dryers, flat irons, things like that. And we were just kind of like, okay, you don't really see guys in that store. What do they have for men in that store? But then we thought men's cologne, men's skincare, like maybe a very small section. But you
Mhm.
know what just occurred to me? If it's for him, I wonder did he maybe buy some makeup or something to cover up an injury or a bruise or
Oh,
something?
yeah, that's
a
possible too.
bruise.
Because or
Mm,
something, bruise, scratch, something.
Okay.
Because Ulta Financial Records, I mean, if they've got records showing that the girls shop there, is it that he was also there too at the same
at
time
the same time. But it
and
says,
and bought something too? I mean, I don't know because it's financial records, not
yeah,
surveillance video.
exactly. Interesting.
Weird.
On some of these, we got the Joanne Fabrics, we got the Ulta Beauty, giving me side eyes, causing me to have a side eye. But okay.
Well, having shopped at Ulta, if it was only to cover up like bruises, boy, you should have gone to Walmart because it's much cheaper there.
For real, you
Yeah,
gonna get a
that's true.
dude, you're gonna
Hmm.
get like that for a dude to pick
But
out
he
Ulta.
probably didn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I don't
expensive
know.
stuff.
Are you gonna single out? It's like singling out the Joanne Fabrics for a particular.
Hmm.
Like, you gonna argue? Okay, say for instance, if you were trying to cover
Mhm.
up your bruise and your first idea was to go get some makeup,
True.
are you gonna hit up the Ulta? Well, maybe that them bitches got some makeup in there.
Oh, he could have been, wait a minute, he could have been in Ulta
Not in the
shopping,
same.
pretending to shop for, like, say, Firefly said his mother or something like that or
That could be
whatever,
part of it.
but
while
that's like a
watching,
stalking ground.
Hmm.
Hmm. Like
yeah,
checking out potential
surveilling,
Yes,
victims.
yes.
Yes.
Isn't it in the same
surveilling.
shopping center as like the that grocery?
Was
Isn't
it
it?
on the backside? Let me
I
look
think
it
the
up
Ulta.
again.
I think the Ulta's in that same little shopping plaza where the Buffalo Wild Wings, like right where he was stopped. That
Oh, right
intersection.
there at Farm Road.
Yeah, because there's a
Oh,
big shopping plaza there. Like
there
so.
is. You're right, and we'll have to see now. I've got to sit. I got a project to do this afternoon. Like I
Yep.
didn't,
So I
Yep.
think
It's
that's where the
right
Joann's
behind
is.
Bolt. Yeah. It's right behind
and
Buffalo
that's the
Wild
area.
Wings.
Okay,
Hmm.
and that's like
On
little under
Pullman
2 miles
Road.
from the home. Yeah.
Hmm.
Huh.
Sounds like there's a lot in that
Ross for
area. I would have been
Less
in that
is,
area a lot.
yeah.
Mhm.
Marshall's is right there,
Okay.
and so is Walmart.
Yeah.
Like literally, they're all next door to each other.
Like shit, 2 minutes from the house, you got everything you need, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Perfect. Okay. Verizon phone records for Ethan, Bethany, JD,
Jack Decor.
Jack Decor. Walmart surveillance and financial transactions for Brian Koberger. Walmart surveillance and you should have bought your
Dickies.
makeup there, dude.
Whenever you bought exactly, but whenever you bought the Dickies, maybe they have a receipt.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Maybe they're looking back.
you know, because they got remember they found a Walmart receipt. What was at the apartment, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And there's got to be a timestamp on there. Did
Sure.
they take that timestamp and go to that particular Walmart, and then were able to
Mhm.
obtain surveillance and financials from that particular day? Because they hadn't
Yeah.
been. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's going to be
I was just in
interesting.
Walmart picking up my meds today, and I was cutting through the men's section. I was like, oh, let me look for Dickies to see. Only Dickies. I was just curious because I wanted
Surveillance,
to
go
see.
girl.
Yeah, I wanted to see if they had that full full length suit. They didn't have it at my particular Walmart. All they had was shorts and like work pants. But
Yeah,
at different locations are going to have different stuff. So
they do. And my son buys Dickie work pants at Walmart all the time.
work pants, yeah, yep.
Yeah,
They're like
and they're
20
always
bucks, 25
black.
bucks.
Yeah. And but you can some Walmarts will sell the coveralls and I guess some won't. But it's going to be interesting to see what he purchased at that Walmart.
Now somebody said that it was $49 or something. Is
Yeah,
that just a
49.
rumor or do we know?
No,
49.99.
that's what I don't recall ever seeing the receipt to
Right,
know.
right. How would they know? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what we've always heard, and some people were saying, "Well, you can't get that for $49.99." Well, guess
Yeah,
what?
you can for
Yeah, you can. We
at
went and
Walmart.
looked it up, and there are if you go to Walmart.com, you can absolutely purchase yourself a Dickies suit for under $50. And if you don't believe me, get on the Walmart.com and go look for yourselves. I encourage you to go look for yourselves. Oh, thank you. I put time and effort. Them videos aren't easy. They're learning to edit and all those tools, which I enjoy actually. So I'm trying to get better at it and I'm practicing on you guys. So thank you. How was that music in the background though? Was it too loud? Was it annoying? Y'all let me know your feedbacks because I'm doing this for me and for you guys. Oh, look at there. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you very much. Forrest gifted out 10 memberships, everyone.
Oh, nice.
So welcome in. You are all now lead investigators. So welcome to the lead investigators. And like I said, I'm trying to produce more members only content for you guys. Got to make it worth it. It's one thing to be a subscriber, but if you're going to take the time to be a member, what's in my mind, what am I going to get out of it? You know what I mean? So I'm trying to bring content to you guys that you'll enjoy, and I'll be taking polls about that content and bringing you what you want to see. It's all about sharing with you guys. Welcome in Cami Q, Trina Nixon, Lily Shaw, Dizzy. That's all it's showing me right now, guys. So if I missed you guys, sorry about that, and welcome in. And thank you, Forrest. Really appreciate that. Okay. So the Walmart. Okay, then we got the Washington Department of Motor Vehicles surveillance video for November 18th. That's going to be where he went in and changed his registration over. Washington Department of Motor Vehicles documents for Brian Kohberger. Washington Trust Bank records for Brian Kohberger. See, he had a lot of accounts too. Wells Fargo Bank records for Madison Mogan. Yes, Dizzy, you have been here. You're an OG, and I appreciate you. Winco financial records for Brian Kohberger. What is Winco?
That's
Grocery
the grocery.
store.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Winco financial records and surveillance video.
Since it's for all of them, maybe they are trying to see if any of them were at the same time in the store,
Wow, wait. Yeah, because look, his Winco is Winco in Moscow.
Yes.
Winco
at that same
is
shopping
on
plaza.
Pullman Road in that same shopping plaza behind that Buffalo Wild Wings
Wow.
and right next door to Ulta Beauty.
Yep. It's all
Okay,
right
so
there.
let me ask you this. The date of the August stop, I wonder if any of this surveillance coming from these lists we're reading that are in that shopping center are from that same date.
Good.
But some of those are financial records, not
I know.
That's
surveillance.
the surveillance.
Same,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm wondering.
But yeah, could be.
Were the girls in the area at the same time as that stop? Were they in there
Well, the stop was at 11:37 at night, so that's
purchasing
been
items?
closed.
Was he in there?
But I think it was
Some of
open
it-
24, so they could have
Some
been
of
there.
I mean, it's a college town. I don't know what they're
On a Sunday night, though.
I know we'll have to look at the because the stop was on a Sunday, right? Is that
Yep.
what the date of
It's
it
a Sunday
was?
night.
I have to look up like things like business hours of some of these places. Could have been that they were all there hours earlier, and then he was still riding around the neighborhood. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But that's weird that they want Winco financials on him, and they want Winco financials on and video um, that contain all of the girls: Bethany, Dylan, Kaylee, Madison, and or Xana. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They
And
could have. Oh, go ahead, Firefly.
I was just gonna say, and Ethan's not on there too, so they're definitely looking for evidence of stalking or
Hmm.
surveilling.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
there is a difference between stalking and surveilling.
Yes.
Right. Uh, what I was going to say though too is the financial records. So let's just use Winco as an example, since they also have surveillance video. If they got a dump of Winco's financial transactions, and then they also had dumps of everybody's bank records, they might have grouped dates together and
Mhm.
noticed, hey, wait a minute, he was in Winco on the same date and time as one or two of the
Yeah,
roommates or
yeah.
whatever. So then they're
Mm-hmm.
like, let's pull surveillance footage to
Yes.
see, did he notice them? Is that just a coincidence,
Well,
or was he following them around the store?
there
You
has
know?
to be something on these that
Mm-hmm.
should be in
Yeah.
here.
For all we know, that could be where he spotted him.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Like
So
that could have been the first
because
day that he noticed them or honed in on somebody, or from
Mm-hmm.
running
mm-hmm.
into them, because all the shopping's better in Moscow. He went to Moscow to go shopping, but he never went
Right.
back after the crimes. So I guess he didn't care about shopping anymore, or saving money, or getting the best deals. He's like, ah, screw it, I'm not going back to Moscow no more. I'll just shop in Whole
Target is also in that plaza.
So everything is literally
Everything.
right
Yeah.
there.
Let me
Yep.
look up the Petco.
That'd
Dang.
I
be
mean,
your
maybe that's why
oh,
everybody
yeah,
went there.
so
There's just like
too.
everything you want is right there. So
Yep,
you
Petco
Right.
is
park
on Pullman
there and
Road.
just walk and go to every
Oh,
store.
y'all, this is the whole one end of this plaza to the other.
Yep.
Petco
Wow.
is in this plaza
Echo
too.
too. Mm.
Marshall's right next
So
door to it.
something happened in this parking lot or this, same thing with Buffalo Wild Wings. He could have sat in that parking lot,
Mm-hmm.
you
Oh,
know.
they could see the car sitting. Maybe they see a car sitting there.
What if the
As
girls were at Buffalo Wild Wings that night?
they
Yeah,
may have been, like they could have been
maybe.
eating. They could have went shopping. Right. It's Sunday. We got to get all of our shit ready for the week. We got class. Let's go get shopping done.
Yeah,
Let's go eat, and then we're going to go home. Were they being surveilled the entire time they were doing that?
I'm thinking because that
'Cause
could be what the
It,
officer
yeah, if there was
asked.
nothing in this, it wouldn't even be on this list, right?
Because I figured
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's why they won't disclose that traffic stop. Because maybe the officer said, "Hey, what are you doing out this time of night? What are you
Mm-hmm.
doing? Why are you
Yeah.
acting sus? All sus?" You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right, right, exactly. There's something about that stop, and now that I see where all these other things they're talking about,
Yes.
the location of these things, it's got me really thinking,
Rite
right?
Aid is there too, right next to the Ulta Beauty.
Is it? So, damn,
Yep, if you zoom in on
college
this,
student's dream, right? To have everything you need less than
Show
2 miles
and
from home.
Fabrics is right there too.
Yep. Every single one of the places. Wait, where's Dick's? Is Dick's there too?
Let me look them up. Just start zooming in on the
Yeah.
map, and
Right.
yeah,
We'll have to pull that
Dick's.
up and let everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so they got WSU, because we're almost done with this list. WSU
Okay.
parking records, um, and Washington State University surveillance from the 13th. Um, yeah, and like I said, WSU parking records. So that, like I said, that was a list of all of the things that the state does intend to bring in as evidence. Now, this, defense can't say they don't have that. So, Dolphin, you want to share that map with us, or what we can? Do you have it? Or
Oh yeah, I just yeah, I can. I was trying to find Dick's. Uh, da, 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 da. For some reason, Big Five Sporting Goods is also coming up when I put Dick's Sporting Goods Moscow or Pullman in.
hmm,
That's interesting.
I don't see Dick's in
Um,
that general area, but
I don't either. I wonder, did Dick's become Big Five Sporting Goods?
it's possible. Yeah.
Let me see. I'm 'Cause- 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 'Cause I'm just looking at Big Five Sporting Goods to see if maybe they are affiliated with Dick's. Nope. Looks like they're their own sporting goods company. Um, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me pull this back up. What was that? That was Winco. Okay. I'll share my screen.
It's just weird that it's almost every store in this shopping center. So something went down in this shopping plaza at this shopping plaza. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
something
Something
was going
definitely.
on. Like he was either surveilling or, in my opinion.
Right.
Also,
Donnie,
look, La Quinta Inn is right across. Oh, never mind. I
Oh,
won't bring up La Quinta.
and the Best Western is on the other side.
oh,
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
shit, that's like everything right there.
Okay. Here we go. There's my map.
Okay, let me get you up here and then get. All right. So remember, guys, this is going over all the places we were just talking about in the document. Okay, I can't see it as well. So show us where in relation everything was at there.
Wake up, Dolphin.
Dolphin, we can't hear you. Are you talking?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, you fell asleep.
We've all done that. No, I could see her
Yeah.
thing. I could
You can
see
see
her.
the
Oh.
arrow, the
I could
cursor
see
moving.
her.
Okay.
So I knew she was talking. I'm like, wait, she's talking. Hold on, but she doesn't know we can't hear her. Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay, so you've
you're good.
got Farm Road right here. You've got 8, which is Pullman Road, right? That's the Buffalo Wild Wings that we were talking about the other day. At this intersection is where this traffic stop, or near that intersection is where the traffic stop's going to be. But if you look, here's Winco right here, Ulta Beauty right there. Da, 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 da. Was Ross on the list?
No, what Marshalls?
Okay, Target was on the list.
Marshalls.
Marshalls. Here's Petco. Let me close this. There's Walmart. So I started zooming in, and it's like, uh-oh, there's Ulta. So here's
Mhm.
Winco. There's Ulta. There's a Rite Aid, because Rite Aid is on the list, right?
Mhm.
Let's see. Here's
Yes,
the
yes.
big 5 sporting goods. I don't know if somebody can, like, in the meantime,
I'll look it up for you.
look to see if
Yeah,
they can find a Dick's in either Moscow or Pullman, but
I looked in
as that's what I was
Moscow
trying
as
to
well,
do.
and that's what I pulled up. The same thing you got. Same results.
So yeah, you've got Winco, Ulta, Rite Aid. Um, this Denny's is 24 hours. Just like, an FYI there. Da, 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 da. Hmm. Can't see what some of these other stores are, but we could drop the Google guy there and like take a stroll,
I
see what
don't
we
see
see.
any in Moscow,
I
but
didn't
that's
either.
now, so I don't know if,
Hmm.
like you say, maybe that one closed and turned into
And
this
yeah,
other
maybe
place.
Big Five took its spot. Hmm.
Who knows? It doesn't say what city on that list.
Yeah. So yeah, basically that was. Let me zoom back out to show you. Oh, where is?
It's just super interesting that they've listed these businesses that are right there at the intersection where that stop
Yeah,
is.
this whole plaza.
Yeah. So what in the hell does this body cam footage of this police stop, traffic stop, and what does these video surveillances and tell us about the victims
That's
and the
just the back.
perpetrator? I think it's going to tell a lot.
Hmm.
um, it may just show a nexus, like he was here at the same time they were here, but does that car sit in the parking lot like you even said, and is it watching? You know,
And
How
That's
we have the doubters out there who say, "Can you really tell with 100% certainty that that's his car on
no,
camera?"
and I don't know if we can on these cameras. That doesn't matter in my mind right this moment,
Still
'cause I
is
know
a
that people
combination,
I
you know?
expect that to come. I expect the witnesses from the state and the, defense to come at that differently as well, and they're going to argue it out, and may the best man win. That's all I can tell them. But this is establishing, to me, there's something to it. It wouldn't be in the documents. Um, even if they can't tell 100% that's him in that car. Now, can they tell anything? I don't know. But as far as establishing timelines for this case, it's super interesting to me that they have a stop of this guy's car at this location, and now they got all these video camera surveillance footage from the businesses within that area. That's, to me, is going to tell a story.
Yeah.
Now, do you see him get out of that car and walk into any of these shops these girls are in at the same time? I think that's going to clarify a lot for the naysayers, if that's possible, if we
Yeah.
have that.
What if we even see what like one of the girls' vehicles too, and like he sort of drives by, like when as they drive, follows them to a certain store. You never
I
know.
think it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
bigger if they have actual footage of him walking into one of the
Oh
stores
yeah, yeah.
with the
Where you
girl.
can
You can see it's
identify
him.
him. Yeah.
You can
Mm-hmm.
identify him exactly, because
The
no
car is
matter.
like, yeah, you can't tell 100%.
But if it's very similar looking to a car that he owns, and I know that that DNA is on a sheath next to a dead body, that's probable cause all day long and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, and if you see him going in a store on camera with one of them, the first thing you're going to notice is the eyebrows.
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
But
yeah,
gonna.
the whole eyes will stand out because he's got a
And
very distinct
and
look.
we're so in the one of the last document drops, and we didn't read it yet. On page 25 and 26, they start going into YouTube. And I got to thinking about one of the last YouTube warrants and when that warrant occurred and how late the game had actually occurred. And it all began to make sense to me because I knew they was watching something on YouTube that pertained to Coburger. What the hell was it? Which
mm-hmm.
stream was it? And so they listed a couple of YouTube lives in that document, how they talk about the guy, the perpetrator, the body language experts, all these armchair detectives. I never did any of that. Privately, have I said a couple of times, yeah, guy's got some strange eyes, because he does, but I never looked at Brian Koberger and thought, that's the eyes of a serial killer. Not one time. But I heard a lot of people go out and say he can't be the guy because he looks normal, which bothered me, because
Mhm.
now you're telling your entire true crime community who relies on you to bring truth and knowledge, you're telling them normal looking cannot hurt you. That's what I'm telling you.
All right,
I'm
exactly.
more afraid of the guy in the BMW with the red light than I am the homeless guy on the corner with a sign. Because I don't trust that dude in the BMW, you narcissistic liar. I'm
I
saying,
don't trust anybody until they earn my trust.
yeah,
Period.
you got to earn it. But it's going to be super interesting, especially if he gets out of that car or that vehicle at any point in time and walks into one of those stores following or
Yes.
surveilling or whatever you
And
want to call.
and legally it's not stalking in Idaho unless they're afraid, right? Or if they're
They've
aware and they're
reported it,
afraid.
filed
They've
a police
reported a
report.
stalking,
Mm-hmm.
right? Stalking. That's why I said surveilling your victims
Yep, there's a
and
difference.
stalking your victim is a very different thing. And that's gotten lost in the conversation.
Hmm.
We
Oh, I know because everybody wants to jump and say, no, the state already even verified he
know
was not
that because of
stalking. He was
the
not stalking.
bullshit. And
Well,
I'll just
yeah.
go ahead
Mm-hmm.
and say,
Well, technically, yeah, officially he wasn't stalking, maybe, but that doesn't.
No, he's not harassing them into a point where he's sending them messages or following them to the point they notice it and are afraid now. Because if Kaylee was being stalked by this dude, Kaylee would absolutely fucking know it. Haley was suspicious of everyone. We know that. She's done. There's well documented that in the past she thought she had a stalker. She thought she had found missing people before. Kaylee was a true crime buff.
Apparently, Dylan was too.
Apparently, Dylan was
Oh, who
too.
knew, right?
Dylan, maybe
Hmm.
that's one thing those two girls had in common. You
Yeah.
know, we had Kaylee's friends come out and say she would get her little pretend microphone out and say, "I'm Kaylee Gonzalez with the FBI," and she would just start questioning the hell out of them. You know, and they're all like laughing at her. "Oh, damn, Kaylee, here you go again." You know, um, so I don't know. Where's following these girls around town, following them on social media doesn't become stalking. I follow you on social media. Am I stalking you? Some may call it that, but
Yeah.
I just call it following my friends, right? I follow my friends around. Where y'all at tonight? Where y'all saying? We are all that's so like I had even said that in the past because I follow you on social media. Is that a connection or is it a social media connection? You know what I mean? People put a lot of stock in the words.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
anyway,
And then,
but thank you, Dolphin, for
yeah,
bringing that map up because I think it's a
that,
great visual people to see what we're talking about where these
oh,
surveillance
Oh
cameras.
absolutely.
yeah, no problem.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
because it's
just
really
was like, let me stroll through and let you guys see all the stores and
no, I
actually
appreciate it.
imagine walking
Since we
around
don't know
there.
the date, and then we know he was
Mm-hmm.
pulled over right at that intersection, right in front of the shopping center,
Mm-hmm.
I really seriously feel like something had to have gone down in this parking lot,
Oh yeah, the Buffalo
Yeah,
Wild
in the
Wings.
stores,
Yeah.
or in the stores and or parking lot. Yeah,
they definitely see something that's probable
of
cause.
concern.
Mhm,
Hmm.
yeah, exactly. Um,
Actually, let me take a screenshot of that
oh
right now.
no, real happy you've experienced
Oh
that.
yeah, I bet. I can't imagine. Ugh.
That is not cool at all. I hope that everything's way better now. I couldn't imagine because I'm not. I would be the one to turn around and say, "What the hell are you doing? Are you freaking following me?" I don't know. I just say that now, but I may change my mind when it actually happens. You know what I mean? I'd be real slick about it. That's how I roll. Like I'm fixing to turn the tables on you, and the stalkee now becomes the stalker. You better hide.
I was actually taken into the sheriff's interrogation
Oh
room,
my
and
God, were you
uh,
accused of stalking?
I I was. It was a case of
What?
mistaken identity,
Oh
but
my God.
I didn't realize until we were like halfway into the interview that, oh shit, this is not an interview, this is an interrogation. Like he was
Oh
getting all
Wait,
man.
evidence
wait.
and
Oh,
showing
so
it to
you
me.
had a Rick Allen moment. Hold on. You thought it was an interview. Like, did they had?
Like I thought they were just like collecting evidence so they could figure out who the stalker was. Like I knew
They're
that
ruling
Uh,
you out.
they were
Oh
doing the
wow.
yeah,
read technique on your ass. You got
Oh,
read.
they did
You
too. And
got
there was
that's
like the
scary.
there's
okay.
a
So
one-way
tell me this.
mirror there. I mean,
Yeah.
all of that stuff.
So they brought
Yeah.
you in for questioning about an incident that you might have witnessed.
No, not that I witnessed. No. So it was in relation to a high school class reunion. Like I think our 25th year reunion, and I was involved. So back when I was in high school, I was very very introverted and
Yeah.
very shy. So, but I jumped in and I was a lot more pro setting up this 25-year class reunion. And people are like, well, that's kind of odd. He's always been like the shy introvert. And I'm like, well, I'm an adult now and I'm a little more extroverted than I used to be. But there was somebody, one of our classmates at that time, that was sending out these stalky packages, and they actually had one person from my high school class that they were targeting. So people apparently threw my name in the hat in the ring to the sheriff's office who was investigating it. And they called me up one day and they're, hey, can you just come in and talk about this case? I know you know that there's like something going on. I'm like, yeah, I know there's something going on. I don't know what. And then they brought me into that room. And like I said, like halfway through, I was like, they're not just like asking me questions about who I might think it is. They're like interrogating me to see if it might be me, like to show me some of the evidence and see what my reaction was to it and that sort of thing. So afterwards, I was like, dang, that was
That's
intense.
that's
That was
crazy
intense.
though. I mean, so it was a mistaken identity.
Yeah. They ended up finding out who it was. And it's funny because, and one of the county sheriffs actually went undercover to our class reunion. So just to make sure that nothing weird went on at the class reunion. It was, yeah, it was intense.
I bet that was scary once it clicked in that you're being interrogated. I'd be like, oh shit.
My yes, my adrenaline, my heart rate, everything just went poof. So that's why when I see people in interrogation rooms, and Salty knows that I'm like a body language like person, that I pay attention to that. I can't imagine what
Oh
my
God,
body language was when I realized what was
Brian
going
Taylor
on.
named you off in a document about Koberger. Do not talk about his body language. You're not allowed.
Okay.
He will not get a fair trial if you do.
All right.
Okay, I'm just saying that's what she said. And so, anyway, going back to that, so they had brought up a couple of YouTube streams that talked about Koberger, and I found those two. I know Dolphin found them as well. Her and Firefly reviewed them the other night, and I wasn't in the Discord with them to do our things. I was like asleep. That when I woke up, I was reading the document again, and I was like, I wonder. So I went and found those two, and I was like, I watched them. I was like, but so I never really, I never has said. I mean, look at Ted Bundy. The guy looked normal, but he wasn't. Even BTK didn't look like a deranged serial killer, but he was. Brian Koberger doesn't look like what you would envision a monstrous serial killer to look like, but he possibly could have been one in the making. So for people to say, "Oh, he just looks so normal," he acts so normal. He's got these degrees, and he's a PhD student. Well, now we are learning he has autism. And I saw a lot of chatter about that on YouTube, how we got to give this guy some grace. He's got the autism. Well, shit. Every adult I've heard since Sebastian Rogers' case popped off is how bad their autism and their ADD is, and their COD and whatever, the CPD, well, all the shit they have. All these things these adults are claiming they have now and excusing their behaviors because of it. I got so sick of it, I had to tune out.
Anxiety, like everybody has anxiety. I
I
mean,
got
literally everyone has
Oh
anxiety.
yeah.
It doesn't
really,
mean you're diagnosed with anxiety. Like you're not on a verge of panic attack at every moment. Like,
it got really bad in Sebastian's case with some of these streamers talking about their own struggles with autism and ADHD and all these things, and they were making excuses for their behaviors. And I'm like, well, hold on, but you're literally supposed to be talking about children who are missing with autism, but instead we're talking about all this shit you have as an adult that you're using for an excuse. And you're the one raising all the youth today, screaming what's wrong with the youth today. Take a look in the damn mirror. You can't use your disabilities as an excuse. And this guy was extremely high functioning. When did this diagnosis come about? In the past 2 years? His mother was a special education teacher. Both of your sisters were psychologists, and you're just now being diagnosed as a 28-year-old, 29-year-old.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
I
I do
I've
too.
known for a while.
He's had to have known for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm assuming since pre-adolescence, they've
Mhm.
known something was wrong. And if you really look at him and what is out there about him in news articles and
Yeah.
reports from the people who taught him in
Well, look.
school, you can tell where
Yes.
things, adolescent time, things really got worse.
Well,
or
yeah,
started.
looking at his Tappa Talks when he was, what, 13, 14, 15,
Yes,
I
exactly.
hope he was in therapy.
set the
Like, he
timeline
had to
up.
be. He had to be
Yes.
seeing a therapist.
Yeah,
You know?
thank you for mentioning that, because my timeline on him is not something I pulled up out of the thin air. It's me reviewing Koberger. Honestly, looking at Koberger and reading the Tappa Talks that he himself it unfold. And then you see the drug addiction come later, and the getting kicked out of the program that he really wanted to be in, and the reasons why he was thrown out of that program. Those aren't things that are made up, they're verified facts. Then we know, fast forward, he had some couple of great years there. He got clean, he lost the weight, he had the surgery, he was working out, doing all the things, made it through to sales, all the way through to sales online, not in person. But then we get to WSU in person, and you landed a teaching assistant job that's very hard to get, that you were recommended for. And then you start having problems there as well. Right before all this happened, he got in trouble, right? Um, with WSU. So things were starting to unfold a little bit more, maybe. But the timeline of when he honed in on these victims, and is going to be is curious to all of us, but knowing that he didn't come to town till what, June? It
Yeah.
wasn't July, it was
Mm,
June, wasn't it?
right.
So
End of June. Yeah.
right, and we're all like, damn, you as soon as you get there, you're already looking for some victims. What triggered that? Um,
I think that was part of his plan before he even moved.
yeah, I think, because I think in his mind he'd been planning or thinking about stuff like this for years. What would I do? And the survey came out that everybody wants to say, well, that was for the class project, but okay, maybe. But those were some pretty, serious questions about, what did you do before the murders? What did you do after the crime? What did you do during? Did you take your phone? Did you leave your phone? Tell me what you did. Let me see what works and what didn't work. Let me, it could have very well been that type of thing going through his mind. This is all speculation, people. So don't nobody come in hot getting mad. You're welcome to your opinion and to disagree. I don't see that going on. I have to state that from time to time, especially with this case. Um, Sirius says, I just don't understand how some people have not seen the behavioral issues that BK has shown throughout his entire life. Exactly. It doesn't
It's
seem too far fetched that he is the
not at all.
perpetrator. Mm-mm.
Especially when you talk about that one school administrator came on and said he was removed from that one program and it was related to a
Mm-hmm.
female issue.
Mm-hmm.
He got put in the HVAC program because there was no females in that.
Right.
So that tells you right there was some issue with the females. I don't know what. They wouldn't be
Mm-hmm.
specific, but
Yeah, it was not. They for confidential,
was
and
he following
I
them
have the
around?
article saved from Camilla, was it Barnes is the teacher's name? I do have that article saved. You and Dolphin and I watched that thing in Discord that night. The interview she did. Was it a Nancy Grace piece we found?
Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm. And it was on
we
Fox,
yeah, we
whatever.
watched
Mm-hmm.
an interview with the former teacher, and then but I also have an article saved to the Koberger file that we can refer to whenever. So yeah, so Joy, I don't recall Anne saying that, because if he think about it this way, if that's true, and you had to repeat things over and over for him to comprehend, could he have made it as far as he has in his college studies? Think about that. He's a PhD student, already graduated the community college with a psychology degree, already graduated over at DeSales. Now you're on at WSU, criminology and criminal. What do you call the two? There's a difference, and I even have a chart with the damn differences on them.
Forensics, you mean?
No, he's criminology and
Oh,
criminologist.
okay.
Or criminology and
Versus criminal justice, maybe.
Criminal
yes. So
justice, okay.
there's two different things that he was doing there. Yeah. Um, uh, yes. Sirius. I can't recall where we found it.
I subscribed to it. It was a
Yeah.
Nancy Grace documentary or whatever, and it was on Fox, something that you have to subscribe to, like I don't know,
Yeah.
online, like Fox TV, Fox News. I can go back and pull up my
Because it took
financial
you a minute
records and
that
see
night
really
to
quick,
find it.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, because we were trying to figure out how can we watch this. So it did take Dolphin some time. She figured it out though, and we were able to view it in the Discord.
'cause I
Um,
think they had a free trial at one point, and then I might have been paying like 5 a month for it or something like
And
that.
I think that's an important interview because it's
It
not just a
is.
random, co-worker or classmate
right.
that gives their opinion. This is somebody who had to deal with his behavior. She had to take him out of the program. It was that bad. So
Exactly.
sure it's
And
all documented. I'm sure it's something that
I'm
they
looking
have.
right now for where I have that article. So, oh, here it is.
Mhm.
No, let me see if this is the one with her. Let me take a look real quick here on the side. Okay, this is it. Let me pull up my screen and we'll take a look at this article, guys. Okay, so let me get to on here to the article. All right, a former high school administrator revealed an investigation carried out years ago into Brian Koberger. He was a student, which ultimately doomed his enrollment in a law enforcement training program. Koberger, a Pennsylvania native who had who had been doing doctoral studies at WSU, was arrested at his parents' home in late December and charged with the killings of the four Idaho students. Um, An extensive FBI investigation utilizing vehicle records and DNA evidence ultimately led to Koberger becoming the prime suspect. I use that picture a lot in my thumbnails because he's like, "What? What, Ann?" Okay, so here she is. Beers, that was her last name. I said it different Barnes earlier, I think. Okay, Tanya Carmela Beers previously served as an administrator at a vocational high school that Koberger attended, where her duties included mental health services and student discipline. Koberger attended the vocational program of the Pleasant Valley District in eastern Pennsylvania during his sophomore and junior years of high school. Speaking with the with the Idaho Massacre podcast, she described an incident in which severe female students lodged complaints against him, ultimately leading to his removal from the school's vocational law enforcement program. Now, if you guys if you listen to podcasts, if you there is one called the Idaho Massacre, and I have listened to it a couple times, and you can pull it up, and they do have her on one of their early podcasts. I don't have it linked, or I could link it, but I don't have it handy. Anyway, um, so she's going to describe this situation. A situation occurred where a complaint was made, and the teacher reported it to me and said an investigation needed to be conducted. Carmela Beers explained. Other other students were interviewed. Brian was interviewed, and there comes a time when decisions have to be made, whether it's the decision the student wants or not. She continued, he was removed from the law enforcement program and transitioned into the HVAC program, and then at the end of the 11th grade year, it is when he decided not to return as a senior. She would not elaborate on what Koberger had been accused of, but did note, we had him removed from the program, but when I look back on it now, makes sense.
Mhm.
Wow. Oh, thank you, Joe Schmo. Look, guys, Joe just done turned around and gifted some memberships.
Oh, that's
Welcome
nice.
in. Yeah, thank you, Miss Dakota. Whispers in the shadows. Ooh, I like that. You're whispering in the. I like that. American Princess, welcome in. Melissa D. And James Moen. You guys are all now lead investigators. So welcome in, welcome in. Like I said, you guys keep an eye on the channel and the members only tab there because I'm going to be dropping content in there for you guys. So, any thoughts on this, guys? Joe, you had never heard this before, have you?
I have not. No, it's very interesting. Very
Yes,
very interesting.
it was the in he had joined the program in the high school. It was a vocational high school he was attending, and he was you know got into the program and he really wanted to be in that branded whatever. He was just removed, so it had
Yeah.
to be a pretty serious offense, right?
And the fact that she says, looking back now, it makes sense after he's
Hmm.
accused of murder. And,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
like,
don't
what?
forget that when he was in that program, they all like I guess took turns being like the I don't know
like
authority
the
figure
lead.
of the
Yeah.
day or whatever.
Yep.
And so I think that he probably took his duties a little too far
Too
or
extreme.
whatever, with females. Yeah.
Yes. Um, I could, well, speculating,
Yeah.
I could see that he probably would give them a harder time if my thoughts are correct about this guy, because because that's he's establishing the pattern, not me. It doesn't say he was fighting with males and got into a physical altercation or anything like that. And it makes sense now to her. We had heard that this involved a female student. So if that's true and what she's saying is true, and then you fast forward and you're having these issues over now at your other college and in your college career, what's going on here? What is your problem with the females? And we already know he was bitching about certain things in his Tappa Talks. I've got all those. I'm going to put together a show and go over some of the background we do know, like his Tappa Talks and things like that.
I
Um,
have I may have just seen those in passing at one point in time, but I am not familiar with those. But
yeah.
Sujoy makes a great point in chat. Not
Hmm.
buying the autism theory. Something is up with him. Just not just that. And I would have to agree. Like, is there some borderline personality disorder thing going on here? Because I know a couple people that have been diagnosed with that I've seen similar behaviors from. That I'm
Nah.
speculating.
Yeah. I think I don't doubt the autism personally, but you never. Who knows?
No, I think it is not just autism. Like maybe he is on
Oh
the
yeah.
spectrum, but maybe there's something else going on too that either has been diagnosed or we don't know about yet.
Um, hmm. Well, we know he's got visual snow. We've already known that. He made that quite known as well with his Tappa Talk post talking about his visual snow. He was being treated for hypothyroidism. He talks about that in his Tappa Talks, which is going to lead me to think he has an autoimmune condition. But that none of that. I have an autoimmune condition. I'm not going to go out and unalive some people. I feel like pulling my own hair out sometimes when my symptoms all kick into high gear, but I'm not trying to go unalive people over my thyroid. In fact, they took that bitch out and good riddance. I hated that thing. Take it out. Are you sure? Fucking yes, I'm sure. And then gonna come apologize to you later about it was way bigger than we thought. Like, I told you I was choking at night. Sorry guys, I'm ranting about this damn doctor. They irritated me. I can't stand when they don't listen. You know, it bothers me because I battled a not listening doctor for years, and now my child has the same autoimmune condition. And guess what? There's only one doctor in town, and I'm like, not
Oh
having it.
no, really?
I know, right? I got to go outside the county and
Mm.
look elsewhere now because I can't. I know my reaction. I know what's going to happen when I walk in there and he starts trying to play me and be like, look here, dude. I cannot with you. Okay. Well, I lost my train of thought. I was going to pull something up to show you. Oh, hang on. I know what I was going to do. Hold on. Sorry. So,
Get that train back on the rails.
yeah, I forgot what I was fixing to look up, and then it dawned on me. And then I
Well, we
remembered.
were talking about him having autism versus like bipolar or borderline, which to me it doesn't line up with borderline. Because I know, yeah, I have some members in my family that have borderline. It doesn't seem anything like that to me, but uh,
I mean, even if he has it, it's not a factor in what happened,
no.
except mitigation.
But I don't know if that's what we were talking about when you lost track. I'm trying to get you back on track.
No, I'm
Well,
on.
that it was not just autism,
Oh
is
yeah, yeah.
what
Oh,
someone
okay.
in chat thought, which is
Yeah,
possible, that he is slightly on the spectrum and then also has
Some other
something
issue,
else going on.
maybe
Dolphin. I
antisocial.
found. I typed in. Okay, so it's Nancy Grace, right?
hmm
I
I
am.
found it. I've been typing in chat. It's
Yeah, I
called
saw it.
Brian Koberger, I Am Blank.
Yeah, I got it.
And
I saw it.
somebody on YouTube actually has posted the entire video. I didn't want to blast the creator's name. That's why I said if you just search for it, it's a little over 36 minutes. So it's up here.
This one that I pulled up is Nancy Grace from her YouTube channel. Brian Koberger, I am blank.
She has the whole entire thing out there on her channel?
Looks like it. So a little over an hour.
Oh, okay.
Um, hmm. Guys, I'm gonna save this, and let me put it right here.
Yeah, send me a link really quick,
Okay, let me
in
do
like
that. I'll send it
Discord or
in the.
something.
I will. Let me copy it right now and do that, so I don't forget. Because I'm gonna go back to reading the rest of that
Yeah, we
documents,
got to get back
guys.
to those.
I gotta finish that because we didn't get to the 911 call yet, or other stuff that. Okay, hold on, Dolphin. Here it comes. There it goes. All right, let me get out of here. Come back to you guys. All right, let me.
Thanks. Actually, and so when it comes to the text versus the 911, are you going to read the text first?
Is that what you suggest? Which one you think I
I
should
would
start with?
suggest. Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah, because then it'll
text.
make the 911 call make more sense.
Okay,
A
we'll
little
start
bit more
with the
sense. But
text. Okay.
don't you
So
think so,
Definitely.
Firefly?
Yeah, I was just saying for context, I would definitely
Mm-hmm.
read the text
okay.
messages first because we
No, you
watched
guys
another
did good. I
creator
love your input.
go do it the opposite way and they were confused. So
Yeah, Donnie, I get it. Not everybody has Nancy Grace is Nancy Grace. I've been watching that lady since the 1990s. Um,
Yep.
so I know all.
look, I
I
saw
know.
her at
Yeah, I
CrimeCon.
take her ass
I
with a
saw
grain
her
of
at
salt.
CrimeCon,
Yeah.
and she comes on stage and she is laughing and it's all an act. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows
But
that.
here's the
But this
thing: when I'm
bitter
watching,
bitchiness,
yeah, when
like
I'm watching stuff like this, I'm not watching it because of the interviewers. I'm watching it because
no,
who they're interviewing. What can I
yeah,
take away from that? And people, I know people who won't even watch certain interviews because so and so did the interview. Well, I don't care about so and so. I'm caring about the subject they're interviewing. Are they going to lie, trip up, be comical? What's happening here? You know. So that's where I go. I try to, and trust me, I get it. I thought it was disgusting when Nancy plopped her desk down in front of the 1122 King Road home in the snow in the
I love the
outdoors.
neighborhood response.
I mean, why would you do that? I mean, why did you need to feel? Why did you feel the need to do that? Sit in your warm, cozy studio and put a picture of the home behind you. You would have had the same effect. You didn't need to be there on their fucking front lawn with your big ass disc going live from the murder house. Like that was to me, that's unnecessary stuff. But anyway, getting back to this. So we're gonna look at
Oh, I have one quick thing before you get off of this self
okay.
authentication records. The last thing on the list, the WSU parking records.
Uh-huh.
We were talking about this last night, and I was like, wait a minute. University, he has a university sticker. He had his office building that he would go park at, right?
Hmm.
So it's like campus would be pretty much wide open, and whatnot. What parking records would they be trying to go into?
I was wondering the same thing as I read that. I
Hmm.
was like, what are we doing here with this? So
And like, has anybody
I
in
don't
chat thought about
know.
that?
Yeah. Is it to establish um, like the date that they queried the cars and that name came up? I don't know what to make of it yet. So
I
that's one of
mean,
those things
parking records to me is like, oh, you put money in a meter, or
well, do
something,
you
or you
wonder
went in and out of a garage, a parking
right.
garage or
Do you
something,
think there's like a designated area for TAs and professors and
Mm,
and maybe it's like a gated thing and you have to put a pass in to get in and out of your parking?
maybe.
Could it be something of that nature? That was my very first thought. Was
Does
Kind of
there
anybody
like
remember the name of his building? We
oh
did look it
shoot.
up.
Oh
his
yeah, it's
oh, I can't remember.
I can't think of
We looked it
offhand.
up recently. Looked at the
Yeah,
map and everything, and
Let me look at the map. Hold
I
on.
was trying to remember because it's on a busy little street, and
If I
because they're
just
definitely going to be used
because
to
you can like
establish
walk
something.
through.
and
Yeah, I know at
Wilson
Purdue
Short Hall.
they
Which
have
one? Wilson
different
Short?
kind.
Wilson Short Hall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wilson Short.
So
They have
maybe he
different
has.
kinds of.
Oh, I was gonna say sorry. Like maybe, like you say, that you have to swipe your card to get into the parking area.
And there are
You have,
parking garages on that campus.
are there?
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, Joe.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just going to say I only know about Purdue, and I know they have like multiple types of parking. They have like if you have an A permit, B permit, C permit,
Yep.
but they do also have parking garages.
Yep.
And I
Yeah.
would guess most TAs have some type of a TA permit level, maybe like a
Yes.
B permit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Is it's, the cars coming and goings from the parking,
Are they trying to get like the times that he was going in and out and stuff?
probably. I mean, all that'll be shown.
Yeah.
Anytime he entered, exited, whatever, timestamps will all be there, certain dates. But what particularly are they looking for within that? I
There's
don't
a public pay right across the street. It's like on the side street
know.
of Wilson Short Hall. I saved that hall on my map.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me get the screen up here, guys.
Okay.
Oh,
All
I see
right.
what you're talking about. Okay.
Oh, Rachel, nice. Rachel says her son works at Washington State. So she's going to ask about the parking.
Okay.
First-hand knowledge. There's nothing like
Yeah.
first-hand knowledge,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Rachel's always got something great to comment to add, and I appreciate that. Or I do.
Yeah, there's a huge, it says QCUE public pay parking, and it's on the side street,
I see where I see
Northeast
you're
Troy
talking.
Lane.
Yep.
Because other
Cool.
than that, then there's no other parking nearby all these buildings. So,
Right.
other than street parking.
Well, okay. So this is the state's motion in limine, and it's regarding the text messages and testimony. Now, we know, according to the probable cause affidavit, they downloaded the downloads from the two surviving roommates' phones helped establish the timeline. Downloads from their phones. And then we heard later that they were texting one another. It was also stated that Dylan had tried to call the other roommates. So anyway, this is the state's motion in limine, and they want to include this in their testimonies. So comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the text messages of DM, which is Dylan, on November 13th, and the testimony from Dylan and Bethany, the surviving roommates, regarding their conversation with each other on November 13th. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive in the DM's phone extractions. Okay. And they were provided to the defense over on April 5th of 2023. Or no, provided on the April 5th to the grand jury. Okay, sorry, I misspoke on that one. Okay, the testimony of Dylan and Bethany was provided to the defense as part of the grand jury record. Standard admissibility. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excluded at trial. However, there are exceptions to the rule. And then they give the exceptions there, telling the judge why they think they need to be brought in, which I agree. All
Read
right.
those two, because they're going to be, those terms are used quite a bit.
What do you mean, these up here?
The present sense impression and excited utterance.
Yeah. So, where did it go, though? Let me see which one's got it.
Page 2, right under standard of admissibility.
Okay. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excludable in trial IRE 802. However, there are exceptions to the rule. Two firmly rooted exceptions are Idaho Rule of Evidence 803, present sense impression. Now, she's right, because they do use these two terms a lot throughout the this document here. A present sense impression, a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. Idaho Rule Evidence 803, number 2, excited utterance, a statement relating to a startling event or condition made while the declarant was under the stress of excitement that it caused. Is that the two parts you wanted to make sure we got in there? Because those were important to put in, so thank you for that.
Yep,
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. So now, We're going to just go right to this stuff. Okay, here's the argument. DM's phone records contained an Exhibit S1 for November 13th, and BF's testimony contained an Exhibit S2 as to what DM told her should be allowed at trial. So that's Bethany's grand jury testimony, I'm assuming, as to what DM was telling her. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah,
It,
instead of initials, I'm sorry. Can you just say their first names? Because
yeah, I
the
usually
initials
do.
bother me.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I've been. That was the first time I actually used the initials. I've been saying their first names because I don't,
Okay.
and because I don't know people in chat will even know who I'm talking about if I use the initials, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they're new to the case or just started following. Um, yeah, because we all know their names by now. Um, in the case at bar starting on November 13th at 2:10. Now, this was interesting to me. At 2:10, that's going to be AM. Dylan sends a text message to, I know this person's name.
Eric Gower.
Eric. So why did she text him at 2:10? Was it to see if he was bringing the girls home? Did you just drop off Kaylee and Maddie? Did you? Because what time did they arrive home? Wait, they got home later.
156. No, they got home
They got home
earlier.
almost 2 when they got home.
Mm-hmm.
So if he dropped them off at home at almost 2 a.m. and then 10 minutes later she's texting him to inquire if he's driving. That's
Right. Maybe she wanted to go somewhere, is what we were thinking, or have somebody brought over.
2:10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Side eyeing. The state submits this text message exchange is not hearsay because it will not be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Eric's driving status. Now, Eric was a private driver. Here it says Uber driver in parentheses. We have heard private driver. He drove for the college. It was a local thing that they're stating. And we heard Kaylee's sister come out and say Uber driver. There's been a lot of talk about the damn Uber driver. Was he or wasn't he? It says right there Uber driver.
No, I think they just put that in there to relate to everybody else. That
But
this
it
is what
could
he
be
did, was
because,
shuttle people around or whatever.
and that's what he did. But it
Mm-hmm.
was from what I had researched on him and on it in an article I had found where he talks about it. It was like a little rideshare program put together by some local people there with the college. It wasn't
Right.
affiliated with
He
the
doesn't work for
college.
Uber.
Right. Doesn't work for Uber or the college.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a little private rideshare deal thing. I don't know. There's like not on. Don't even know if there's an actual name for it, but he provided a service like Uber. Okay, that's what we're getting at. I guess the gist of it there. That's what he did. Some kind of rideshare program, and this would be the same individual who picked up Kaylee and Maddie from the grub truck that night and took them home. And like Dolphin said, they arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. And so then, like 10 minutes later, Dylan is now texting Eric to see if he's driving. Okay. And the state says that's not hearsay. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline for the night. Like, did you just drop Kaylee and Maddie off? Is that what the text is going to say? Yes, I did. Confirming the timeline. Still, I don't know why she's texting that dude. All right. He must have been like their all go-to guy, right? He's safe. We trust him. All those things. Dylan was awake and texting at 2:10 a.m. But from 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan attempts to call Bethany, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison. All calls were unanswered, which we had heard that happened. So she starts doing that right about 4:19. We hear the car drives away at a high rate of speed about approximately 4:20. We have a screenshot of 1112 showing
So basically,
a
she
car
starts
leaving at
calling right after
4:20.
he's walked by her
Right,
and out the
exactly.
house. Mm-hmm.
Right after she sees this figure clad in black carrying a vacuum with bushy eyebrows, she starts calling all the roommates and nobody's answering their phone. Okay. The records of these calls are not hearsay, as they each do not meet the definition of a statement, oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion. So here's what they did release. So from 422 to 424, for like a 2-minute period, they're texting back and forth, Dylan and Bethany. And
Before
Dylan
you
also,
begin, can I just say one quick thing?
yeah, you can.
I'm
Go
sorry
ahead.
to keep interrupting.
No, you're
Um,
fine. That's what you're up here for. Interrupt.
so so right, 419 to 421, she attempts to call. So this is after she's seen the guy clad in black. This little chunk of text messages right here, it seemed like a lot of people were confused about. But it's 422 to 424. Clearly, when you start reading these, other text messages or calls or whatever have taken place before this. This is a
Yes.
continuation of a conversation that's already
Yes.
been had. Okay?
That's the way
Because
it read
people
to
are
me
like,
as
wait,
well.
what? What? You're missing something. You're missing what happened before. Because they have said, as everything was happening, as she was hearing things or seeing things or
Yep.
whatever, she was texting. So this isn't everything. That's all I
No.
wanted to say.
Yeah,
No.
so she
No.
obviously said something about she saw somebody in black before
Hmm.
this text little group of
Right.
text
And
messages.
and Dolphin explained it beautifully, because that was my takeaway as well. We're not getting the entire conversation.
Hmm.
We're getting a timeline conversation, right, of things, and that is, and like she said, a chunk. And I don't even know if that's the entire 911 call transcript, right? It
Yeah.
appears that it is. But I do think there was more of this conversation that started before the 422 a.m., because she was already calling, right? So but this is the part they did put out and release. So from 422 to 424, Dylan and Bethany send the following text messages. Dylan to Bethany: no one is answering. Remember, she just placed the calls to everybody, and nobody answered. And that was at 419, if you right above us there. So then Dylan says to Bethany, I'm really confused right now. And then DM or Dylan to Gonzalez, which is Kaylee. So she texts Kaylee and says, Kaylee. And then Dylan texts Kaylee again and says, what's going on? And then Bethany texts back to Dylan, yeah, dude, what the fuck? And then Bethany texts back to Dylan, and it reads like a question. Xana was wearing all black? Like, I don't know, like, if Dylan says, I see somebody wearing all black, and she's like, what? Xana was wearing all black? You know what I mean?
No, see, that's not the way that we took this.
No, that's not how I took it either.
So at this point, Dylan had already told Bethany, hey, I saw somebody in black.
Right.
Bethany is saying, well, Xana was wearing all black because she was out at the,
Oh, I see. Xana was wearing all black.
like
Okay.
it's a
So,
statement
yeah,
because she was at the party
gotcha.
at Sigma Chi with her all night. So she knows. Kind of like, she doesn't say it, but like, oh, Xana was wearing all black. Like, did you see
Yes.
Xana? Or
Right.
whatever. She doesn't
Right.
ask her that, but that's where, what we took from it.
That is a great takeaway, because, yeah, it says Xana was wearing all black, like, meaning, yeah, like Xana had on a black, right? And if you look at a lot of pictures of Xana, she wore a lot of black.
Hmm.
She really did. I tend to wear a lot of black, and I didn't even notice it for the longest time. My daughter's the same way. And yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. So then Dylan texts back to Bethany, I'm freaking out right now. And then Dylan texts back to Bethany, no, it's like ski mask almost. So see, I mean, then you go back to Xana was wearing all black, and then jump to here, I'm freaking out. And then the next message that comes across that we see says, no, it's like ski mask almost. So there's
Right.
something.
So she's
Meaning-
clarifying what she's seeing.
Yeah, like
she's
she's
I
already
understand,
said
but I'm
somebody
saying
all
this
in
is not
black
an.
with a mask.
But I'm saying, yeah, but it feels like there's a piece missing there. You know
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'm saying? There,
Mhm.
in between these lines, there's another line that's missing out of this exchange, is what I'm saying. Like, Because, yeah, Xana was wearing all black, and then you jump to, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Well, where's the rest of that conversation? Because, yeah, Xana might have been wearing black, but I didn't say she was wearing a ski mask. But now you're saying no, it's. So she's answering something that Bethany said back to her. Like she's already told her about this or something. You know what I'm saying? There's just parts missing, you can tell. So Bethany to DM, or to Dylan rather, shut the fuck up. And that was in reply to the ski mask almost. Bethany to Dylan, actually, that's all it says. And then Dylan back to Bethany, like he had something over his forehead and a little indie mouth.
Like he had something over his
Like,
forehead
yeah,
and little
and mouth.
That
They should have an A there. So, like he had something over his forehead and a little and mouth. Forehead and mouth was covered, so all she saw was the eyes and the eyebrows.
Yeah, like that balaclava mask, right? Sounds like.
Yeah. So then we have Dylan says to Bethany, Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany says, so am I. And then Dylan says, my phone is going to die. Fuck. Bethany says, come to my room. Run down here. Now, we all knew that had occurred.
Yep.
With her, or Dylan originally going to sleep in her bedroom in the PCA. Okay, like we all said, originally she did, but where'd she end up? Was she outside, inside? Where was she at? We all came to the conclusion she ended up downstairs with
somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah. My thought was always she went down there to Bethany. Some shit's going down in the house. I'm freaking out. We're texting each other. Well, just get down here with me, dude. And then
that to me also blows the, I didn't know if what I saw was real, thing, kind of like, because Bethany's on the first floor, so, and she's also saying she's freaking out, so she's believing whatever Dylan has said, or she's heard things too,
or a little of both.
Well, exactly, because like I pointed out, Bethany's first floor bedroom has a large window that faces the very front of that house. Every car that pulls in or out or comes by, speeds by a high rate of speed at 420. You're going to hear it, see it, you're going to notice it, especially if you're awake. Those car lights are going to be, I'm sure she probably, if she was awake, she saw the car lights from the DoorDash driver. If this dude attempted to turn around and park in front of that apartment or that King Road home, according to the PCA, does she see these lights going crazy out her window? At 420, does she peek out and see a car flying by?
Yes, I was going to say 420, that car goes by at a high rate of speed. Did the tire squeal? Did they hear it?
Did she hear that from right there at her first floor? Dude, I don't know what's going on either, but get the hell down here.
Right after all the ruckus that Dylan's talking about, and maybe she even heard some noise, and then the car squealing by.
When they got down there, so when Dylan gets down there, do they talk themselves out of?
That's the question. Why didn't you?
That happened, or should we go check?
You're clearly frightened. I don't get why they didn't do anything about that.
Well, also the other roommates weren't responding.
Also, you know what? This little 2-minute block of text also dispels all the rumors of, Dylan thought it was somebody in the house, somebody like one of the roommates' friends over, blah, 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 the guy in black or whatever. She didn't know who it was or whatever. These text messages say she was afraid of who she saw. Remember, we've had people come out on YouTube saying they're the boyfriend of one of Dylan's friends and blah, blah, blah. And she wasn't worried about anything and whatever, whatever. So all these little rumors or people who've gone on people's shows, this proves that that's fake.
Exactly.
Those were lies.
Exactly.
So how do you think it fits in with the frozen in fear aspect of it?
No frozen shock face. I mean, I think that we read way too much, or not we, people read way too much into the quote unquote frozen shock phase and imagined that Dylan was, in her bed or in her closet for the rest of the night, in fear that Dylan was like catatonic or whatever. We've known that they were, talking to each other or texting each other. This proves right now this girl was not catatonic. She had, even though she was drunk texting, as you can see, she had enough presence of mind to be making the right calls. Well, not all the right calls, but making calls, texting all this information. And then also, don't forget the parts that came in the PCA before this, that she thought she heard Kaylee playing with the dog,
Yep.
whatever this was in that Anne said in court about she thought she saw Kaylee run up and down the steps, or whatever,
Heard someone say, "I'm here to help."
whimpering and all that.
Mhm.
And I'm here to help you. All of that came before this little 2-minute chunk of text
It
messages.
sure did. And going back to what you're speaking on is, there were, because this is our first time getting a look at these messages. So anything you heard that was in these messages, and oh, Dylan recognized the guy, or there are, the frat, buddy from down the road, all these things, it never made sense to me. Um, because how could you not? How'd you get that out of the PCA read? I know that a lot of people say that PCA is garbage. Well, I think that's maybe a standard term used in a lot of true crime cases right now. But literally, it wasn't garbage. It had good probable cause. It had way better than other PCAs I've read. A lot stronger probable cause, and you can only call it probable cause at that point. It's a probable cause affidavit. It's not a here's your guilty guy. It's here's who we think is the guilty guy, and here's why.
And why?
you know, and why. And then we'll lay it all out when we go to trial. Because if we're at a point where we don't need trials in America, we are in freaking trouble, you know. Um, but yeah, this lends to that she was definitely aware that there's a good chance of what she was seeing and experiencing and hearing was off completely, and not just some random guy walking through the house leaving after a night of partying. That does blow that out of the water. And again, like Dolphin aptly pointed out, lies. And there's because man, I'm still seeing those lies pop up all over YouTube, and I don't like calling people out, but I'll call out the lies if I can debunk something here if it comes up. Going to the okay, so we know now in the latest documents that Dylan believes he looked at her. And did she say at that point, I just stood there frozen, didn't know what to do? Is that frozen shock phase then? A lot of us determined early on that probably wasn't Dylan's actual phrasing
No.
of what she was experiencing. Just like clad in black probably wasn't her actual words of what she described. Dressed in all black. So why they just didn't say that, I don't know. They had to throw in the little fancy clad in black term instead. Frozen shock phase is another one of those terms they threw in there. Why, we don't know. I'm not here for theatrics. Say, as the intruder passed by, she stood frozen, didn't know what to do for a moment. Yeah. So
I mean, I can see peeking out the window and all of a sudden you see somebody that would make you freeze
yeah,
right there.
frozen for a minute, right?
Don't move, because if you move, he might see you. You know what I mean?
That's happened to me, dude. My son's
Yeah.
friend stayed here for a little while, and so he got his new place or whatever. But anyway, he came home one night. I guess somebody dropped him off, and I'm in the backyard, as I always am. It's dark as hell. I don't have the back porch light on because I want to be able to see the stars and blah, blah, blah. So I'm sitting there, but I stood up to get ready to come back inside. And about that time, something out caught my eye. I look over, and in the dark, there's a figure walking toward me. At first, I just froze for a second, like, don't move. Then my next thought was, oh no, hell, you ain't. You ain't coming up in my fucking dwelling and coming at me. You better announce yourself. And when I called out, who is that? The dude kept walking toward me. He almost came to his fate that night he didn't want to come to. And I
Mm.
let him know about it. I'm like, dude, the next time I'm in my backyard and I call out to you, you need to be answering me. The other night after the storm, I go outside with the dog and I felt like something was watching me. I turned to my right and out of nowhere there was this huge, and I mean huge, solid white, glow in the dark dog standing there outside, just outside our fence. My dog saw it at the same time and boom, it scared it away. I don't know if somebody's dog got out because you don't ever see random dogs just, but it's weird to have that sense. You do kind of freeze for a moment, right?
Mhm.
When you see something unexpected. But then the adrenaline kicks in and the flight or fight kind of thing. But I
Yep.
don't know. So we'll get back to this. I'm sorry, I was just looking at your comments over there, guys. About to, oh, I'm gonna have to mute. I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless you.
Oh, it took a few minutes to come, but I felt it coming. Oh my goodness, thank you. Okay, I gotta go let the dog in, guys. I'll be right back. She's barking at me.
Oh, okay.
Who let the dogs in?
Yeah. CH, I just responded back to CH because they said one of two things is true. She went to Bethany's room in which case the bottom line on page 4 is a lie, or the PCA is factual as sworn that, quote, locks herself in her room. It is problematic to lie in a PCA. Yes, I agree
Well,
about
she
that,
probably did
but
lock her door, though.
I
I
think
mean,
both things happened, right? That
mhm.
she, locked herself in the room right after he went by. And then after
Spoke
they
to
stopped all
Dylan,
this
or
texting and all this and
yeah,
calling, she did eventually go
yeah,
downstairs to
that's what I
Bethany's
think
room.
too. Bethany convinced her to go. She said, "I'm
Mm-hmm.
scared, but yeah, but you don't want to be alone, so come down here." So she finally
Mm-hmm.
went down there. Yep. She get to that part yet? Wasn't that in the
No.
transcript?
No.
Okay. Oh,
I think she was getting ready to start because on my screen I still have that chunk of text, and she's at the top of page 5.
yeah.
Yeah, because she hasn't gotten on to what happened next, but
Okay.
mm, I tell you, this is a trip. Let's see what. Oh, yeah, and pain. Yeah, that was his wording for the frozen shock phase.
Yeah.
And actually, on YouTube, a lot of like psychiatrists and psychologists have said the frozen shock phase could have literally just been a split second. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean, have to mean
Yeah.
all night long,
I'm sure most people have been through that. You see something that scares you and
Mm-hmm.
your heart just feels like it stops for a minute and
Mm-hmm.
you're just like, "Oh,
Yeah, like
yeah."
sometimes when we're talking, late at night, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I heard something, you
Oh, yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yep.
And usually that generates adrenaline in your body, right?
Yeah.
When you like post reaction,
Oh,
like
yeah,
in the
your heart
moment, you're
starts
frozen.
beating
Yeah.
really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mhm.
So she wasn't going back to sleep after that at all.
Right, and she wasn't hiding in her closet either. This chick is still
Right.
texting
Yes.
and
You would
calling and whatnot.
you would think that little gush of adrenaline would kind of sober you up a little bit too, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It can have that effect. Absolutely. Yeah. Just
Like, "What did I
clarity in
just
the moment.
see?" Yeah.
Yeah, I think it definitely did. I mean, if she's actually remembering to call like everyone, like she's going through her phone, like, let me call Kaylee, let me call Xana, let me call Maddie, you know?
So is she going to be the most interesting witness at the trial? Who do we think is going to be the most
Yes.
interesting witness?
We can't wait to
Ah,
see
yeah,
these 2 on the
both of
stand.
them. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so because since she heard things, and saw things.
And she's also subject to the most scrutiny right now. I
Hmm.
mean, there are people who have already made up their mind whether or not he's guilty or innocent. And the ones who think that he's innocent are like totally tearing down her testimony. And it is suspect. I mean, she was under the influence of alcohol. So the defense has the right to probe into that and to question her for that.
Yeah,
But
I'm just wondering how hard Anne is going to go on her. It's like, is this
Well,
right.
where she's going to get lively?
I hope there's clarification because there's that 6 I mean, she hasn't got to it yet here, but that 6-hour gap, the texting didn't just stop there because what was going on in those 6 hours? Did they actually fall asleep? Were they calling other people? What was going on?
Oh, CH said, good point. I think this is what Anne was addressing in her Franks, writing in such a way to provide an impression, stating things clearly like Rex PCA. Oh, like the Rex Heuermann PCA is, yeah, easy and bypasses a lot of issues. Yeah.
Yeah, clearly Brett Payne was not the best at
Yeah,
writing.
the writing in the
Yeah.
PCA is garbage. Definitely.
I don't think he has much experience in that regard, but I mean, that's how you learn.
Yeah.
Learn the
Oh,
hard way.
yeah. Okay. Ah, goodness. All right, guys. Sorry, I had to run to the restroom as well, but I am back. All right. So this is continuing. All of the above declarations are present sense impressions and excited utterances. This is supported by Dylan's grand jury testimony, where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event, i.e., heard noises in the residence and saw an unknown male in the residence. The declarations indicate both Bethany and Dylan are trying to make sense of the startling event contemporaneously or immediately following the startling event. So they're trying to figure out in their head what's going on.
Hmm.
No time for reflection or fabrication. See Dylan's grand jury testimony, and that's Exhibit S3. At 4:24, Dylan calls Ethan, and the call goes unanswered. This
Yeah,
phone,
and that's right after that block of text. 424
yeah,
39. The
the
text,
car,
yeah,
and the
424
car leaves at a high
27.
rate of speed at 4:20.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 minutes later, Dylan's trying to call Ethan, and the call goes unanswered.
Let me put one more thing in here. Because when we were talking about this, it's like, well, wait a minute. So this guy's walked by her. She's heard all kinds of noises or whatever and seen things. She's afraid. She had originally called all of the girls in the house, but it's like, wait a minute. You've got a big, strapping male in the house. Why didn't she call him earlier? So then now she calls him too, I guess to say, hey, can you go look around the house or whatever? Is everything okay? Just, yeah, this girl just wasn't thinking clearly, you know
Hmm.
Well, if
in my
I
mind.
no, she wasn't, and that's obvious with her statements about her being impaired. But if I'm hearing strange noises to the point where I am scared enough to be texting with Bethany saying, "What the fuck? Man in a mask. Don't know him. I've heard this, I've heard that." I call all the other girls. Nobody's answering the phone. You both confirmed there's probably a guy or a car that sped away at 4:20. Now 4 minutes later, we call Ethan and it goes unanswered. Why are we not physically going to check on our friends?
She's scared.
Or
I
just calling 911.
call
Yeah, call
911.
911. Yeah.
Police would have been there in minutes and could have
She
cleared the
doesn't know if
house.
that guy is still there, right? She, for all she knows,
Call 911. Like,
call
Yeah,
th-
whether
911.
he's there
Like,
or not.
oh, I
Yeah.
agree.
there's
I
one
agree.
thing that because here's what I've always said with the frozen shock phase and the 8 hour gap. I'm calling my daddy. I'm calling my brother.
Yes.
We now
Yes.
know she did call her daddy.
Or a boyfriend or somebody. Like,
She called her
if
daddy.
Ethan's not answering, like, get some male on the phone
Right.
who
And if
can
I don't,
come to the.
and my daddy's going to tell me, you call 911 right now, girl, and you lock that damn door and you do everything I've taught you. I'm
Yeah.
on my way too. Okay. He might have lived 4 or 5,000 states away, but he's coming. My daddy probably be here for the cops get here. That's how he rolls. Not my daughter. Not today.
Or since like Dylan's dad is probably in Boise, right? And her boyfriend's in Boise.
Yes.
So
They were
if
in
if
Boise.
you know Hunter Johnson is next door, right? He's usually there with Emily. Why don't you call him? Maybe they did. Maybe they did call or text and they didn't answer either if they were asleep. You know what I mean? I don't know. That part's speculation. I have no idea if they
Yeah.
did at that time of morning, but I would call somebody, and if nobody responded, certainly I would call 911. Please come check the place out. Doesn't make sense.
I was just catching up on chat too. Welcome in, everyone. How are you? So they call Ethan and he doesn't answer. Dylan and Bethany continue to text. At 4:24, Dylan texts Bethany, "I'm scared though." See, that wasn't in that first set block. And Bethany responds at 4:25, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone." Again, both statements are admissible in present impression and excited utterance as they are describing an event of their state of mind and are spontaneous reactions to an event. So, I'm scared. Yeah, but it's better than being alone. Get down here, run. That we saw that earlier.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying I'm screwed, though. And, making
That's
it
not
seem like it's nefarious. People, look
Yeah.
down at a keyboard and see,
Right.
where these letters are. The W is near the
Lord.
A and the
And listen
E.
to the context
And look
of
at the context,
the
right?
conversation.
Mhm. So now so if y'all are out there on the YouTube streets later today, or like y'all were last night lurking, and y'all
We
heard
heard some BS, big BS.
We
really,
sure did.
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't play in them streets last night. I was like,
Oh gosh. Like
my mouth
somebody
will
was
run.
saying,
My
remember
mouth
that?
will run.
Oh yeah, we were too last night. We remember somebody was saying that
No, I'll be like typing it in
because
chat. I can't
I don't
help
even
myself.
want to repeat it. I'm not even going to repeat it on what she said, but
Oh my
it's
god!
not. But it was bad.
But if people
Oh,
are
I
saying,
already said it, Firefly,
Oh, have you?
earlier, I
Oh,
think, before you joined.
oh,
yeah,
I
okay.
didn't, attribute a name to it, but yeah,
Oh,
come on.
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Trying to like point fingers at Xana, like, oh, she was all clad in black, and they were talking
Hmm.
about her like she was. No, Dylan did not see
look,
her
okay,
because Xana was
y'all
shorter
gonna
than
have to
her,
write
and she
where that
clearly
was
said
said. Because
she she.
don't fuck with Xana. Don't do
No,
it.
clearly
Yeah, but
Xana
Xana
was
was
a
shorter
little.
than Dylan. Dylan was the tallest
Yeah,
girl
I
in the
mean, I'm just
house.
Dylan
saying
said
these
she
these
saw a
people.
male taller than her in
Hmm.
black with a mask on. Nowhere did she say it was a female
Athletic
shorter than
build,
her. Yeah,
and
skinny.
taller,
It's
and
just
man. Yep.
ridiculous.
So
Oh,
now
Hmm.
Dylan
we
is
were we
screwed.
were pissed
Dylan
last night
now
listening
no
to that.
no now Dylan is screwed, and Xana was the one all clad in black.
Mm,
Yeah,
that's
come
basically
on.
what was out there.
I think
Good
Bethany just
God,
said,
my
well,
brain can't take it all.
she just said, well, Xana had all black on. Maybe you saw her. No, it wasn't her. No, that's not. She wasn't pointing at her like, oh, you saw her. Oh, it was Xana.
Yeah.
No, that's not what. Come on.
Well, I can't fix stupid. I can
Yeah,
try all
yeah.
day long, but Forrest Gump's mama don't lie. She don't tell lies, and I believe her. So I gave up on that a long time ago, and I'm much more peaceful for it. I'm telling you what, my Zen just. Sometimes I had to go there with Idaho 4. I had to just get there because if I go into those chats and that shit's being said and done, I'm the one that can't control that mouth, and I'm going to be typing shit in,
Mm.
and I don't want to do that. So I probably why I don't watch a lot of the latest content like I used to with this case.
But you look at everybody in their chat too, and they're all convinced the same thing. It's like anybody but
Well, yeah,
Brian is the perpetrator. Anybody but
exactly.
him.
And there's nothing I'm going to get out
It's
here
like,
and say it's going to change one of their minds.
why can't they take their blinders off and just look at the facts and
Because that's not,
consider that he
they're
did
not
it because
looking for facts.
he's on trial. Like,
Yeah, they're not. They're looking for somebody else to tell them the facts
They're
and
still in
what the
conspiracy
facts
mode,
mean.
you
Yeah,
know?
so
exactly.
bad. It's so bad.
They can't get away from it. Once you start it,
Hmm.
you can't stop it. Not with Idaho 4. We've seen too many creators continue that because they can't get away from it because they started it. Once you open that Pandora's box, you can't shut that shit no more. That's why I was very careful with my Delphi coverage because I'm not a conspiracy channel. And I won't sell you a stupid ass conspiracy. I might bring you a theory, but I'm going to tell you why I have this theory. But I'm not going to bring you conspiracies. And I just got to a point where I don't have the energy to argue with dumb people who aren't going
No,
to listen.
it's
I
not
know.
worth it.
And
It's not
there's
worth it at
nothing.
all.
They're not. If I'm willing to go view another creator who disagrees, that's great, and I have done that so many times. But do you think they're going to take that same opportunity just to check and balance their own self? right? I'll do it in the middle of a case. I need to I don't want to get tunnel vision here.
Like,
Let
I'll
me
listen to rational theories, but I'm not gonna listen to that kind of crap. Like, that's just you're not even
Well,
using your
that's
logic.
and so it's important to kind of gauge. I used to call it I would gauge where everybody was at with this case, and
Mhm,
that was long before I was streaming. But when certain things are said in chat, it's nice to know where they're getting it from, right?
mhm.
So reviewing some of the stuff is out there. I can maybe take a little bit of it just to get a gist of what's going down, but I can't sit through a whole entire stream about it. You know what I mean? I'll be
Yeah.
in there fighting with people, and I can't. I'm not trying to fight with people today. Not on the internet. Like
I just kept waiting for somebody to call this person out in chat, be like, "Hey,"
Yeah,
no,
you
we
should have.
both were.
and
Is
Y'all
nobody
should
anybody
have
did.
hit
gonna
me
correct
up. Y'all
this?
should have hit
Nope.
me up. Y'all know I'd have done
Oh,
that
no.
shit. Especially if I'm bored. If I get bored,
Hmm.
that's when stuff gets dangerous, and that's when I take to Twitter, my playground. If I'm bored, you never know what I'm gonna say or
And
do.
the alarming thing is she repeated this thing like at least 10 times in the stream that we were watching. I don't even know if we watched the
Wow.
whole thing, but it was
We didn't.
like over and over and over she kept repeating the same thing, and it's like, how are you interpreting it this way and nobody's calling you out? Wow.
Hmm.
So, yeah, that's
Well,
I'm done with
I
that.
anyway,
just I just found the first item in your line of merch, Salty.
Hmm?
my line
You're
of
gonna have
work.
yes, you're gonna sell a coffee mug that says, "I don't have the energy to argue with dumb people."
This is true. That's my vibe. I don't. I just
That's the
don't.
line of the day. That's you. That's totally you.
I got family members I treat like that. I'm not arguing with your ass today. Call me next week when you feel better. Lord. Okay. Um. So again, they're telling you they're all admissible. At 4:27, Dylan calls Kaylee, and the call goes unanswered. At 2:28, DM calls Xana. It goes unanswered. These are not statements pursuant to IRE 801. At 4:32, Dylan sends a text message to Kaylee stating, "Please answer." This statement is a present sense impression, shows Dylan's perception of events. Yeah, it does. So if I got, again, I'm going to have to say it. If my roommates aren't answering and I'm thinking some shady shit just went down or may have went down, and now
Hmm.
nobody's answering me except for Bethany,
Hmm.
fuck, what are you doing? I don't care. You're not so drunk you don't realize something was weird was going on. But when you got to the point where you couldn't reach everybody, that's bothering me. I'm not accusing the girl of doing anything.
No. It
But
bothers everybody,
her
though.
being I'm accusing her of being naive as hell.
Yep.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
red flag, y'all talk to your college age students, talk to those
Exactly.
18-year-olds.
Hmm.
I took this case, done that for me. Because I take every opportunity I can to talk to my child about things they may need to prepare themselves for the future. And this case brought about a conversation. What you
You
do if you
know.
perceive something is happening.
Hmm. You know what though too, in this with the 4:32:57, please answer and all of this because this is like kind of the end of in the
Yep.
4 a.m. hour, right?
Yeah.
Um, what's missing from this? They're not talking about the dog barking or a dog
Right.
barking.
Or
Right.
hearing continuous bark,
Because
right?
remember, this is
Good
Yeah.
so this is
point.
12 minutes after this car, sped off or whatever. And remember, they said, oh, the dog was barking or,
For
for
30
And
30
she,
minutes.
minutes, right?
yeah,
If
she's
it
not
was
saying that.
Murphy in the
Right.
house, don't you think that they would have been like, why is Murphy, there would be some
Dylan would
text
have mentioned
messages.
it.
Yeah. That is like, why is Murphy barking?
Can you,
You
yeah,
know?
Murphy's barking and he won't shut up. I
Yeah.
don't know what the
Murphy's
hell.
barking his head off. What's going
That
on?
dog had to have
No
been quiet.
mention of Murphy barking. I still think it was a dog in another house.
I do too. That 30 minutes continuous bark Ann talked about,
Hmm.
I believe it was as well. Because Dylan didn't care for that dog. That's no secret. That's out there. She just wasn't a dog person, and I guess Murphy got on her nerves. But I think if he had been barking like that, she would have said at some point in those messages, "This dog will not stop barking either." So that would have been double alarming to me if that dog had not stopped barking, and I still can't get nobody to answer the phone either, not even Kaylee. Like her dog's going to bark all all that time, but she's not answering. There's something up with that. An excited utterance, spontaneous reaction to the event rather than the result of reflective thought. The next morning, Dylan sends the following text starting at 10:23, and this got me too, because I've tried so
Yep.
hard. I've tried so hard over time to give this girl grace.
Mm-hmm.
Chalk it up to 19, young, naive, drunk. But now it's 10:30 the next morning.
Same morning.
Yeah, same morning. Yeah, it's just 10:30
Mm-hmm.
a.m.
So
Versus
basically 6 hours later.
6 hours later. 911 was called 8 hours later. Remember, so this is not even close to the 911 call time yet. Hour and a half away almost.
Mm-hmm.
So the next morning, starting at 10 a.m. or 10:30 or 10:23, Dylan texts to Kaylee, please answer. Then she texts over to Maddie, are you up? And then she texts back to Kaylee, are you up? These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted.
Do you notice that there are no texts or calls or anything to Xana and Ethan?
Yeah,
She's only asking about the people on the third floor.
yep. Even if deemed hearsay, they are allowable as present.
Weird. So I don't know why. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. She also text Xana. I don't know.
Well, I was speculating that because we don't have Bethany's downloads, maybe Bethany was calling Ethan or texting
Mm-hmm.
Ethan and Xana,
Yeah. Possible.
and
Yeah.
Dylan was calling the other two. So
Right. It
we'll
says the
never
text
know.
messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for truth of the matter. Even if deemed hearsay, they are allowable at present as present sense impressions as they reflect a consistency and continuation of Dylan text messages from the night prior, and reflect her then perception of what was then occurring, i.e., waking up and realizing that she had not heard from her roommates.
Oh,
Go
one
ahead.
other thing, because what Firefly just said made me think of something else. At the very beginning of the document, did you notice that they only mentioned Dylan's phone extraction, and it was
Mhm.
taken on April 5th, 2023?
It
What
was
took
turned
them
over.
so
I thought it
long?
said it turned over to the. I thought that's when it said it was turned over to the defense. I may have misread that though.
Oh, okay. Provided on
Yeah,
April. The
if I have
phone
to go
records
back
were
and look.
discovered on the hard drive. DM iPhone
Okay.
extraction provided on April 5th, 2023. Okay.
Yeah, because they should have done that from the early on because the PCA uses the downloads from the girls' phones.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so they have both of their downloads. All right, so then you jump from at almost 10:30. She's texting Kaylee and Maddie, "Are you up?" And they're not responding. So an hour later, at 11:39, Dylan has a text exchange with her father, and what's his name?
Brent.
Brent,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Brent. These statements are not hearsay. So she didn't call her dad that night of, during the middle of the night when she was hearing things. It was daylight, several hours later now, 11:30. Still hasn't went to check on the roommates physically yet. Just reached out via text. So she texts her father. These statements are not hearsay as they will not be introduced for truth of the matter asserted, to instead show a timeline up for the morning of or at 11:50. All right, Dylan receives a text message from Jay stating, "Bro." This text message will be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. At 11:50, Dylan calls EA. Do you think that's Hunter's girlfriend? What's her name? Is that
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Emily Alant
And we
Yeah,
think Jay is, at least I think,
is
is
Hunter
Hunter
Johnson.
Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Hunter
just,
Johnson?
again, the context of the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Because
A couple seconds later after
Yeah,
Jay
3
says bro,
seconds.
then
Yeah.
yeah,
she's talking to
She calls
Emily.
Emily.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now she's calling Emily at 11:50, and this timeline is important right there. This phone record is not a statement pursuant to IRE 801. Dylan receives a text message from Jay at 11:51 and a vandal alert at 1:04. So her last message that they just cited came at 11:51, just a couple of minutes before 911 was called. And then the vandal alert goes out to Dylan's phone at least at 1:04. Hunker down, get in place, something bad's happening.
Yep.
These texts are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show a timeline of the morning. Dylan and Bethany testimony contained in State's Exhibit S2. The state anticipates that Dylan and Bethany will testify at trial. The state, which I knew they would, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
Are you gonna go over what, like, this, like, share your opinion of what you think is happening here with the 1023 and the little chunk after?
I'm not sure what to make of it yet, and
Okay.
Why? What are you thinking?
I just what we saw last night, just kind of summarize. So, on page 5, so Dylan's last text message that they're showing is to Kaylee at 4:32:57, right?
Mhm.
And it says, "Please answer." So then almost 6 hours go by, right? So there's no more
Yeah,
text messages that they're showing between Dylan and Bethany. We were thinking that, okay, by this time they're downstairs on the first floor in the same room together. So within this 6 hours, whether or not they went to sleep or whatever, who knows? But Dylan starts texting at 10:23:23, and she just texts Kaylee and Maddie, "Please
yeah,
answer. Are you up?" Right? So 6 hours have passed. Okay. And we know what they were going through before. Now, you don't get an answer at 10:23 in the morning, and like what, another hour or whatever,
yeah,
a little over an hour and 16 minutes go
yeah,
by, and then the next thing that they're showing is Dylan text her father. So they're still downstairs, right, on the
yeah,
first floor, and they're just still haven't gotten an answer. So another hour goes by, and
yeah.
then she texts the father. They don't want to introduce the text messages between her and her father. I'd be very interested to know what's in those text messages. Did he
Was
say,
she
did she
saying?
tell him what happened? And he
Mhm.
goes, get up and call 911 or what?
Go check on your friends.
Hmm. But see, right. I really hope Anne asked for those messages to be brought in, but
Oh yeah,
like
because
everything, like
you
give us a
can't
full
bring it.
picture.
It's like right, you can't bring
Hmm.
it up and then not bring it up, right?
Hmm.
And you
Exactly.
because it's a statement, not a here, and it introduced for truth of the matter asserted. So
Hmm.
is it going to be her telling him what she perceived as the truth of what had
Hmm.
transpired overnight?
Hmm.
Um, and what do I do, Dad? Well, Dylan, you
Hmm.
get your ass out there and you go physically check on your friends, make sure they're okay. If they're not answering you, didn't answer in the middle of the night, didn't answer at 4 a.m., they didn't answer at 4:30, they're not answering at 10:30. Girl, what are you doing?
Right. And then Firefly reminded me too, what's Bethany doing at the time? Is Bethany on her phone sending messages to at this time, of the
She's still
morning?
asleep, Is she just waking up, going, what are you
Is that
doing? You
because
know,
is that why Jay knows? Because it didn't
Hmm.
say before Jay texted Bro. How did Jay find out? And
Yeah.
right? That's
11:50 55, right? Dylan receives a text message from Jay stating bro, right?
yeah,
And, like we were talking about this last night, people say, young people like that say bro, like almost in the
yeah,
like with the same similarity as saying like whoa, or dude, or whatever, so Firefly reminded me of the quote unquote Snapchat messages that had supposedly gone out to like a group of people, a group of friends or whatever. So what if in that 10 something a.m. after this 10:23 time, Dylan and Bethany are sending some sort of chats or messages
Yeah.
out to other people explaining, hey, this is, what we heard last night, blah, 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 whatever, whatever. And now all of a sudden at 11:55, Dylan gets this text message from Jay going like, bro, because he's seen this group chat, Snapchat, whatever. You know, that is in response to something else. Okay.
Imagine making Snapchats before you're calling 911. I'm
Yeah. And we know that there's a Snapchat warrant,
Yep.
two
Yeah, and we
Snapchat
know
warrants.
we know that. And what the way I feel about the Snapchat is too, even as the friends were being called over or summons to the house, as the police
Hmm.
put it, and other friends are gathering outside, coming outside, and they're messaging their friends on Snapchat immediately. There's something going
Hmm.
down at King Road,
Mhm.
but nobody knew what it was yet at that point, right?
Right.
And the
And
story grows
and
taller on down the line.
but look at this. 11:50:55, she
Mm.
gets this message from him. 11:50:58, 3 seconds, she immediately calls Emily.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yes,
And basically 11:50:58, you might as well round that up to 11:51. The
right.
911 call was made at 11:58. So now
Yes,
in 7 minutes, okay, everything else happened. Them coming over, the discovery of, Xana, da da da, you know what I mean? In 7 minutes. So this is definitely, there's a huge thing missing before this,
Yep.
you know, in the 3 seconds or whatever that took. And then, they're right next door. So however
Mhm.
many seconds it takes to run over or walk over
right.
to that 11:58 911 call. So see, they already knew.
Yeah, there's obviously there's not that's not the full story here. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Mhm.
There's communication that started before the 11:50 mark.
Exactly.
That's obvious. Um, and so yeah, so she got the vandal alert, and then they're going to be testifying. So Dylan and Bethany will testify at trial. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13th. This testimony should substantially replicate the testimony they provided at the grand jury proceedings. The state submits the statements from Dylan and Bethany to each other are allowable hearsay because they are present sense impressions and or excited utterances. So, there's a YouTube channel with that name, I think. Previous
Yes.
adjudication.
Mhm.
Yeah, there is, right?
Cited utterances. Yes. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Judge John Judge has previously ruled that the text messages and statements to Dylan and Bethany, to Dylan, to Dylan, of Dylan to Bethany are present sense impressions and excited utterances, holding both the text messages and the testimony of Bethany as to what Dylan told her were admissible as exceptions to the hearsay rule. Um, And see, that's part of what they were trying to use as the indictment on the ground, trying to get them to dismiss the indictment on grand jury bias and inadmissible evidence. Now we're learning what they were meaning behind some of that. To a lot of people, that meant, oh my God, this and that. But it obviously, what do you think, he was inside the house and texted to bro? Is that what you think? CH, what are you doing here? Yeah. Okay. So they tried to get the indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct. Remember, all that was unfounded, and here we are. But they are using that as what they filed that back in December 2023. That was filed. So Dylan phone records contained an Exhibit S1 from November 13th, and Bethany's testimony contained are allowable at trial under Crawford. Under IRE 803, present sense impressions and excited utterances are admissible whether or not the declarant is available as a witness. So even if they weren't available, they could still bring in those statements. Any statement found outside the above exceptions to hearsay are non-testimonial for purposes of a Crawford analysis. Further, even if somehow deemed testimonial, the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment does not bar their admission. So, yeah, that was a nice little list of information there, or interesting the messages they finally were able to get these out unredacted. Like the judge said, there's a lot of things y'all are asking us to seal that don't need to be sealed. Based on above cited authority, the state respectfully requests the court's approval in limine of admission of the text messages from Dylan on November 13, 2022, and the testimony of Bethany regarding what DM told her on November 13, 2022. I gotta get my screen back up, guys.
Alrighty. So then, seeing those text messages before the 911 call will now give everybody context, like, and a clue
A little,
into, yeah,
What was already happening?
what was going on and everything. Also, for the 911 call, Salty, I actually opened up both, like, two copies of it and, like, tiled them side by side because of the fact that they're basically the Q through, what is it, Q4 or whatever, and A1, A2. I had to use it as a legend so that when I was looking and reading stuff, I'm like, okay, this is this person, this is that person. Da, da, da. I don't know if you've already got a list.
no, you gotta. Can you pull it up on a screen?
I can.
If you want to use that, we'll do that. No, I haven't
Yeah.
done that part. I haven't done that yet.
Let me open up.
My mind was trying to figure out open up a can of worms or open up a can of whoop ass. Like,
Both. We roll both ways. We're likely to do both at the same damn time.
We should have
Somebody-
woke her up last night and brought her in that video.
Yeah.
What?
She'd be like, "Wait, what?" Like the chat we were watching. I mean the stream.
Oh yeah, y'all should have, because I'd have been like, okay, hold up, here I come.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because
That
I
time
was
I'm laying
getting
in
ready
bed
to.
listening to some, like, listen, because I don't like I said, I don't normally listen to a lot of that stuff right now, because I had to detox from it for a while. So I'm usually laying there reviewing some other case that I've been following, or I'm listening to a Dateline or something, and my
I
phone.
mean, they were reading the documents. How much can you twist something? But evidently,
Oh,
very
girl.
much so. You can twist
Girl.
it.
You come on, Firefly, you got to
I
ask
know.
that
I know.
question. We've seen a lot of things get twisted in this case.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
Crazy things got twisted in this case, and it's insane.
Absolutely insane.
All right, Dolphin, I don't see a screen for you yet.
Oh, yeah, I haven't put it up yet. I was just
you're
opening
good.
both. Because, yeah, the legend and the actual transcript is so far down in this. I just was trying to
Yeah,
move
this is true.
it over and make this.
Now remember, guys, we have not heard the 911 call anywhere. Nothing about it's ever been leaked. It's been under seal from the very beginning. There's been a lot of speculation as to why it's sealed and why we can't hear it. We knew it would come out in court. It would have to be played at court. We knew it was a very crazy 911 call. We had gotten that much out of it. We had known that the call wasn't placed right away. It did happen 8 hours later. We knew that multiple people had interacted with the 911 call from the same phone. So the phone's going to be passed around to people. That's what Dolphin's bringing up now, is the legend, to try to make sense of who's talking, when, and how, and what they're saying.
Yeah. It's further down in here, so if you want to go through and read through the whole thing, and then I could just share my screen when you get to the part about reading the 911 call or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how much of I'm going to read of the argument part of it, because it goes to the same thing we just read, is to tell it. It just states why this 911 call needs to be in there under Idaho law code Same thing we read a few minutes ago, so I'm not reading all that again. The excited utterance and the present sense impression rules are going to apply to this call. All the things. Okay. And I'm not going to read the case law that they cited either.
Okay. Well, let's see then.
So I don't care. Most of the declarations made were present sense impressions. HJ, that is Hunter, and you got one up now, Dolphin. You want me to bring
I
that up?
do.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
Let me take this one down and bring Dolphins up. Okay, so what do we got going here?
Did you had started to read? Do you want me to skip straight on down to the actual transcript?
Well, I started where it said on page 4 in the case
4.
at bar.
hmm
I started right there.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to read this part, and I'll take a little break from reading for a moment?
Sure, I can.
Great, thank you.
So you guys can see the left, like the two different documents.
Yes.
Can you guys see on the left that it's on the legend for, yeah, showing the 911 call, the Q equals dispatch and all that? You can see that pretty clear?
Yep.
Okay,
We're
because I'm
there.
doing my whole window, so just, yep. Yeah, okay. In the case at bar, most of the declarations made were present sense impressions. H.J. Hunter Johnson located the unresponsive body of Xana Kernodle and informed Bethany and Dylan to call 911. Emily Alant was present at the time. All declarants personally perceived the event, i.e., Xana being unresponsive. The majority of the declarations were described to dispatcher Carolina Calvin, what they were perceiving, i.e., present sense impressions. Those statements relate to Xana being passed out and not waking up. The declarations were made immediately after Hunter Johnson discovered Xana's body. Some declarations made would also be considered excited utterances. Those statements include, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night, yeah," as well as the heaving, breathing, and crying that can be heard throughout the call. The declarants were responding to a startling occasion, which was the discovery of unresponsive roommate. The statement regarding a person being in the home is in direct response to why Xana might be passed out. All statements are made while the declarants are processing what is happening and were made before an opportunity to reflect and fabricate why Xana is unconscious. Hold on one second. I just.
Do you know what all that tells me?
hmm
That wasn't Ethan in front of that door, it was Xana.
Right. Which we've always thought. The whole
Exactly.
blocking the door and, Ethan blocking the door
And
and
Hunter
all
had to
that.
get it, yeah, because
hmm
if it had been Ethan there first and not Xana, we'd be talking about Ethan right now.
hmm Yeah. Clearly, the statements of Bethany, Dylan, Emily, and Hunter Johnson, and the dispatcher, Carolina Calvin, fall within the hearsay rule exceptions. Judge John Judge has already ruled that the 911 call is not hearsay, i.e., not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And even if deemed hearsay, the exceptions for present sense impression and excited utterance apply. Sorry, y'all, I put a cough drop in my mouth. On August 23rd, 2023, defendant moved to dismiss the grand jury indictment. One basis for that motion was that the 911 call was improperly admitted, hearsay, cumulative, irrelevant, and an improper attempt to bolster witness testimony. Excuse me. In response, Judge John Judge held as follows. Further, even if the 911 call is hearsay, the exceptions for present sense impression and excited utterance apply as the statements made by the callers, i.e., the surviving roommates, Hunter Johnson, and another friend who had arrived, were made immediately after Hunter Johnson discovered Xana's body and instructed the roommates to call 911. And then they cite some cases that back that up. And then they, mention what motion it was in. Du-du-du-du. Okay. Regarding the emotion in the callers' voices, Judge further held that the evidence was relevant as to why law enforcement was sent to 1122 King Road on November 13th, 2022, as opposed to just EMS when the call was for an unconscious individual. This testimony was deemed relevant to the effect it had on dispatcher Calvin and was not cumulative of Officer Nunez's testimony. The statements made on the 911 call are admissible regardless of whether or not witnesses testify. So basically, they're going on again to say under this IRE 803 rule, present sense impressions and excited utterances are admissible whether or not the declarant is available as a witness. Um, they cite this Crawford case again. Okay, going to jump down to the conclusion. Based on the above cited authority, the state respectfully prays for the court's approval in limine of the admission of the recordings and transcripts of the 911 call to Whitcomb on November 13th, 2022, immediately following the discovery of Xana Kernodle unresponsive at 1122 King Road.
So it was definitely Xana that they saw first, no matter where you want to look at it. Um, and that just proves it to me. That goes back to our conversation we had about a certain interview we were trying to find, and what somebody else had said about that same situation. Thought about that immediately when I was reading these documents. CH, are you talking about Steve who? Steve G? Steve who? Pranking each other was common joke. Are you talking about it in the Idaho case? Or did I miss part of a conversation? I don't know. Okay, so then
Oh, okay. So then you've got, they had attached the grand jury transcript, which is sealed
yeah.
as States Exhibit 1. I'm going to scroll down again. Da-da-da-da. They also had included an audio file on thumb drive, hand delivered separately, which is the sealed state's motion in limine regarding the 911 call. So it must be the actual 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now we get down to, actually, hold on, let me make this bigger so I can see I stopped looking at chat on my second screen. There we go. Okay, and now we get down to the transcript of the 911 call. And right here, this is basically the legend for what you're going to see below. Q is the dispatcher. Q1 is a man. Q2 is woman number 1. Q3 is man number 1. Q4 is man number 2. Q5 is man number 3. A is a woman, A1 equals woman 1, and A2 equals man. What a lot of people last night failed to do is separate these and put this legend up on the side. All of these individuals that have a Q in front of them are first responders. You've got the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher, you'll see, was talking to, police, ambulance, she's talking to various people and getting responses back from those people that are related to their status about they're on their way to the scene or what they're actually, saying while they're there. So anybody that has a Q in front of it is a first responder. Anybody who has an A in front of it is one of the surviving roommates. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say this. A is Bethany. A1 is going to be Emily. And A2 is going to be Hunter Johnson. And I'll explain that as we go through. Okay. So
Great.
that's why I left the legend up here on the left. So now you can see. Okay.
Yeah.
So Q, the dispatcher says 911 location of your emergency. A, hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what we have, and this person trails off. Okay, Q, the dispatcher. What is the address of the emergency? A, the person says 1122, and then they say, no, don't, and they trail off. Like we're thinking she must have been talking to somebody else that's right there at the scene. They're outside of the house making this call. Okay. Q, the dispatcher. What is the rest of the address? A says, oh, Kings Road. Q, the dispatcher. Okay, and is that a house or an apartment? A, it's a house. Q, the dispatcher. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? A1 is somebody else in this group, another female. I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. This is why I think that this is Emily, because she's saying, you know, we live right next door to them, is what she's saying.
Yeah,
We live at the right, so
that
we're
would
next to them. That's
I
why,
yeah,
how
I
we know
agree.
A1 is Emily, and it's a woman. So, okay. So Q, which is the dispatcher. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. A1, who's Emily. The address 1122 King Road. Okay. Q, the dispatcher. And what's the phone number that you're calling from? Remember, they said this 911 call came in on one of the surviving roommates' phones. A1, Emily, what's your phone number? So this is how another reason that we know that this is Emily, because she doesn't know the phone number by heart of the phone she's actually speaking on.
Right.
So Emily, A1, turns to Bethany and says, what's your phone number? A starts giving the number. A is Bethany, A1 is Emily. Okay. So all of this redaction is her phone number. And then A1, Emily, is like repeats that and then says, what's the rest? Bethany comes back with more numbers. Emily gives the dispatcher the rest of the number. Okay. Q, dispatch. Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. A1, Emily. One of our, and then she had to correct herself because it's not their roommate or whatever, or maybe she started to say one of our friends. So then she goes, one of the roommates, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. So, and Firefly and I, when we were looking at this, so it's Hunter that actually saw what was going on in that room. So at this point, to me, this A1 from Emily, she doesn't quite know exactly what's going on. So she's talking about being passed out. She was drunk last night. She's not waking up. Okay. A, Bethany says, no, we saw, and she's trailing off. Dispatcher says, okay. A1, Emily. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. This line right here to us was like, oh, wait, she just remembered something that she's already been told. Or up here, Bethany was trailing off with the no, we saw da 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 da, you know, and reminded her again that they saw a man in the house last night. So this line right here, oops, is Emily saying, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. A is Bethany. She says, hi. I think she must have gotten the phone back. Q, the dispatcher says, and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. So this is why she said hi, because she just took the phone back. Okay. And the dispatcher is like, stop passing the phone around. A, Bethany. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Q, dispatcher. What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? Because she's trying to find out what's going on now. Okay. A is Bethany. I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. and she trails off. Q, dispatcher. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? So at this point, the dispatcher's not really trying to hear from her what happened at 4 a.m. Okay.
Right.
hmm And what do you call it? We did see some crazy mess last night where people were saying, "Oh, she's insisting on trying to get the 4 a.m., story out there or
Oh my
whatever."
God.
And it's like, no, she's telling you what was going on.
Right.
Yeah, trying to tell them what was going on last night.
Yeah.
Mm, okay. So, anyway, here, Q, that's the dispatcher. Okay, yep, I need to know somebody passed out. Never mind. So, A, which is Bethany. Yeah, I'll come. Come on. We got to go check. But we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out? What's wrong? So Bethany is basically thinking, yeah, they need to find out if she's passed out. And I think she's talking to somebody else that's standing right there and
Yeah.
saying, come on, we got to go check, right?
Yeah.
Q, dispatcher, says, dispatching Moscow law ambulance for, and I'm going to skip down to this because she had a complete sentence. She was interrupted. The dispatcher says, dispatching Moscow law ambulance for unconscious 1122 King Road, right? Bethany interrupted her and said, she's not waking up. Okay. Q1 is a man who he's a first responder. So he chimes in. 70 is en route. Okay. The dispatcher says, okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. She's telling, who's on the phone that, right? A is Bethany. Okay, maybe. And then she trails off, right? This is something too that, was bugging me last night about people's coverage. Q, dispatcher, unintelligible. So there are lots of things in here that they've marked unintelligible, which means things were said. Whoever is transcribing this call didn't understand it, but
Right.
the people on the phone heard it, and they're going along with this, continuing on with their conversation. So Q, the dispatcher, says something that the transcriber can't make out, and then she says 1122 King Road. All ambulance respond for unconsciousness. 1122 King Road. She's talking to, she's getting people to go, EMS to go, police to go. She's talking about an ambulance right now. Q2 is woman number one. So this is another first responder. She says, I copy. Okay. So it's probably somebody from the ambulance because she just said all ambulance respond. Okay. Q, which is the dispatcher, says something else that's unintelligible and then says 5-8. Multiple RPs, reporting parties, on the phone advised saying the roommate on the scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night and something unintelligible about a male being in the room with them. So the dispatcher does start to relay a little bit of what Bethany had tried to tell her to the people who are on the way to the scene. Q1 says something unintelligible. Again, a first responder. Unintelligible. And then says being around. Q, which is the dispatcher, says, that one I copy. About 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. She's trying to get further information from the students. Okay. And I know some people last night were fixated on how did she know it was a 20-year-old female, blah, 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 because they didn't mention it. We don't see it mentioned here before this, but I think it's in the unintelligible things that the transcriber, wasn't able to actually transcribe.
Yeah.
Good point.
Hmm.
So before we heard about an unknown male being in the house with them, but here we
Hmm.
see being in the room with them. So I think to me that's a huge difference. Did somebody know factually that he was in the room, or did they just report that to 911 because they assumed he was in the room?
Well, here's where we think it's going. So when they're saying a male being in the room with them, it's like they're saying something about a male being in the room with them. They're talking about Ethan at that point. Okay.
Oh,
And you'll
okay,
see.
gotcha.
So Q1, another first responder, says copy. Okay. A2 is a man. A2 is Hunter Johnson. And he goes, yeah, it's the transcriptionist put Evan. This is clearly Ethan. right? So right here they're talking about, okay, and there's something else about a male being in the room with them, basically with Xana. Okay.
Okay, okay, that makes
A2,
more
you come
sense.
down.
Yeah.
This is Hunter Johnson saying, yeah, yeah, it's Ethan, not Evan. So there's no person named Evan in this scenario. Okay.
Exactly right.
The transcriptionist got it wrong. Um, A, who is Bethany, she says, okay, because the dispatch has been telling her, I'm trying to get further people right here. I'm trying to get further. And she finally says, okay, because there's other people talking in between this. Q, dispatcher, okay. And how old is she? A is Bethany. She's 20. Q, the dispatcher said, 20 you said? A, Bethany, yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to M? So that's Emily, I guess, is who she was trying to, or maybe they think it's, do you want to talk to them? I don't know who she was trying to pass the phone off to. Q, dispatcher, says okay. A2, which is Hunter Johnson, gets back on the phone. Hello? Hello? Q, dispatch. Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. So the dispatcher is getting frustrated that they keep passing this phone around and she's still trying to collect information. Okay? A2, which is Hunter Johnson. Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. Q, dispatch. Is she breathing? A2, Hunter Johnson. Hello? Q, dispatch. Is she breathing? A2, Hunter Johnson, says no. Q, dispatch, says okay. Q1, another first responder, says something unintelligible and then en route. So this is whoever this is, they're on the way. Let me see, I'm moving this up a little bit. Then A2, who is Hunter Johnson, says, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. Excuse me. So that lets you know that Dylan is right there too while they're having this conversation with the 911 dispatcher. And Hunter is trying to pass the phone back to one of them because they know more, than he does.
Yeah.
A is Bethany. Okay, hello? Q, dispatcher. Okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. A, Bethany, says okay. Q, dispatch. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RPs advising. A, who is Bethany, says something and the transcriptionist can't make it out. Okay. Q, dispatch. The patient is not conscious, not breathing. So maybe Bethany must have repeated that or whatever. Um, A, Bethany, she says something else. And they said there's heavy breathing, there's crying, whatever. So this is why you can't tell what she said. Then we
And
go to,
according to Steve
go ahead.
Gonzalez,
hmm
one of the roommates passed, physically passed out, and the other one was hyperventilating. So
hmm
all that was taking place during this time as well. And
hmm
guys, I'm watching comments. We'll have a conversation in a few minutes when we get done with
Yeah.
this.
Dylan must have been the one that was hyperventilating because Bethany is on this call,
Yeah, she's
you
there.
know.
Yeah.
Okay. Q, dispatch. Okay, if there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. A, Bethany. We don't have one. Q1, who's a first responder, says unconscious, not breathing. A is Bethany. Do you have a defibrillator? Q1 is Q1 or Q3, somebody is on the scene now. A, Bethany, do you have a defibrillator? Q3, a different male first responder says, yep. A, yes, this is Bethany. Yes, we have one. So she's talking back to the 911 dispatcher when she says that because the 911 dispatcher has asked her this right before. So she finally says, yes, we have one. Q, the dispatcher, says, "But are you talking to the officer?" A, Bethany, she says yes. Okay. Q, dispatch. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. So this is clearly referencing people have gotten there. Somebody said, "Yeah, we have a defibrillator." Bethany goes, "Yeah, we have one now," basically. And then so dispatch is like, "Okay, somebody's there. Okay, I'm going to let you guys go." A, Bethany, she says, "Okay, thank you. Bye," to the 911 dispatcher. 911 dispatcher, Q, says, "Okay." Then we have Q4, which is a man number 2, another male first responder, says, "Moscow 46 out." I'm thinking that that's a police, like a policeman. Moscow 46, like maybe that's their car 46. That's his
Well, but
radio handle. Hmm.
down below it says Moscow Engine 20. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it may be fire department slash
Yeah, well, they're
paramedic.
on the scene
Maybe.
too, but just
Yes,
as right, and the defibrillator, because
Yeah.
Firefly and I were also talking. Do police have defibrillators in their
they
vehicles?
do. Yes, they
So
do.
right, so
Yes.
police and fire's not there yet. If it's saying Moscow Engine 20 is en route,
Oh, there
so
you go. Good point.
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, this is an officer because the dispatcher said, "But are you talking to the officer?" And she said, "Yes." So this is police, is what we
Gotcha.
think. Moscow 46 out. Dispatch says, "Copy." Q4, another man number 2, who's a first responder, says, "13, I think we have a homicide." So I don't know if 13 is MPD's home base, like the police dispatch there to basically say, "I think we have a homicide. You need to send some more people out," or whatever. And then Q5 is yet another male first responder who, cues in and says, "Moscow Engine 20 is en route." And engine refers to fire trucks normally, you know,
Yes.
right?
So here's a broad scope question from Joe
Mm-hmm.
Schmo.
Mm-hmm.
These records I specifically requested from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and was denied.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to me that these are actually being provided to us in this case. So,
But this
like,
is in the motions, though. You can't FOIA this.
oh, okay.
This is brought out in the a defense, or
But it's
excuse me,
but
a
it's
motion.
still being released to the public.
Right,
Whereas
that's
I we
normal in
can't we can't get these in Carroll County in Delphi.
exactly, but that's the whole thing is you can normally get. We have all these in the Stearns
Mm-hmm.
case. You do normally get this type of stuff in cases.
Mm-hmm.
Delphi is the freaking exception to the rule. That what I don't know what the hell they're doing in Delphi, Indiana. But I would never go to Indiana. I could never live there. You won't catch me dead there. You're not getting me and throwing me in some jail I can't never get out of or prison.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will care, and nobody's gonna do anything about it anyway. But yeah, that's why you're not getting shit from Delphi because of the judge
Mm-hmm.
breaking
So
all the rules.
yeah, so basically now towards the end, you see this person says, "13, I think we have a homicide." Another first responder, "Moscow Engine 20 is en route." That's probably fire. Then Q4 says, the person who just said, "13, I think we have a homicide." That same person says 13 and then 70. I'm thinking that these are different police cars, different unit
Yeah,
numbers, okay? Or different officer numbers, right? Then Q1, who was one of the original first responding males, says 70 something else that's unintelligible, and then says 107, "I related." So then they all start talking, amongst themselves, and then it says, "This transcript has been reviewed with the audio recording submitted, and it is an accurate transcription." And they signed off. And this is like the end of it. But I feel like there's something more to
oh
this, you know? Mm-hmm.
yeah. There's more in there. I definitely feel the same way. So I see everybody's talking about the blood and the lack of the conversation being held on this 911 call about visible blood.
Mm-hmm.
And is Xana passed out? Remember, I don't even know if Bethany and Dylan actually went upstairs before calling Hunter over. Because if they started telling themselves, what if something did happen? And now her dad has done told her, girl, you need to check on your friends. Did she call Hunter to come do it? Is he the one that discovered all the blood? It's
Yeah,
still,
there's not one word about
yeah,
upstairs,
I
the
don't
third
know.
floor.
At that point, and then this 911 call was happening very quickly.
Mhm.
So while the girls, like Dolphin explained, they were outside of the home on the phone with the 911 caller.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter's in the house trying to figure out where, or Dylan and Bethany, you need to talk to her. He can't even talk at that point after what he just saw. Could have been a part of that as well. So it doesn't mean there wasn't any blood. I'm just, in my mind, I know those girls came out of that house pretty quickly. And truth is right. We have heard, we cannot back it up with a fact anywhere, in no way possible. But according to what families have said, Xana did have some pretty bad wounds. And we did hear that her fingers were almost severed. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
care if they couldn't see the cut, they're going to see blood.
I agree, though. It does sound to me like Hunter is the only one that went and saw the first body. I think he tried to protect the others
Mm-hmm.
from it.
Yes. Because he yelled for everyone. We do know that he allegedly yelled for everyone to get out of the house
Mm-hmm.
and we need to call 911. And that's when everybody exited the house. I don't even know if the girls ever made it up to the second floor or third floors at that point.
They didn't even mention the third floor
Not
in
No,
a
this.
word.
not yet, not yet, not at this point. They're still
Mm-hmm.
trying to figure
Because
out.
they wouldn't, because they would not let them discuss what happened. Because maybe if they would have given her 30 seconds to say what happened at 4 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
it might have come up. Like nobody's answering their phone. Nobody,
Mm-hmm.
not upstairs, not downstairs.
And I mean, think about this too. They're on the first floor, right? When they called Hunter Johnson and Emily over, they come to the front door, right?
Yeah,
They meet them at the front door. So the first thing that they go up to is a second
Second
floor.
floor,
You
right?
know, if he has to open that door and then he sees Xana, because we tried to pull up some photos of Xana's bedroom, because it's like her door swings in to the left. There's that part of the bathroom, the wall that kind of juts out, you know, and then her bed is kind of like back behind that wall, like most of her bed is. And basically, when you open the door, you would see like the foot of her bed, and then over to the right, that dressing table or desk or whatever it was. But you'd basically see the floor space at the foot of her bed, when you first open the door. And then I thought, well, so they didn't mention blood. What if she was face down or something and everything was underneath her? And, what if he only saw like her feet, her legs, or something like that, part of her, and then was like, wait a minute, get out, right?
And even if
Um,
he did, yeah, even if he did see blood, he knew
mhm.
to get out. Like this is something
He's yeah, he saw enough
can't.
to know to get
We
out and
should be
call
out of here.
911.
Hmm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Um, um, don't know if we don't know Tinsel if Xana's door was open or not. If she was just laying in her doorway once he got up there, because I feel like, if going by the timeline, if she got it at 4 a.m. DoorDash, and at 4:12 she was on TikTok, between 4 a.m. and 4:12 she went toward that kitchen at some point. Did she run into this guy as he was coming down those stairs from the third floor, and she ran back toward her room, or hustled back toward her room to where Ethan was at, and this person caught up to her and attacked her, and that's where she fell, was right in front of that door, in the threshold there. And then by that time, Ethan is startled, alerted. And to answer your question, Tinsel, if we are to believe that is blood on the outside of that home, which it does look like it is, and from where the positioning of that wall and that blood, and positioning of Xana's bed, if Ethan was on that bed, or if Ethan got up even and fought back, whatever happened, and was thrown back on it, because it was a very small area there, he would have went back on that mattress. All that could have just been come from Ethan, right? Coming down that wall would explain the blood on the wall from Xana's room, if Xana was in the doorway.
Yeah, that mattress. Remember when they carried it out?
Yep.
it was soaked on the one side of it,
Yeah.
and that also would match up with where that blood was dripping, in the foundation. So I have always suspected that that was from Ethan.
Yeah, we've heard, Donnie, that he did check her, but my point about the 911 call and the lack of the mention of blood, it wasn't because these kids didn't see any blood. I don't know that the girls had actually seen blood at the point in time they were having this conversation with 911.
Also, keep in mind all the different sections in there that are unintelligible. So we don't actually know that they never said there's a lot of blood. They could have been babbling, screaming, crying, whatever. Dylan might have been in the background and said
Yeah,
something about blood, there are lots of parts in here that are
yeah,
unintelligible.
yes. And yeah, Donnie, the furnace room was downstairs, and the first floor was the basement, formerly known as the basement. Um, what are y'all talking about the interior plumbing and all that for in the furnace? What's all that? What are we doing here? Oh, because the blood coming down the wall. Yeah, rusty water and all that stuff. I've heard all of it. Like I said, we
Or
don't
heating
know.
oil, I've heard too.
We don't know that it's blood. It appears to be blood on the wall on the outside of the home that drained down from Santa's bedroom. I couldn't tell you what it is. I didn't sleep at the Holiday Inn last night. I took a break. All right, let me pull this summary back up and see what else we needed to get to in it. So we went over the text messages testimony, the authentication of the records, and the 911 call. And the last document that came in was this one here. Let me get it. So, defendant's motion to preclude the death penalty and to adopt other necessary procedures due to the state's numerous disclosure violations. And so comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorney of record and respectfully requests that this court remedy the state's failure to comply with its obligations under the state and federal constitutions, state law, the rules of the Supreme Court of Idaho, and the scheduling order of this court. The state has failed to provide expert disclosures that are specific enough to understand what testimony and discovery it intends to rely on, depriving Mr. Koberger of the ability to conduct independent review and investigation of the evidence it will rely on. So you wanted to get a peek at the work product there, do you, Ann? Additionally, as counsel has previously stated, the discovery in this case has been provided in a manner that is though the state took tens of thousands of documents. And I've heard this in so many cases lately, not just Idaho. The state took tens of thousands of documents, photos, and video clips and shook them up in a snow globe. While defense counsel has made Herculean efforts to review the discovery provided, there is no possible way that all of this discovery, which is the equivalent to 68,000 copies of the Encyclopedia Britannica, can be reviewed prior to the trial date. Now, all that, you got all these discovery motions happening, telling everybody it's all done in secret. Y'all got nothing from the state, won't turn over nothing, but here you got so much of it you can't even review it all. I told y'all states have got to get better about turning over discovery in an organized manner because I'm sick of hearing them bitch about it. I've heard it 3 cases in a row now. Can be reviewed prior to the trial date. Indeed, a defense expert, aren't you a defense counselor? A defense expert informed counsel it would require 3 additional years to review all of the discovery from the 67 electronic devices and digital data alone. Koberger's got some time on his hands, and he'd be loving his some digital data. Let him have a go at it. By providing discovery in this manner, the state is failing to comply with their obligations under Brady versus Maryland, Giglio versus United States. I'm not going to tell you the other one's names. There's one they do bring up that I have brought up before, and it's interesting because I knew it. These cases require the prosecution to provide exculpatory and impeaching information to the defense, including any information that would tend to mitigate the punishment, even if it's not constitutionally material, in a manner and time frame that it could be reasonably relied upon in preparing for trial, As discussed in this motion, in cases with enormous amounts of electronic data, the prosecution does not meet the standard by providing discovery in a manner that effectively buries exculpatory impeachment is indispensable to the effectuation of the right to a fair trial, due process, effective assistance of counsel, and the right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment pursuant to the 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution and Section 6 and 13 of Article 1 of the Constitution of the state of Idaho. All right. Mr. Koberger requests that the court exclude evidence and testimony that the state has not yet provided in adequate expert disclosures. An accompanying motion in limine has been filed regarding the specifics of this evidence. The details are not repeated herein, but incorporated by reference. Exclusion of what evidence, however, is insufficient to cure the whole of the prejudice to Mr. Koberger. Like other trial courts around the country, this court must also order the prosecution to provide a detailed index of documents it intends to rely on. And I agree with that. Just get it done already. On as well as index of Brady information. Preclude the death penalty at the upcoming trial in order to meet the constitutional process at fair trial. And a fair trial. Mr. Koberger acknowledges this motion requests preclusion of the death penalty as one of the remedies after this court's ordered deadline. However, good cause exists for this filing. The state has produced an enormous amount of disorganized data, continues to provide discovery past their deadline, refuses to provide requested supplemental discovery, and has failed to abide by expert disclosure rule and order. And like I said, this is a 30-pager. What page did I say that was on last night when I was reading it? So she goes on to cite all kinds of case laws, mitigations. She goes through the reasons that all these are in different sections here. Of what types of failures that she believes they have met. I don't know if she's going to be able to match dates up, as to when was their deadline to turn this over versus when they turned it over, that kind of thing. She's going to have to pinpoint all of that to prove a violation occurred. But she goes through all the things because it is a death penalty case and it is super important to get it all right. And I've said this in the beginning about this case, but here, let's finish reading this. Relevant factual background. Mr. Koberger has consistently demanded that the prosecution comply with its obligations under the state and federal constitutions to provide exculpatory and impeaching information to the defense, as well as information that would tend to mitigate the punishment. The defense has filed more than 20 supplemental requests for discovery, specifying evidence the state has failed to turn over. So some of that include that FBI stuff that they don't claim they don't have. I don't know. The state has turned over more than 68 terabytes of data. So that statement alone tells you they have, been turning over stuff. They're just not coming to them in a nice little neat package the way they want it to. And I get that. I honestly do get that.
So at what point in our legal society do we check what a quote unquote speedy trial is? Because all defendants have the right to a speedy trial. So their attorneys have to figure out, is it better for us to have a speedy trial or is it better for us not to? But when you have 28 terabytes of data, there's no way that's getting reviewed in a speedy fashion. And I think we saw in the Delphi case, Andy and Brad both said maybe that they had so much data they couldn't get to some of the important stuff in a timely fashion.
Yeah, not
Like,
until the very end of the trial. Come again?
exactly. Yeah.
But you had a couple of years. We're 2.5 years in now. So are we still not had time to go through this 64 terabytes? I would rather it come to the defense a little more organized. Here's what I'm going to use. Here's what you might consider exculpatory. And here was what, I don't know what else to tell them. Y'all need to get it together, have a meeting of the minds, go discuss it within your state board of whatever legal eagles there. Y'all figure it out. Don't go fighting in court making 30-page damn documents on bitching because you got 68 terabytes of data, but yet you're going to come out here and tell the public continuously that you're not getting anything from the state. That's my problem here. So you're not being truthful when you continue to say they haven't given us anything. They haven't turned over everything. Apparently they've turned over quite a bit. You just don't like that it's not in a nice, neat little package and explained to you. Here it is, go find it now. If you can find something exculpatory, have at it. But at some point, because of these large, massive amounts of data dumps, and because it may affect a speedy trial, that's on them to figure out how to fix it. That's my take on it. I just can't with it anymore. The Chapins said that they did get a set of golf clubs back. Here's the thing. I think that set of golf clubs was in Maisie's car, or it was in the Jeep, because the Chapins were a huge golfing family. We know there was golf clubs in the house, but Hunter and Ethan shared the Jeep. The Jeep was on the property. Maisie drove down in her black SUV and drove up into the parking lot. Police tape went around her vehicle as well, so therefore it was taken into confiscation as well. So what Stacy said was they have 2 vehicles and 1 really good set of golf clubs. So I always wondered, was a set of golf clubs, because I tried, believe me, did Ethan pick up a golf club and fight back? But were those golf clubs also located in one of her children's vehicles, right? I always wondered that. And then if you learn more about the Chapins and you see how big golfing was to them, he even got Xana into golfing. Yeah, those were Xana's in the house. Xana played golf, yes, with Ethan. Like I said, the whole family, the Chapins were a very athletic family, and they always golfed together. So we now know that they did turn over at least 68 terabytes, which, 68,000 copies of the encyclopedia. So this is basically a whole document about them, what they want. They want the state, held to it if they do break a violation. And I get that. You don't, if you got it, turn it over, right? If you don't, what are you doing here? So if you're the prosecution and you're going to make a big enough mistake that you don't turn over something that's possibly going to get the DP off the table, that's on you. That's completely on you. And let me go down here, because where'd it go? It was like, it was way down here. It was toward the end. So they're always citing cases, and for the first time, Lori Vallow Daybell got her case cited. And it's in this document about how in Idaho, because the prosecution failed to turn over discovery and didn't meet their deadline, the death penalty was taken off the table in Lori Vallow's case. And Ann brings that case up. I thought it was on this page. She cites several cases in here. The state's failure to disclose. I'm like, yeah, but if they're smart, they won't do that because of what happened with the Lori Vallow case. You don't want to bring that charge upon a person and then get sanctioned because of your failure to comply or do something correctly, and then have, what you're going after removed. That's not a good look for them. I don't remember what. Here we go. Oh, that's part of it. The court agreed. Oh, wait a minute. Start up here. Okay. Another Idaho trial court recently concluded that precluding the death penalty was the only way to cure the prejudice of disclosure of violations by the state in Idaho versus Lori Vallow Daybell. The state had bait stamped and previously provided more than 80,000 documents in discovery. However, the prosecution failed to turn over approximately 5,000 pages of discovery and 30 hours of audio files until a month before trial. The court ruled from the bench and signed an order. This is notably many, many multitudes less than the 68 terabytes of discovery turned over in this case. Though the prosecution filed the discovery only one day after the deadline set by the court. One day after their deadline. What y'all wait one damn day for? Good Lord. The defense argued that there was insufficient time for counsel to review the significant discovery in a meaningful manner and complete any necessary follow-up prior to the trial date 1 month later. The court agreed and found that dismissal of the death penalty was appropriate in order to mitigate the prejudice. So, the audio file. Judge grants Lori Vallow's motion to dismiss the death penalty. YouTube, March 21st, 2023, beginning at 21:16. What? The court specifically found that the state had acted in good faith and attempted to disclose all discovery, and that the remedy was not in any way intended to be a sanction for bad faith or misconduct by prosecutors. However, the court specifically noted that death is different. That heightened the standards of reliability, and unique safeguards must apply in death penalty case. Therefore, striking the death penalty was the only appropriate remedy. This court has commented in other proceedings related to Mr. Koberger's trial, setting and motions about discovery and expert opinions, that Lori Vallow's case is distinguishable because she had not waived her speedy trial rights. However, in this case, it is the court that is repeatedly telling all counsel and Mr. Koberger that the trial date is set in stone and everyone must be ready to proceed by July 30th of 2025. She's not trying to get this thing postponed anymore, is she? In another case, the federal district court precluded the government from seeking the death penalty for two defendants after the prosecution failed to turn over some of the statements made by a witness for approximately 1 year after the defendants had been arrested. Now, I don't agree with that. A year? That's insane to me. The judge found that the defendant had been prejudiced because the prosecutor's repeated delays and failures to provide timely and full disclosure hindered the defense's ability to investigate the crime. Due to the fact that discovery was not disclosed in a timely manner, the prosecutor's conduct easily passed the threshold. You know what? If they hit me with a motion to, turn over something, when I file my response, I'm gonna be like, this is exactly what you just asked for. I'm gonna be, here's the name of it. You know what I mean? It's like there's no confusion here. I've seen that in the Delphi case, and it's like, what are y'all even doing? Did y'all go to law school? Anybody over here at all? At some point, I got to ask that question. I can't. So anyway.
I didn't go to law school, but I slept in a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Yeah, I slept in my bed last night. So some nights I choose the Holiday Inn, but most nights I'm just right here. I've a Holiday Inn in my head, but I want like a butler and a maid and a chef and all that. Like, I want a suite with full service, full on service. Trial prep work for day one. Defense comes in blind. Yeah, but this is 2.5 years in. We're 2.5 years in. I think you've had quite a bit of time. Shit, she said months ago. I got everything on the car. I had everything on the cast, except I didn't get those emails and I didn't get the side notes. I wanted those too. And then we are here. I've got a video. I haven't put it out there yet. Okay, so we have new information coming out about these AT&T timing reports, and that in May of 2023, prior to that, this information wasn't available, but then it became available. Well, it was apparently available, according to Cyray, to FBI, and he says so on the witness stand. And I got the documentation from the latest filings, put it with the video, and I'll put that out later. But there's just a lot of things you can go back and catch them on and say, wait, but you did have it. You know what I mean? You even said so in a hearing. Now, I don't know. Is there more that they're still trying to get from the defense or prosecution they haven't gotten yet? I hope not. I mean, you can, if you get sanctioned and you lose your DP, that's on you. I don't know what else to tell them. But I don't know what to tell Ann about going through all that stuff either. I just don't know what to tell her. So that was it on the documents, wasn't it? On the new ones? Because I'm not reading that whole 30-page reason on why we don't need all that.
I think we just skimmed through it anyways, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, it's just calling for sanctions on the prosecution if they fail to provide their discovery in time.
And some whining about the volume and that they weren't provided with any kind of like an index of what all the state was turning over, and it wasn't all nice and neat, telling them where to go look for stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It didn't get handed down in a nice little package, and that they're not the only defense attorneys to complain about that lately. They're not. I was watching, like I'm telling you, I think Ann was watching some of that Delphi coverage. She's like, oh, let me write that down. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. That's a good point. It's a good point, Mr. Baldwin. Let me write that down. I could just see it. Because, I mean, I'm just saying, she started saying and doing things in these filings. I'm like, girl, are you watching the Delphi case a little bit? Just a little bit. You got to keep your eye on other high-profile cases. What's happening over there?
Right. Did she see the end of the Delphi case?
I'm sure she did.
Yeah.
Maybe not. She's busy. Ann seemed pretty tired lately. So she might have got...
There's probably lessons to be learned there.
Well, yeah, she's not making some... I'm not going to say she's not going to make mistakes. Everybody does. The prosecution may or may not. Delphi's a whole other beast, dude. Like I said, it's not even... I don't even know where they all went. They all went to school, so I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. But, yeah, so that was all of the... That was it on the latest documents that came down. So, let me... Which one? Let me get this one pulled up, and I'll show you guys something. Sorry, excuse me. See, that's a lot of information in those new documents, though, with the 911 call and the text messages, and it's just, people are going to do them and run wild with stuff, and there's not a lot we can do about it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, you can come out and talk the facts and the truth, and hopefully people will listen and respond, but you still... That's not my purpose. I'm not saying... It's just not. They're not even interested in hearing the slightest, even a good debate about evidence or something like that. Like, I love a good debate about stuff, but you can't even debate with some of the stuff out there. They don't want to hear it. Like, nope, you're just wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. So which one was it? Because I haven't. Let me check my notes real quick, guys, on something. I think it was this one. Okay, I got it. Let me see. It would have been down here. Oh. I don't have enough room up here on my desk sometimes. I've got too much crap in my way. All right, let me find what I need to look for real quick, and then I'll pull it up and read something to you. Did you finish watching that Karen Reed hearing yesterday, Firefly?
Did I? No. I think I saw a little bit of it. It wasn't all that interesting, really.
No,
Oh.
I tried to watch a little bit of it, and I was like, I'd rather just catch a news report on this later.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
weren't they gonna? There was another one being, or they were back supposed to be back in court today, I believe. So, um, yeah, because today was originally Friday. They were originally supposed to come back today. But they also went ahead and did a session yesterday as well. So I think they are back in there today, and I will review that stuff later. Because I'm trying to get ready for the trial stuff. You know what I mean? There's a lot of bickering going on in these damn hearings from what I've watched so far, and it's like y'all sort all that stuff out, and then I'll pay attention again. I don't know. It's hard to. It's not hard to follow that one. It's just it's not as interesting to me as I need it to be. I mean, there's a lot of you know.
You
The
never saw the first one?
I didn't watch the first trial. I had no interest. I lost complete interest in it. I
Yeah,
saw
if
so
you watched it, you would have been because it was there every day was something really good. It was
well.
it,
Okay. Let me. I didn't watch the actual trial, but I watched
Mhm.
coverage and I watched the social media stuff that was being put out. So I do know about all the craziness, but that was part of the turnoff. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't even want to watch a lot of that pre stuff because I wanted to wait till trial. But so much kept coming out there on social media that it's like I
Oh
don't
yeah,
even know what to, believe anymore with this case. So I just I bailed out. Like I got so uninterested it wasn't even funny. I'm
Yeah.
trying to become interested in it, but I'm having a hard time. I'll be honest. I'm having a hard time getting there because I don't know. I side eye both sides. You know what I'm saying?
well, I know what you're saying because that's how I felt with Delphi too, with all the drama and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay, I could. Yeah, sometimes you just want to step back and like
Well, if I was,
you don't want to get sucked in.
well, I'm not. I didn't get into the drama of the Delphi. I got into court documents of Delphi, just like I did it with Karen Reed. I'll read those court documents before I will listen to somebody on social media tell me something that's going on. Um, and that's where I will stand on that with Delphi. Anything I covered on the Delphi case, I took strictly out of the documents that were coming down in that case and made up my own mind about the horrible things I saw going down in that case. When people want to scream about, Brian Koberger's rights, it makes my fucking head want to blow off after what I saw happening in Delphi. Because y'all know I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I'm not going to jump to that conclusion with any of
Oh
it.
yeah.
But I don't do the drama, and I never one thing that I based my thoughts on from Delphi came out of some drama. I'm just saying it came directly out of court filings. Um,
I'll
To
have to let
me,
you know, Firefly, when I start to watch
oh
Karen
yeah.
Reed because I am going to watch it
Well, to me,
before this
it's
next
like
trial.
it's all down to the experts. It's like which experts do you believe? Do you think he was
oh yeah.
bit by a dog? Do you think he was hit by a car? I don't know. You just have to look at it and judge for yourself, what you think.
Well, first they got to sort out who paid who and who did what on the sidelines. I'm not. I can't with that stuff. That's the stuff that
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the stuff that bothers me. Um, when y'all start talking about this person was paid this and that person was paid that, and y'all weren't even supposed to talk to them or paying, like y'all don't know the rules of the game. Nobody
Yeah.
explained them. 15 attorneys and none of y'all are on the same page. That kind of stuff blows me away. So I don't know who to believe in that case yet, prosecution or defense. I can't make up my mind yet. I will watch the second trial though, but I'm just not real interested in a lot of that pretrial drama they're in there fighting over. It's like kids in the playground in the high school. Well, you said this. Well, you said that. You did this. You did that. Like, I got enough drama between these damn attorneys over here in Idaho. All right, let me. So we were talking about one of the filings that came down was it was the I think it was the motion to or to get rid of the death penalty on this, not this last doc drop but the one before. It was another 25, 26, 27 page motion on the very page 26 and 25 or 25 and 26 of that motion. um, it brought up how the public was perceiving Brian Koberger. And how he was being talked about in the media and on social media. And now, part of what they didn't talk about over here a second ago, the Lori Vallow case, the judge cited 2 reasons as to why he took the death penalty off the table. One was the prosecution sanctions. Then he coupled that with an onslaught of mass media coverage. So, thinking about that, they particularly sought 2 particular shows out in that document and cited them. One was from a broadcast by Live Now from Fox, and it was called What Suspect Brian Koberger's Body Language Tells Us. This is the one named in the document. The second one they named was one from Law and Crime Network, and it's called Cold Iciness, Brian Koberger's Body Language Before and After Arrest for Idaho Murders Analyzed. So all them go-to body language experts everybody loves, they don't like y'all. They don't like them in the courts. They're like, no, don't talk about our guy. So I wanted to play a little bit of it. This one is, if you guys want to check it out with me, hold on, let me get the screen up. Because I didn't know if I'd ever seen these or not, because I've consumed a lot of different things with the Koberger case over the past 2.5 years. And there were, in the beginning, a lot of agencies, not just, I'm not going to single out a particular mainstream media, because they were all doing it, talking about, and the body analysts on YouTube, everybody was doing it. And that's when I was like, he looked normal to me. Whether I personally thought the guy was good looking or not just because I don't think he's attractive, don't mean the girl standing next to me is not going to think he's attractive, right? Because I never thought much about his looks as to go and, oh my God, he can't be the guy or could be the guy. But here was an example of what they laid out in the filing. So I wanted to just bring that, show you guys exactly what they were talking about. So I'll let this play. And, hang on, do we have sound? No.
Witness, and she's also a body language expert. So, Dr. Carroll, thank you so much for joining the show and offering your context and analysis. I do want to begin with the video that shows Koberger walking to the courtroom. He's wearing that red jumpsuit, and I would love to play it and see if you could maybe offer a little bit of analysis, maybe some red flags that you're seeing. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah. Well, that actually is him walking in the halls of the court after he had spoken to the judge. And, he has this deadpan look. Most of the pictures and video that we see of him he has this deadpan look, and his people who knew him or even his current classmates said he has this, that's how he is.
And they used her exact verbiage in the filing, that deadpan look.
She is horrible, this woman. She's the one who said he had cannibalistic instincts, and that's why he was a vegan.
Did she talked to that dude over on so-and-so's panel, didn't she?
She's nuts. I don't remember whose panel. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you do. Somebody had somebody on panel who brought up the cannibal. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Dr. Carroll, she's been around for a very long time, and she needs to take it on down to a few notches.
He's shuffling because he's got chains on his feet.
I know, right? Yeah. I was just sorry. I got caught. Yeah, Tinsel. You know what though? I've watched a creator that I do respect and like try really, really hard to make a connection between Harsh and Koberger, and he damn near got there. He come up with some really good stuff, but no connection. Right, but Enan's a little character. I've seen all the stuff on Enan. Oh, let me stop it and go back. So like I said, this is the one that they actually cited in the document of the public's perception of Koberger based on what they're seeing in the media.
picture, that's when he's walking to the courthouse, and you see that he looks for a second at the reporters. They're calling to him and asking him, why did you do it, and so on. And but other than that, he then quickly looks straight ahead, turns toward the courthouse, and has this robot-like walk. And the only time that we have seen him, other than this kind of robotic sort of thing.
What danger were they hiking, buddies? Send me what you got. I know about their hiking escapades.
In these court pictures, though, you do see some indication of his anxiety. For example, his biting his lip, in walking in the hall. In the other picture, he was blinking some. Those are some indications of anxiety.
That stuff right there bothers me with these damn body language experts. Don't go reading my body language, lady, because you're not going to like what you see. I can just promise you that. My face is a dead giveaway. I'm going to look at you. I'm going to side-eye you. I'm going to make faces. I'm going to bite my lip.
I'm sorry, but you don't have to be any behavioral analyst to know that biting your lips and blinking your eyes is a sign of anxiety. So tell me something I don't know.
But people take that stuff too hard. Like,
yeah,
they looked away. Oh, so, okay.
He saw somebody at the corner of his eye, and he just looked.
Everybody blinks. If you don't blink, then I got a problem with you staring ass. But yeah, these body language experts have always irritated me. All of them, honestly. Just like, don't go reading mine because you.
But the main picture, video where he looks other than deadpan is the one where the second arrest, well, not really an arrest, but where the police stop him in Indiana. He and his father driving to Pennsylvania, and he looks at the policeman and he is panic-stricken. Panic-stricken in the face. Yes, there we go. That because he doesn't know whether the police know that he is the one who committed the crime, or is going to be accused of
pulled over twice in 10 minutes. You got to put everything into context. That's why he's got that look on his face. Like, why? What the fuck? Why am I being pulled over again?
Okay, but he had that look on his face when he was pulled over by the Washington State University patrol cop.
Not the angry look. He looks angry there in this one.
I mean, in the still frame, but in the context of his moving, he just was like, "What?" Like what?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I still don't. Go ahead, Joe.
How do you think he looks different in this traffic stop than he did in the Washington State one for the left turn?
He doesn't. To me.
Oh, I don't think he looked angry in that WSU one. He was just like, good afternoon, officer. Like, maybe inquisitive, but he didn't, like, right there in that still, he looks...
He's aggravated. An aggravation. I may call it being aggravated, especially if you got two back-to-back
stops. That's what I'm saying. They aren't taking that into context.
But also, if you're the guy...
Oh yeah, well that's true. If
you're
the guy,
be a little bothered by being pulled over by the popo. You're gonna have a little anxiety going on.
Good, yeah, that's
right. True. You're gonna have that happening. If you're totally calm and collected, no, I mean, is this the end? You know what I mean? Dad has no clue. I'm going to get some Thai food. Leave me the fuck alone.
But without talking about the baseline, see, that's why I like behavior panel, because they always talk about, let's look at some other things where we can get a baseline for this person.
Those guys, they're the closest ones I would call real. Even them, I've watched them, and I'm telling you, I have observed. I'm a people watcher. Observing human nature is like a freaking hobby to me. I will shit you not. I can go sit somewhere at a park for 2 freaking hours by myself and be completely entertained about everything I'm seeing around me because of the people. People are extremely entertaining to me. They're peculiar, their behaviors, all of these things. I'm watching it all the time. That's why it's harder for me to pick up on them bad vibe people on the internet, because I can't see them face to face. Because I'm going to pick up on your vibe immediately. It takes me a little longer on the internet. No, I can literally walk into the room, and the energy vampires, if they're there, I could single them out, and I got to get far away. I need to remove myself from anywhere near you right now. But having a complete, I saw all the body language analysts going on about this guy from in the beginning. I've heard all the creators saying things about him being, look at Brian Koberger. He looks like a serial killer. All the way down to the ones that say, no, he's normal as hell looking. You could never hurt a fly. He always looked average to me. That's all I know. But I understand where the defense is coming from, saying that people out here could, and a lot also they're contributing a lot of his bizarre, what people perceive or his bizarre behaviors to his autism. That's just a response because of his autism.
Committing the crime. And they didn't at that time. They didn't know about the license plate and so on of the car, but he didn't know that. And clearly right there, he's expecting maybe this is going to be it. This is going to be the arrest. And his father, in contrast, his father has this very strange affect. He tells the policeman about some crime that happened in Washington, not the 4 students who were murdered, and how his son is going to school in Washington. Very strange. I think we're beginning to see that a lot of strange things about his father. Like at the courthouse yesterday, he wore these strange clothes, not appropriate really for going to court where your son is being accused of murder.
It's interesting that you mentioned the father. Do you think that perhaps he had some knowledge about his son possibly committing these crimes?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that. I think, the father is perhaps in denial, but it's so strange that he would fly to Washington right after the crimes and drive back across the states. Was this on the father's bucket list that he wanted to go cross country? Did he hear something in his son's voice that sounded a bit off and he was worried about his son driving all the way? Or did he have some inkling about the son? He had to have heard about the white Elantra. He knows that his son has that car. He drove all the way in that car. Perhaps even when the policeman stopped him, that was the father's nervousness, talking about all of these things, that perhaps the father also was worried that the policeman was going to arrest his son.
So let's talk about the court hearing that took place yesterday, because there was something interesting that happened. Koberger mentioned that he does not have a mental illness. When asked by the judge, he said no, he doesn't have a mental illness. How could this possibly play out in future court hearings and proceedings?
Yes, the judge, that's a normal thing for the judge to ask. She has to make sure that the defendant is of sound mind when he's agreeing to extradition, which was what the hearing was about yesterday. So that was the question, is there anything, do you suffer from any mental health diagnosis or take any prescribed medication that would interfere with your being able to consent to waiving extradition? And he said no. Now,
That's a very good
he
point
said that
right
presumably because he...
Well, and also, he said it when he got to Latah County during that arraignment there before Judge Marshall. Because I watched it again the other day, and she point blank asked him, like they all do, is there any, in the mental capacities where you may not understand today's proceedings, or you're on any medications? He says, nope, I'm good to go. I understand.
So here's a thought. What if somebody is in a mentally incapacitated state or under the influence of medications, and they would answer yes when they should answer no? How does
they can
that
see in your
affect?
records? So,
Just a thought.
It would probably negate, your test, saying that you were okay, right? If they did some research and saw that you were on medication and you were not of sound mind.
Yeah, they would have to have something to dispute it.
Like somebody like Richard Allen being involuntarily injected with Haldol.
Yeah, but that's not Brian Koberger. He's not being injected with a damn thing.
Right.
Yes. And he's not making any confessions. It ain't like that. But
I know people are asking about autism spectrum disorder being mental illness, but it
It's
is in the
not.
DSM-5. So it's a behavioral health diagnosis,
All right,
not
it's not considered a mental
not a
Right.
mental
illness.
illness.
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
it's a fine line, I guess, there.
Yeah, it's not really. I guess to some people it might be a fine line, but I don't. Yeah, CW or CH. I'm sorry. We know that the father went out and drove with him in June and all that, the drive back. So yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting to me that they decided these things. Because and pretrial publicity, how far do we take it? How reporting on the facts fairly, reporting on the person fairly. Now I can lean guilty all I want to, but I'm still going to try to do a fair job reporting on the case, right, based on facts, not based on his damn body language.
He wanted to be extradited and get to Idaho, and probably to see the what was written up in the arrest warrant and so on, for why they, what they suspect about him. But his defense attorney, who he's going to get in Idaho, will most likely try for an insanity defense, which, as an expert witness myself, a psychiatric expert witness who has been hired by the defense oftentimes, for a psychiatric defense and not guilty by reason of insanity, or something where you can prove that the person didn't have the intent to kill. So that is going to get in the way of this future probable defense. But there is no way that, I haven't examined him, but it does not seem to me, certainly I've studied this case, it does not seem to me that he would be appropriate for not guilty by reason of insanity. He knew what he was doing when he committed that crime. I've talked about how he's an incel. Besides whatever other psychiatric problems he has, I think the main motive for this was that he is an incel and involuntary celibate, who was enraged at these 4 students for being Stacy's and Chad's, what incels call the beautiful people, the people who they think wouldn't give them the time of day. And so,
Lord. The incel thing. I mean, it doesn't mean he's stuck at home and never leaves the house and doesn't, it means he was involuntarily celibate. That's all it means. Do you think he was?
Oh, no, I wasn't even gonna. That's not what I was actually gonna say. What was it?
Well,
Everybody was talking about whether or not autism is a mental illness. Da da
Yeah.
da. It's not a mental illness. But here's the thing: Brian Koberger is a very literal person. Okay.
Yep.
When at that traffic stop in Indiana, they asked him, the cop asked, "Where are you going?" He's like, Thai food, right? Because he's very literal. In the court, what she just said, when they asked him, did he have a mental illness or whatever, that would preclude him from understanding, what was going on or whatever, he said no, because that's correct. He does not have a mental illness, that we're aware of, unless he has something else and he lied about it. But you know what I mean? So it's literally, that's the question that was asked. So he answered no.
Would somebody with a mental illness lie about their mental illness?
Yes, that's put that in the thing in the chat too. I mean, he could have had something and then just be in denial about whatever he has. But I'm stating this again to make a clear distinction. Autism is not a mental illness. Nobody up here thinks that autism is a mental illness. Okay, so he might have something else, but as far as the autism, no.
And if he did have something else and was not being honest, his attorney, who now knows he has autism, would know about that mental illness as well.
Because they're going to get his medical records, both sides.
She's already, she would have already been on that, like, you need to throw this out because my client did not understand that day in court. So she would definitely use that to her benefit if that was a problem or something she saw she could take advantage of.
But that does not mean, that isn't a defense for, when he killed them, he knew what he was doing. And that's the thing. Did the person know the nature of his crime? And did he know whether it was right or wrong? And he did, for sure, at the time.
So let's talk more about
Wow,
his
she didn't even
background
say
and his past. We're
alleged.
still learning a lot, but based off
Or
of what has
anything.
been revealed thus far,
Right.
have you noticed any personality indicators that maybe could have foreshadowed this event? You mentioned the likelihood of him being an incel. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit further on that and other things that you've noticed throughout this course of getting to know about his background that could have possibly been indicative of these murders.
Sure. Well, for one thing, an incel is a man who has had a long history, really from the first time that they showed interest in a woman. Or these are men who feel unfairly deprived of women wanting to have sex with them or wanting to date them, and because they've been rejected all along. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. They build up rage as they get rejected more and more. And we don't know we do know, there are things that have come out that kind of support that characterization of him. The fact that his cell phone was found pinging in the same places as these 4 students were, especially Kaylee. When he was young, when he was in high school, and he was overweight and he was considered a nerd and so on. But more than that, the girls bullied him, high school girls bullied him, threw things at him. And it went from there. A bar in his neighborhood in Pennsylvania talk about how the owner of the bar had to talk with him because he was he was harassing the women, the staff, and the customers, trying to get them to, pay attention to him, to go out with him, and so on. So there's a history of that. There's a subculture on the internet of these incels. The most famous incel was Elliot Rodger in 2014.
Insert Papa Roger.
He's the one who shot and knifed and ran over with his car a bunch of students at UC Santa Barbara. And he's sort of the incel hero.
And I will say, on page 118 of that manifesto is some interesting stuff stated. And I will also say that they took something from the Koberger home from page 1118.
Now, the incels have already, just recently, they have started a free Brian Koberger campaign. So they recognize him as one of them. They feed each other's rage. And that, the reason when I started talking about this at the beginning, because when they described the crime scene as not just knifing, stabbing, which is very personal, but the fact that it was so brutal. And that is because he unleashed on them, in my opinion, all of the rage, that he has been storing up in his 28 years. And, obviously he has some other psychological problems as well. But, and we of course, we haven't learned very much about his family. And, other than what we saw, we know one of his sisters is a psychologist. We know his father went bankrupt in 2010. I would say that probably the family member who influenced him most in a negative way was his father, but we can't really say, I don't know anything more about him other than that he went bankrupt. But, perhaps there's some mental illness in the family, but we don't know that yet. We do know one thing that was interesting was that after the murders, the students in his criminology class talked about how he changed, how now he was.
CH, if you're tired of watching it, I'm just going to let it finish because I'm going to make some points later, but you're good. We continue to state we don't agree with her. So I'm not giving her any, I'm not saying, here, look what she's saying about Koberger, it's all true. I'm saying this shit is stupid that they do. Sit around and analyze something all you want to, but to come out and make these statements over and over, this was part of the problem with this case a year and a half ago. You couldn't even, it got to the point where you couldn't even talk about Koberger on the internet and to speculate on him being guilty, because we weren't supposed to talk negative about him. So I'm not promoting that at all. I'm just saying this is what was, so go do you. Look, now it broke.
Was more talkative. He was animated. And I had predicted that, well, I was talking about what people should look for if they think if they're trying to help find the killer. And I said one of the things to look for would be a change in personality. He would have been introverted before the killings and then become more extroverted afterwards, because he would feel so proud of himself that he had gotten rid of some Stacys and some Chads, the beautiful people who the incels hate.
So let's talk more about his field of study, because we do know that he was studying criminology and criminal justice, I believe. Does this offer any insight into a motivation, possibly?
Yes. I think that his studies, first he studied psychology as an undergrad and then criminology to get his master's. And then, of course, he's in this PhD program in criminology. I think it was two things. One, he was struggling with the demons inside of him, the murderous demons inside of him that wanted to commit a crime. He was struggling to try to damp those down, calm those. But on the other hand, at the same time, he was also trying to learn what he could about criminology and criminals and how to commit the perfect crime. I think that's what he was trying to do. He had these two impulses fighting with each other, and apparently the one where he wanted to commit the perfect crime won. And I think part of it, there's been talk about his teacher, who is a famous criminologist who's written a bunch of books and so on, and has collaborated with the BTK killer. And I think part of him, he wants to be his own book. He wants to have books about him. And I think he also fantasized about writing a book with this teacher about him and his crimes.
Now that's she put a lot of thought into that one. I don't know if he was himself internally, yeah, but was he like, I'm going to do all this and get my teacher to write books about me the way she did BTK? Because the woman done some major deep dives into BTK. He talked to her like he wouldn't talk to anybody else. Talking about the DeSales teacher he had. But it's crazy that. So I wanted to show you guys this one, because it is one of the ones cited in the court document, right? About what was out there. And we have all sat here and speculated about things from his adolescence, were things starting to build in him, and was he going to school for some of this to try to understand his own psyche? Those are things that I can talk about, but I don't base that off of his damn body language and deadpan look. I don't buy into that kind of stuff. I don't know. Well, it's just me. I just don't never pay much attention to that stuff. It's like I can watch because I know already going into it that I should take everything coming out of their mouths with a grain of salt. I'm not going to go, they're going to tell me the truth and like, be disappointed later. I know better. I think we set ourselves up for failure sometimes, and then we're all disappointed. So what do you got? I don't know. There was a lot of different talk about him and a lot of that calmed down, though, don't you think? Is because I don't even keep up with what mainstream media says about this case. And I honestly don't see a lot of it being talked about in mainstream media, except for when, like, Court TV does their stuff, but they do it with all cases. I see the local media there doing reports when there's a court hearing or some new filings. But, there's been specials in the past on the case, but I'm not seeing as much as we used to. Then again, I'm not out there consuming all the mainstream media I can get my hands on either. I don't know.
The only crazy one lately has been Nancy Grace.
About the vacuum type object.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
went to town
she
there.
went off the rails on that one.
I didn't watch her because I figured it was going to be some crazy shit. Does
It
she?
was
She
crazy.
thinks he did. Does she think he took a vacuum in there with him?
Well, I don't know if she really believes that, but she made the whole show about it.
A lot of people are making a lot about that damn vacuum tool. And I'm gonna keep saying, when I look at it and looking at an actual crevice tool, the longer one with the shaped end, angled end, is that what she thought she saw? Not like a
I mean, she thought she saw a
full-on vacuum
fireman,
cleaner in his
so
hand, but a vacuum
yeah.
tool. She didn't know what the hell she was seeing. She's seeing something, but and trying to make sense of it at the same time.
I
It's
mean, my takeaway with her, what she thinks she saw and everything, is to, ignore the super specific things, and
Mhm.
just break it back down to the bare bones basics. She saw a tall male,
Yeah,
and like leave it at that, because
yeah,
she was hallucinating and dreaming and I think mixing her dreams with reality or whatever. She was drunk.
And
Yeah.
she's already fixated on eyes and
And
eyebrows, apparently.
eyebrows.
So
Yep. Hmm.
yeah. I mean, if people give it a fair evaluation and hopefully can see these things instead of twisting it, and reading reading it correctly instead of misinterpreting what they're reading, like you said was happening last night with some of the reads on that on the documents. It's just so like there's sometimes I can't. If I go into a stream, I want to get a good takeaway. And um, it, don't show me or tell me shady things and then tell me what I'm supposed to be seeing or feeling. You know what I mean? Share some good stuff with me. Share, you get good thoughts and opinions and things of that, all of that. So I've tried to. Boy, with this case, I really had to take a step back and not go into a lot of the old places I used to once would venture off into, but I might have to start doing it again just so when the craziness comes in, I know where it's coming from. I can be a heads up on it. The one from Law and Crime was not any better than that one we just watched. They accused him of having a cold iciness, and states that one in the document as well. Um, uh, about the cold iciness and the deadpan look from the one we just watched. I'm sorry, I was just looking over there at chat. Um, I wasn't looking if there was anything else I wanted to present to you guys, and there's not. Um, we do have this. Okay, I want to present this before we go. We got a little bit of time left before I have to be off. So, guys, what Doc we were talking about earlier in the show was that episode we were telling you guys about where we watched the teacher be interviewed. And it was from a piece that we was on. Nancy Grace did the interview. So this is that particular show we watched. Now I'm going to share it with you guys. I am going to.
That's a trailer.
Is it
Is it
just a
in there?
trailer? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold
It's
on.
only
That's
1
not
minute
the
and
one.
7 seconds.
What did I think it was the whole one? You said you found
I
another
sent
one.
you a link. Yeah, it's on somebody else's channel. Check
Oh,
in Discord.
okay. Let me be right back, guys. Let me go look at this. I looked at that wrong earlier, and I told you it was longer than I thought it was. Okay. Um, okay, I got it. I don't know whose channel that is. I'm not
Yeah, I
familiar.
hadn't seen that one before either.
Okay, let me get the YouTube brought back up here.
I'm actually surprised this person didn't get a copyright strike. So,
Yeah, right. Let me. I thought about that too. Okay, so we're again. This is genetic code is the YouTube channel this is going to be coming from. I said, I don't know the channel. I'm not familiar. Please don't strike us. Or this is for educational purposes. All right. So, let me get my shit together here. Okay. So we're going to play some of this for you guys now. I wonder if I need to turn this up a little bit though. We'll try it at 1.25 and see what happens.
Tragedy strikes a small college town.
It's literally like what nightmares are made of.
The hunt for a killer.
Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman.
And a nation on edge.
Grisly murders of 4 college students in Idaho.
Until
A suspect arrested.
Brian Koberger
been showing little emotion.
I can actually see Brian in my mind. Very solemn face.
I am playing a role.
Even now when people talk about him, they notice, they always got those eyes.
It did kind of send up a little bit of my life.
I am stuck.
And I'm like, oh my God, that makes sense.
Is this guy an incel? What was his motivation?
Girls still didn't like him and kept getting rejection after rejection.
I am intelligent.
I mean, he was a really nice guy.
I hope he's innocent.
I think there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye. What do we know about Brian Koberger?
I am blank.
There's that administrator in here. Mm-hmm.
Is this too fast, or what do you think?
No.
It might be a little. I'm gonna wait. They start talking.
Chat, is this too fast for you guys?
Yeah. Once they start talking, I was gonna assess it for you guys.
Okay.
Because I can't do the super fast. I don't want to miss things that I want to hear. But I wanted to try it and let's see how it sounds.
Blank, empty, devoid of any words, any meaning. These are the reported feelings of an alleged killer. We investigate Brian Koberger and fill in the blanks of his past, speaking with those who knew him through various stages of life.
Yes, Joe, he did say that. Can you guys, is this too much at 1.25? Let me know in the chat now because I'll slow it back down.
We learn exclusive details that paint a picture of the man who makes headlines when he's arrested for the murders of 4 beautiful University of Idaho students. Kelly Gonsalves.
Yeah, Danger, they're quoting his teenage writings, which I don't have a problem with, honestly, because it kind of, he wrote them himself. They're not made up. What they mean, we may or not, who knows, but they're not. I've heard people tell me lately that, that's a lot of probably normal. Well, I've raised 2 boys, and I know what normal is. I know what normal
that
is.
wasn't it.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
To write some of these things that we know he wrote, well, that's just a normal. No, I'm sorry. If my kid wrote something like that and I come across it, we better have us a damn talk.
Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Koberger, of course, is innocent until proven guilty, but there is no doubt his arrest does put him under a microscope. Many wonder, who is Brian Koberger, and what are investigators seeing in his past?
So my first impression of Brian was he's just a pretty normal kid, He was more of a quiet, funny guy, but not really quiet, just more of the calm guy.
Jack Bayless meets Brian Koberger in middle school.
And he was very curious. That's probably one of the bigger traits we remember from Brian. What if reality is just a dream kind of stuff, Just very profound kind of stuff, I guess.
Bayless and Koberger's friendship looks like any other. 2 teens being teens in rural Pennsylvania.
We just hang around in the woods and do preteen, teenage things.
Joe, I promise you, if he had been my kid, we'd have had a lot of talks.
Flipping rocks, looking for snakes, and hanging out and playing video games. I remember being at his house. It looked relatively cozy. It looked like a normal house. We had normal parents. If something was there that was off, I would have remembered it.
A normal home, normal parents, normal friends. By all accounts, from the outside looking in, everything is just that. Normal. Except for a medical condition that takes center stage in Koberger's life from a very young age.
I know he also struggled with visual snow.
The condition makes him see static, like an old TV set. He starts writing about it in an online forum when he's 15 years old. The New York Times and true crime podcasters uncover these posts. In one, he says he's depressed, even suicidal.
I'm just a blank soul living in the now. This whole thing has made me crazy. I feel like my life is pointless because people can think about times with parents' childhood memories and be happy, and I won't be able to.
Koberger.
Okay, guys in the chat who are trying to tell me he's, talking normal shit over here. Is that the same stuff you thought at that age? Like, be honest.
The youngest in a family of 5 grows up in a quiet town surrounded by the Pocono Mountains with older sisters, Melissa and Amanda, mother, Marianne, dad, Michael.
They were very involved parents. It seemed like he had a very supportive home environment, and the parents were always there if needed.
Donna Yozuiak, Koberger's former guidance counselor at Pleasant Valley High.
Dad worked as a school mechanic. Mom was a paraprofessional. Very nice people. I met with them very frequently to discuss his career path.
During Koberger's youth, his mother writes letters published in a local newspaper standing against abortion and for gun control. She also writes a letter against the death penalty, writing, quote, "State sanctified murder is still just that, murder. It's an..."
All right, y'all, I'm not here for Nancy Grace. But y'all hate on her. Hate on Nancy. I don't care. Go right ahead.
Eerie foreshadowing for a mom who may have to protect her own son from that very fate.
He stood out in the fact that he was very intelligent. He was very intellectual. He would delve into topics that are not on a shallow level. The truth of the matter is there were no red flags. He had very good grades. He seemed very focused, academically motivated, and would not give a school counselor any reason for concern.
Despite the persona Koberger's teachers see, his online posts continue.
I always feel as if I am not there, completely depersonalized. Crazy thoughts. I feel like nothing has a point to it. When I get home, I am mean to my family. I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse. Everyone hates me.
I know a kid right now who will make that statement, everyone hates me. And it bothers me to no end. And I've tried to talk to the parent. I'm sorry, but if you're writing stuff like this, I mean, I get teenage hormones. I was once one myself, and I promised myself when I was 16 years old, when and if I ever decide to have kids, I will never forget what it's like to be 16 years old. And I stuck to that. That's why I'm so open and honest with my children. Because I have never let myself forget what it was like to be 16, 17, 18, 14, 15, all the things. I know all the things you can think and feel. But when you take it next level to the point where you have these crazy thoughts and your parents mean nothing to you and you think everybody hates you, that's a little more than average teenage boy hormones, a little mixed up in the head kind of confusion, I think, in my opinion anyway.
Pretty much, I am an asshole. I am intelligent, but I feel the opposite. I say things I don't mean.
In addition to the dog.
Now, could that be some of the autism coming out right there and he's not aware he has it yet? Or why he's behaving the way he is and he's trying to figure it out? That's what it sounds like. He's trying to figure himself out.
Online posts, Koberger also reportedly releases a song where he raps about being the devil.
You are not my equal, you are equal, but I'm feeble, and now I'm going regal.
Don't fuck with us. You learn your lesson.
The lyrics are a stark contrast to Kohberger's lofty goals to protect and serve. During high school, he says he wants to be an Army Ranger and seeks out a special program in addition to his regular classes at the Monroe Career and Technical Institute.
I remember working with his family and him to fill out the application. He was enrolling in the Protective Services program, and he was very enthusiastic.
So Protective Services prepares students for a career in law enforcement, EMT, things like that. Police Academy Junior, putting on pretend handcuffs. They police the building just as though they would officers on patrol.
Tanya Carmela Beers, a former administrator at the tech school.
Enrollment is very competitive. Protective Services is one of the most sought after programs. The cap is limited at 25. So that means for the 4 school districts in Monroe County, only 25 students could get in.
He needed to have good grades. He needed to have good attendance. He needed to have a discipline record that was non-existent.
We look at all the information that we can get about them because they are being given inside information about how police handle their business. Getting in can be tricky, but he was able to get into the program and he met all of those standards.
To this day, Carmela Beers and Yoswiak can't picture Kohberger in the halls.
I can actually see Brian in my mind. I can see him walking because he's very tall.
I see him in his Protective Services uniform with other students.
He carried the uniform very, very well, and you could tell that it was a real sense of pride for him to be doing that. This was something he was always interested in and something that he had always studied, and it was something that he had been looking at throughout even younger years.
He was very intrigued about the law and how he wanted to go into that field. He just wanted to help people.
Seeking a career in law enforcement or criminal justice, most people go into that because they want to make a difference. And then there are those that, it's fantasy material for them.
Dr.
Yeah, Brian was, what you're seeing him in these photos here, he was at one point much more overweight than that. Like he literally had the gastric bypass surgery. And you don't do that for just being a little bit overweight, right? That's a drastic measure.
Dr. Chris Mohandy is a forensic psychologist. While there's no proof that we know of that Kohberger's studies are actually fantasy material for him, Mohandy is an expert in analyzing accused killers. He is not connected to this case. Mohandy believes some people who study the law are hiding more sinister motivations.
The things they're reading about are stimulating, but not in the right way. It's not the excitement of learning how you can serve your community better. It's the excitement of the offenses that they're learning about that becomes stimulating to them. Also because the power of the role in that area, their insatiable need for power over others.
When I think about how he took the program seriously, he was just very much needed to be in charge of everything. Like another student would watch the students for the day, be in charge of them as their patrol officer, if you will. He liked it when the other students answered to him, but it was to the nth degree. It was a little much. At that time, it seemed like he was just really zealous. But then when I think back about it, all of those things, knowing what I know now, are flags.
Flags that Carmela Beers and Bayless admit they only begin to notice after Kohberger's arrest.
Sometimes people snap, and you never know who's going to snap or why they snap.
One possible reason?
There are a number of ways people become arrogant and condescending. And one trajectory is a person who's been bullied, been made fun of, who may have had issues with their own body image.
He'd been a heavier guy, like a noticeably heavier guy. You could see it, Wasn't like he was, just a little chubby. He was pretty up there.
Some friends describe Kohberger as a, quote, overweight outcast. Socially awkward, they say he didn't really fit in. A classmate also recalls Kohberger's rocky relationship with women, saying Koberger couldn't take a hint when he's rejected, leading girls to bully him and call him a creep.
Once or twice, he'd want to hang out with girls. Like, oh, we should call this girl to hang out. We should call this girl to hang out. They'd always be busy or something.
Men who are frustrated, feel like they've been mistreated by women, view women as objects, have hostile, narrow-minded, rigid, intolerant views towards those women.
That is Dr. Mohanty's description of an incel, short for involuntary celibate.
They are dismissive of women as, whole human beings. It's like, on the one hand, I hate you, but on the other hand, I want to possess you as an object. And how dare you reject me? There's no evidence that Brian Koberger was an incel. But an individual doesn't have to be an incel to be sympathetic to the ideas and the viewpoint of incels.
Once known as being bright, eager, with the world at his fingertips, things take a turn for Koberger while he's in the Protective Services program. His administrator shares information on camera with us for the very first time.
There had been one or two incidents that had occurred that I had dealt with concerning him. For Brian, the situations were subtle.
So there was more than one incident that she had to handle when it came to Brian Koberger. I don't know if people want to make him an incel, but if you look at the actual, what the term means, right? Involuntarily, meaning people weren't giving him any. So was he an incel? Did that mean, did they all act accordingly? Do they all have is there like a code of conduct? Or does it just mean you're a guy who ain't getting none? And then you develop odd feelings for women? I don't know. I've never, researched incels so deep. Like this case has tried to force me to do. But knowing what little bit I do know about it, and if, it's not that far of a stretch to think he might have been, I think people's perception as a guy sitting in a dark dungy room and all the things, I don't think that's what it means though. Just that, was he a guy not getting any? What do you call that? Call it something else other than incel.
They weren't really bold situations, but they rose to the degree as they began to mount.
Bound by a student confidentiality law, Carmela Beers cannot reveal exact details of the, quote, incidents, but she does disclose they are related to female students.
You might not think necessarily of a female in protective services, but that was something that we recruited for. So some of the issues that arose were based on having a mixed population in that classroom. One of those incidents ultimately resulted in him being removed from that program.
She says Koberger's kicked out of Protective Services, the program he works so diligently to get into in the first place. The school transfers him into the HVAC program, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. This program has no female students.
The only thing I can base his sexual getting any or none is the fact that there's not been a lot of talk from even of his old friends about him having a lot of girlfriends. There's not, women that, except for the birthing hips girl that went on the one date with him. We haven't heard a lot of talk about any other women he dated. So I'm not saying he wasn't getting any. I'm saying if he wasn't getting any, he just wasn't getting any. Does that make him an incel? Under technical terms. I think people take some of the words and they run with them and they play in the streets with them.
We were also a little bit more comfortable knowing that any possible continuation of negative behaviors would not occur in a situation where there were no females. It was concerning because there was such a dichotomy between what he presented academically and what he was living in an emotional, social aspect of his life.
This dichotomy is evident in Koberger's reported online posts.
I am stuck in the depths of my mind, where I have to constantly battle my demons. I might spiral out of control and lose myself in the void. I felt like a criminal, but where was my record? I am blank. I have no opinion. I have no emotion. I have nothing. Can you relate?
Koberger's friend Jack Bayless recalls an extreme change in his once shy friend.
He lost a lot of weight, like really fast, but I feel like he was more confident in himself. I think he had to have vocalized his confidence, like, now I lost this weight, I'm probably more attractive.
Koberger loses 130 pounds by his senior year of high school. He did it by running and boxing every single day. Koberger also writes about his transformation in the same online posts revealed by true crime podcasters and the New York Times.
I used to be this healthy blonde-haired boy with blue eyes, and in a few years, I have darker hair and darker eyes, half the body weight.
The bullying, the body image issues, those become the seeds from which a need to create a false self that is superior to others emerges.
Friends claim Koberger develops anger issues, even putting one friend in a headlock, leading that friend to cut ties. Bayless says he only sees that side when Koberger's drinking.
When he get drunk, he get kind of aggressive, kind of rowdy. There's one instance where he was trying to drive somewhere, and we had to take his keys and hide them.
Yeah, Danger, he was working out too. It also has been reported that he had the gastric bypass surgery. Now, it's a bunch of weight. So people who say he wasn't that overweight, apparently he was, and we haven't seen the photos that far back yet. We've seen these high school images of when he was starting to lose the weight and all of that coming into play. But we have to look at the bigger picture going backwards a little bit more too.
So when I say aggressive, I mean we had to physically move him from the keys and prevent him from getting his keys.
Friends allege alcohol use turns to drug abuse, and Koberger gets hooked on heroin. He and Bayless lose touch.
He started kind of branching out from the original group to hang out with a different group. That group, they did some sketchy drugs.
Rich Pasca is a former acquaintance of Koberger. He tells Fox the two were deep into an addiction.
I met him through some friends, and they told me that he was a little weird, and he was a little socially awkward, I guess you could say.
Now, this is the same guy who wants to come on the YouTube now and tell everybody how good his friend was. He just contradicted what he said. That's Rich. Willie's friend, Rich. The good friends of Brian Koberger's. Huh. Now I need to make me another video.
But he wasn't a bad guy. I got 6 years clean now. I work in treatment and everything, but back then I was using, and so that's how I know for a fact he was using. I've got high with him a couple times.
Teachers say heroin use is a major problem in that area. At the same time Koberger's alleged heroin addiction is at its height, his troubles at the tech school continue.
He was in HVAC for the rest of his time at the Career and Technical Institute, and other issues arose that he decided to leave the school altogether and not complete his 12th grade year there.
After leaving the program, Koberger finishes his senior year of Pleasant Valley High online, graduates, and reportedly gets help for his addiction.
I know he was in and out of rehab a couple times.
Around that time, Koberger reportedly arrested for stealing and selling his sister's iPhone after his own father calls police.
And this will not be coming into court. We just saw that in court documents that they have agreed they won't bring this up in the court.
Right,
Yeah.
that's the 2014 incident.
Yes, there you go.
He is charged with misdemeanor theft, but does not go to
pause
jail.
one more second.
And his record is wiped clean.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Right before that, when she started talking about the phone, they said he finished high school online. He didn't return to the high school. Was that by choice, or did he have to do that? That's what I'm curious about.
I think it was, from what I've read, it was by choice. Of some of the articles I've read on it, but I don't know for sure. I don't think he was forced into the online program, the senior year. But then we know that he attended Northampton community college in person, but some of that, and then online at DeSales, and then in person at WSU. So he was struggling with in-person stuff before he got to college.
Somehow, Kohberger kicks his heroin habit and begins to study psychology at community college. Even though some say he's got a rocky past with his former school district, he applies as a part-time security guard at his former high school.
I do know he was, always interested in law enforcement. That's usually kind of a dip your toes in the water kind of experience, is being a security guard for somewhere where you don't have to have that police training.
While on the job, Kohberger reportedly helps a fellow security guard save the life of a hall monitor struggling to breathe. Kohberger's life seemingly takes a turn for the better. Like most college students, he reportedly decides to put himself out there in the dating world. But the trends from high school go on. Only after his arrest, a woman named Haley Willette comes forward. She says she meets him through Tinder during his early college years and that he's very pushy and a stage 5 clinger. Willette says Kohberger tells her she has good birthing hips. This behavior, again, reminds Dr. Mohandi of an incel.
Incels. A lot of them are socially awkward. They're going to use the dating apps. They may misrepresent themselves, sort of catfish, if you will. But when it comes down to relating on an emotional, true connection, it's going to fall short.
After graduating community college, Kohberger moves on to DeSales University and continues to study psychology, reconnecting with his childhood friend.
To me personally, he really opened up more in his later college years. We're talking more than we talked in high school. He called me fairly often.
Bella shares private messages from around this time.
He goes and says, I like forensic psychology and studying criminals. I don't care about the money. And he's saying, I would assist in the capture of a violent criminal for sure, but getting a job like that is difficult. I'm thinking more along the lines of dealing with high-profile offenders.
In the messages, Kohberger also opens up about the root of his teenage heroin addiction.
I only knew this when I was in a deep suicidal state. And he says, I've been depressed for so long that I developed a weird sense of meaning. And he says, I've been depressed since I was 5.
One of the main topics of discussion, women.
So the thing we talk about a lot, the dating scene, it just got kind of just really hard. But he was just having a time, getting ghosted a lot, talking to a girl and then wondering, why didn't she text back ever? And they'd also be like, yeah, I was talking to this girl and this girl was cute and I thought we hit it off and we didn't, I guess. So you'd vent about stuff like that to me. I think he just felt frustrated is just the biggest word.
Frustrated, a feeling Dr. Chris Mohandi believes is common for incels.
So there's a sense of entitlement that goes with this community of men. Some who actually commiserate, in their hatred of women, in their frustrations with not being able to obtain their desired, idealized, woman as a sexual object.
The owner of a brewery comes forward and recalls Kohberger making creepy comments towards female staff and customers. Others, like Kohberger's former classmate Josh Ferraro, have positive memories.
I mean, he was a really nice guy. The guy that I went to college with, that dude was nice. My first impression of him was he's a little odd, but he's a nice guy. Does not stand out, but he blended in. Like, he was a pretty normal guy.
Kohberger graduates undergrad and continues at DeSales to get a master's in criminal justice. He dives deep into research, seeking out ex-cons for a project, then posting a survey with questions like, before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? And after committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? While getting his master's, Kohberger has one final get-together with his childhood friend.
The last time I saw Brian, he was looking really good. It looked like he kicked his heroin addiction. He looked healthy. That day, we went into the woods. We have a lot of trees that you can use to kind of hide behind. and we just shot airsoft guns at each other and just kind of ran around the woods with airsoft guns. When I left him that day, I felt probably more at ease because the last time I talked to him, we'd been having problems. It looked like those problems had subsided. He was calm, he's a collected, confident man. Nothing seemed terribly off.
Nothing seems terribly off, but trouble is brewing. After nearly 5 years on the job, Koberger resigns as the part-time security guard. His resignation letter reads, "I understand that if I do not resign, I have a right to a school board hearing to determine if I should be dismissed from employment with the school district." The reasons behind Koberger's resignation remain unclear. While finishing his studies at DeSales, Koberger, now 28, reportedly by
V, you don't believe any of the stuff you see in this show, not even from the friends that knew him. I'm just curious as to why people don't believe any of the things they hear about Brian Koberger. I'm just trying to socially gauge it.
But even some of the behavior the friends describe sound autistic almost.
Yeah, everybody who's calling him weird or odd or whatever, that's what they're
The
describing is the
facial
autism.
expressions, the communication with people, not understanding the social cues with girls, it could be explained by autism. I mean, just something to think about.
Exactly. Good. People to just discount it all, you know. I mean, not everybody's out for their 5 minutes of fame. Now they're not. Even his friend Bayless, he's spoken, several times. He never tries to portray the guy as a bad guy. I've never even once seen that guy do that.
Me either.
No, never. That other guy, Rich, he's come out here on social media. I got that's a whole different ball game right there. But when I say take an honest evaluation, I mean, I do it with every case because I don't set out to go, oh, so and so said the guy can't be the guy, so I'm going to jump on that. Show me somewhere,
I mean, yeah, they've got his guidance counselor in here, the woman who was the director of this program that he was, like really wanting to be a part of. They've got multiple friends. They're talking about his dating history, which that woman has come out, the Tinder chick.
Yep.
She came out and said something. So, and then I don't even remember. Did they put the friend Casey Arnst in this?
I don't think Casey's in this one, but we've seen multiple interviews that she's done.
She's come out a lot.
Yeah, and
Actually, she was on her TikTok at first,
Yeah.
not doing interviews.
Yeah, and she's not come out and been like, this guy, it all makes sense now. They've tried to come out and say they didn't see a lot of the things that this guy's allegedly accused of doing. They've explained the odd behaviors and things may have been there, and the drug abuse was there. But other than that, his friends really didn't know a lot of like the extra stuff that may have been going on. Some of them may have known about it. But for people to just discount all of it.
Yeah. Oh, and Bayless, not only did he say that, he knew the drug problem, he also was talking about how he became a bully. And he specifically said when he's drinking, basically said he turns into a mean drunk, And then if you put that together with what these other people have said, like the bar there, or the brewery that had him on the list, he's in a bar, he's drinking, he says something, to female staff or whatever, they put him on a list where they sort of, banned him or whatever. And then, he comes back and the manager says, oh, well, it's good to see you back, but, let's not have a repeat of, what happened before. You got to put all these things together. And then also, what I really appreciated about watching all of this was that when they're talking about, because Bayless has known him since before high school, and if you put all this together, how he's talking about how Brian was with females and kind of like wasn't taking the hint, was like, oh, hey, let's go call this girl up or whatever, and wasn't really taking the hint that girl didn't want to be bothered with him and all that. You think about it, he's If he lost 130 pounds, which was kind of like supposed to have been half his weight, that means he weighed about 260 pounds back in high school. Okay. That's a lot, even for somebody who's like a grown adult, you know?
Yeah.
So imagine a teen that size. Okay. So he's lost this weight. You know, he's started to work out. He's boxing, right? Running and whatnot. Like, you got to also think in his mind, you know, okay, I've lost this weight now, you know, people should be talking to me now, girls should be talking to me. They're still not giving him any attention, they're still bullying him, blah blah blah. Don't you think it's possible that that sort of made him shift his focus of, okay, I'm not trying to get girls' attentions anymore, now I, like, you know, hate
Yeah.
girls or whatever.
Yeah, and you know, people, I just, I guess, I don't know, people for whatever are dug in and don't want to even think about it. You know, I don't understand it. Um, and Danger, I see you over there. You don't feel like the roommates were looked into thoroughly enough? Is that what you're saying, as possible suspects? I just don't know if people can't get past the roommates yet, because you know, there's no evidence of a cleanup at the scene. Anne would have be all over that in court filings. There was an 8-hour gap because they were cleaning that house. She would definitely be all over that. And every single rumor that YouTube has put out about every alternate theory, you can bet Ann Taylor received that from somebody in emails, mail packages that were mailed to her office. People had all of Kim's stories. Ann knows about all of them. So there's, you know, you got to wait on Ann's cue at some point too. And she's not coming out here telling you there was a cleanup that occurred at that home. She's not even alluded to that. So you have to take the roommates off the table as a suspect at some point. If there's no cleanup, okay, maybe there wasn't a cleanup, but that could still mean they did it, right? I get it. But it wasn't Dylan's DNA or Bethany's on the sheath. You know, we still got to get past that part of the evidence. And I know the touch, DNA, so all the theories, but you got to give me a good, viable reason as to why that DNA would have gotten transferred to a sheath that got left at a murder scene. Like I said, if you went to a knife show, I'm going to need the time and date for that. And I think that's a common sense question. If I'm a cop and I got DNA at a crime scene, but you're telling me it's not my knife, I just went to a knife show a few weeks ago and I touched some knives, okay, now I need some documentation of that. That's the right thing to do. Instead of saying, oh, okay, you did, okay, no, okay, no wonder. That makes sense, you know. 8-hour gap because the killers needed the amount of time to get out of state. So Dylan knows who did it, and she bought them 8 hours to get him out of town. She may have also known Brian Kohberger, and I'll just leave it at that.
Buys a K-bar knife and a sheath on Amazon. Months later, he moves cross-country to Pullman, Washington to get his PhD in criminal justice from Washington State University, 20 minutes down the road from University of Idaho. Kohberger applies for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. In his application, he expresses an interest in helping cops, quote, better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. He doesn't get the job, but he is hired as a teaching assistant. He has a number of issues on campus. As a student, it's claimed he's pushy, known for sitting front and center, quickly offering opinions, and regularly battling with female professors.
As we look at Brian Kohberger, we start to learn about him as a person who was described by others as arrogant, having haughty attitudes, and that's certainly a personality structure that is consistent with one who might not look at others, including women, as his equal.
And off campus, he has issues as well, allegedly sneaking into a female friend's apartment and moving her furniture around. and having this exchange with a female police officer who pulls him over.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so I was
behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah. But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up.
You're just supposed to wait behind the white line. Drivers do it all the time, but...
It never even occurred to me that was actually something wrong. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to...
Oh, no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah.
As a teaching assistant, he's said to be a very harsh grader. Faculty tells Koberger they're concerned about his behavior after he has an alleged altercation with a professor. That's less than 2 weeks before Moscow, Idaho is changed forever.
Moscow police have confirmed they found 4 people dead in this neighborhood just off of King Road, south of the University of Idaho.
Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin.
Police in the school have insisted that this was an isolated crime of passion.
In the weeks following the murders, the WSU and University of Idaho campus.
Okay, V, you got some receipts, baby girl? How about one of the first cops on the scene is married to a close relative of one of the best suspects? Names, times, and places. Who is this cop? Who's he married to? Donnie, oh my God. Y'all are cracking me up now.
On former students say Koberger, a once harsh grader, suddenly starts giving good marks. Yet he's fired from his TA position after only a few months on the job for failing to meet, quote, norms of professional behavior. As Thanksgiving break approaches and Moscow authorities remain tight-lipped about a suspect in the gruesome killings on King Road, Koberger embarks on a father-son road trip from Washington to his hometown in Pennsylvania, getting pulled over not once.
Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU.
But twice within the span of just 9 minutes.
Hello, guys scared of airplanes?
While 4 families mourn the loss of their loved ones, Koberger makes it home for the holidays with his family. Authorities are quietly monitoring his every move. They allegedly watch him clean out his Hyundai Elantra and take family trash to the neighbor's bin in the middle of the night. One of Koberger's own sisters reportedly grows suspicious of her brother's behavior and searches his car for possible evidence.
Agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence in Pennsylvania to get a family DNA sample. The next day, the Idaho State Lab matched it to the DNA from the knife sheath.
In a bed next to one of the victims, a knife sheath.
The 2 samples were related with at least 99.998% certainty.
Police make their move.
Brian Koberger is in custody, arrested in Pennsylvania this morning.
Koberger was arrested without incident and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder.
I was playing Call of Duty with my friends, and my one friend said, "Did you hear about those murders? The guy that did them lives down the road from me." I'm like, "Oh, that's nuts." But I looked up Idaho murders, and my first thought was, "Oh my God, that's Brian." That internal battle is like, this is the guy I knew, and this guy cared about and what's best for him, but at the same time, what he possibly did is heinous to a level where it's like, it's irredeemable.
I heard his name on a news alert, and I immediately was shocked, and I looked at my husband who was driving, and I said, "Brian Koberger, he was one of my students, and I know his family and sisters very well." Because he had such supportive parents, I was very surprised to hear the accusations that are now wielded against him.
Brian was a very good student. He was very serious about what he wanted to do. So hearing that such an egregious crime was committed was very surprising. I started to think about incidents that had occurred. And then I thought, well, that makes sense. Everybody is affected by this. teachers, guidance counselors, everyone who has come in contact with him and had some kind of relationship, or any of the students at some time, are directly affected by this. The parents are people, the sisters are people, the family are people.
Kohberger's family says he's, quote, a caring son and brother.
The search warrant for Idaho quadruple murder suspect Brian Kohberger's apartment. Police found reportedly a pillow with a reddish-brown stain, one nitrate-type black glove, a possible hair strand, and shoes with diamond powder soles, which matches the footprint that was found at the scene.
Judge John Judge read Kohberger his rights.
You understand these rights?
Yes. Then the charges.
Count 1, burglary. Count 2, 3, 4, 5, murder in the first degree. Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
Because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge.
Just based on the evidence they have and all the information that the police have gathered, he's looking pretty guilty.
But BLS hopes he's wrong.
I still hope he's innocent. There's still some part of me that, not my friend. I don't want my friend to have been the one that committed these crimes. It's just, it's kind of rough thinking that I had someone like that in my house.
Was BK's cousin over there in Vegas, was he an incel too? No, I'm just kidding. I had to say that. So, well, where was this cousin during the unalivings? Where did he live? What was he doing? What's his background?
In my life.
Kohberger sits in the Latah County Jail just 5 minutes from the murder scene. He maintains his innocence.
If you do what is evil, be afraid, for it does not bear the sword for nothing. For it is a minister of God, an avenger, who brings wrath upon the one who practices evil.
Chaplain Mike Hall is the president of Project Hope.
I oversee, and we have a number of volunteers that go into the Latah County Jail and do Bible studies on Sunday nights. We pray with inmates and share the gospel with them.
Like most involved in the Idaho case, the chaplains are barred from speaking about Kohberger.
There's a confidentiality between those who might be confessing something and the minister or chaplain.
But Hall gives us a window into the types of conversations Kohberger may be having behind bars.
Some of the guys that have been volunteering and going in, chaplains, they have met with various inmates, including Brian, and, they're able to answer questions about where is grace found, where is freedom found, where is forgiveness.
Dr. Mahande questions any alleged killer's intentions for starting Bible study.
Certainly, religion and spirituality is a place for people to find comfort when they're overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty for their future. On the other hand, it can be for sympathy, to look good, in the eyes of, a trier of fact in the face of sentencing.
As Kohberger awaits his fate, his lawyers demand more information from prosecutors about the DNA found at the crime scene of 3 other unidentified males. They also share Kohberger's alibi, claiming he was driving around alone late at night at the time of the killings.
I'm hoping that he is innocent, as he's claiming to be. Once the facts come out, then I will form an opinion. But right now, Brian is innocent until he's proven guilty. If he is guilty, what snapped?
For Brian, if he has done this and he's found guilty, then I would encourage him to confess that and to admit what he's done. Not just be convicted in a court of law, but to confess that and to make amends and apologize for what he's done.
Prosecutors announced they will seek the death penalty against Kohberger. something his mother railed against in her article 15 years earlier. She was trying to protect lives of convicted criminals. It's very ironic now that, although she didn't know it at the time, she was also looking to protect the life of her own son.
Going into the next life is a scary proposition. If you're facing the death penalty, desperation is a very clear thing. There's a sense where, there's nothing I can do to make myself right with God.
While the nation waits to see exactly what Kohberger's trial will hold, for families will never be the same.
That our hearts grieve with the families. As a father myself, I can't begin to imagine the pain and suffering that these folks have gone through.
If he did kill his people, it's such a heinous thing and all abhorrent to an indescribable level.
With all eyes on Kohberger, Jack Bayless says the scariest part,
it could have been anyone. It could be your neighbor, it could be your teacher, it could be your best friend of 30 years. There was no clear signs of good or bad. He's just a normal guy with normal circumstances as far as I know. And that's probably the scariest part.
Our investigation exposes just how complex the alleged killer really is. Kohberger has been charged, not convicted. He's innocent until proven guilty. We wait as justice unfolds.
So, for those of you who hadn't seen that, we wanted to go ahead and let that show and showed the interviews mainly with the teachers and everything. They're telling an honest experience. What does it mean? Does it mean anything to this case at all? Who knows? But it is worth looking at. I think if you are going to open-mindedly look at things with this case.
Yeah, one of those women ran for public office in their community, after Brian got out of high school or whatever. I don't remember. Was it the counselor, Firefly?
Which one that ran?
Yeah, we looked her up.
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was either. But I think that, that was always an interesting interview when we looked at it, took a look at all that.
Oh, yeah.
I just think, because it's not made up stuff. And does it mean he went out and did these crimes? No, but if he did do the crimes, this is kind of giving you a good backstory on the guy.
It's showing you, how he could have possibly gotten from how he was when he was younger to why he's sitting now in a jail. You know what I mean? It's kind of showing you his trajectory to,
exactly,
possibly being the murderer,
Because the people out there are screaming at you that this guy can't be the guy. He looks normal. They're not showing you this stuff on purpose. And trust me, I've had it out behind the scenes with the creator over just that. If you're going to show this, why don't you show this? Well, that's not going to feed the narrative. And it's not going to look good on Brian Kohberger. So we don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That is why you don't see it. But I don't mind showing it, and I don't mind having a discussion about it.
If you're going to be open-minded, you got to look at both sides. You got to at least consider the possibility that he did it, and if he did it, let's get into that.
Yeah, I considered the possibility the roommates were guilty of sin. Believe me, I'm not a fool. And I'm not new to true crime. I know, I completely understand it can happen. But there's no evidence of that at this point. None whatsoever.
Plus, frankly, I don't think they're smart enough to pull off something like that.
I don't think they would be smart enough to pull it off and not leave their DNA all over their victims.
So Donnie doesn't believe anything Nancy Grace is a part of. So you think Nancy Grace dug up all these people and paid them to say what they said? I mean, I don't get it.
Well, because for 2 years, social media has been screaming about how bad Nancy Grace is and about how bad Ashley Banfield is because they've talked negatively about Brian Koberger. People are also bashing Nancy Grace on her Sebastian Rogers coverage. I get it. Y'all don't like her, you don't like her, but that doesn't mean what you're hearing isn't true coming out of her show. Does she sensationalize the hell out of stuff? I hope y'all are all smart enough to know that yes, she does. But you've got to be smart enough to know that that's like going to a concert. Strip away all that fancy light show and all the theatrics you got going on. Can that person still sing you a good song? Is their voice going to suck today and all the shit you see is going to make a difference instead? Not for me. Strip away all the hoopla. Get down to the business at hand. And yeah, Nancy's going to spin it and do her thing. But like I said, when I'm watching somebody be interviewed, I'm not watching the person doing the interviewing. I always hope it's a good person or the host that I like, but sometimes it's the information that I'm seeking.
And yeah, no, definitely. Last night we watched, somebody who we, really don't like, a creator, because he's a racist POS, you know what I mean? But it's like, but at the end of the day, at the bottom of it all, he gives you a nice logical, he's looking at it, you know what I mean? And a common sense, approach, and calls bullshit when he sees it, or whatever. Because I just was like, well, let's see what he had to say, if he sees this too, while everybody else is, trying to say that Xana was running around the house in black with a mask,
Yeah, and as long as that kind of talk is going on, they're not discussing the real facts of the case, because the facts of the case may not look so good against the perpetrator, the guy suspected, and some people don't want to talk about that.
They haven't brought it up yet, Donnie, because these are motions. We haven't, gotten to the trial yet. Donnie's asking, why didn't the prosecution bring up his sister? There's no proof he broke into that woman's house to scare her and then go set up her cameras. We haven't heard any of that yet because we're not at trial.
First of all, we don't know that the woman broke into the apartment thing. That even people who support Cobra, we don't know that he broke into anybody's apartment. Right. We do know that he helped her put some cameras in because she said that she, had a concern, and he did help her install the cameras according to her. But we don't know that he's broke in there on purpose to get her to ask. And how is he going to know she's going to ask him to help? Could you guarantee that? And why would the prosecution bring up his sister to start with? In what context? They're not going to bring in the evidence that he stole her phone back in the day. They haven't brought up that the sister was the informant, because don't know, looking like it was IGG, it was the informant. So we just watched a video of Nancy Grace saying he did it. Don't watch Nancy Grace. I don't know what else to take, Donnie. None of us are basing, we think Brian Koberger is guilty because Nancy Grace just told us so. Thank God.
She did say he's innocent until proven guilty, though. She did.
She did. She certainly did.
She's no fool. She's not trying to get sued.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't need to watch people like Nancy Grace and other things to make up my mind for me. I'm just taking in the information and the content that was within the show.
Taking it in and sitting it to the side. So it's like, we're not sitting here saying, oh, he definitely did this to his sister, or he, whatever, or his sister definitely went out to the car and looked through his car. That's what people on, in the media or whatever have said. We do not have any, concrete proof or anything backing it up. We have not seen his sister sitting on the witness stand saying, yes, I went to look in his car because I got suspicious or whatever. It's like, okay, you've heard this, put it to the side. We are still waiting for the trial to hear, the actual facts. But we do know he stole the sister's phone because the father reported it, called the police, and turned him in. That is a matter of record.
Yes, it is.
And we have heard about that.
And we've
Nancy,
seen
she's a rumor spreader. Well, what other rumors did she spread? I don't understand. I'm missing something. I know you don't like Nancy, but what rumor did she spread?
Yeah, I'd like to know that one because I'm telling you, there's a lot of rumors spread by social media that had nothing to do with Nancy Grace.
Oh, the Jacks did it and they fled the country. Yeah, but that wasn't in this. Was that in this thing we just watched? Because I got up to go get my food. My DoorDash came during the middle of
Well,
this.
I'm getting hungry too now. There are people on social media who claim that the real assailants, are still out there and fled the country. And for all these people that are investigating all these alternate suspects, I really hope y'all are sending what you find to the defense team because it sounds like she might need it. Just like
yeah.
Delphi was getting tons of information from social media, stuff that they were able to dig up.
Yeah. In the beginning, though, hell, everybody at the grub truck, was on everyone's suspect list or whatever. But it's like we're beyond that.
Oh,
So
God,
going back and saying what, all these different media hosts have been talking about or whatever, to me is pointless because we're finding out more facts about this case or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And I hope people don't sit here and think, y'all can think what you want, but I do not think Brian Kohberger is guilty based on what some mainstream media tells me.
No.
Or even
No,
the
me
stuff
either.
that I've looked at and talked about with the ladies on panel here, and our thought process on some of the things we have seen and what it could mean still doesn't mean we think he's guilty because of all of that.
Yeah, like what they just showed in that video it's like, okay, oh, these are interesting, little tidbits that we hadn't heard before. And this came out in, what was it, in 2023?
Yeah.
I think it was like August
we
or
saw this
something.
a time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And like I say, guys, do this, and I even come across it in other chats from time to time. We have been deep diving this case for 2.5 years. We've looked at all of it, and there's a lot of different angles we've looked at, rabbit holes we went down deep and hard, struggled to come out. If we can help people get there, just don't come in here thinking automatically we're going to say he's guilty and we know so because Nancy Grace told us. That's ridiculous to me. And like I don't think I have the right to tell anybody who to consume their information from. Just if y'all are out there, just be careful no matter who you're following or listening to. Take all things with a grain of salt. Just keep an open mind while you're doing it. You shut the doors pretty quickly on a lot of things I've noticed. Not speaking to anybody in particular. I'm just in general with the chat. They will slam the door real quick on one thing, but really want to point out certain things. And I like that's shady. That's shady. It's just all there is to it. Yeah. Well, Donnie, like I said, you listen to who you want, home. I rarely watch anything mainstream media. I don't even watch the news, period. What the hell? I don't like sad. But I'm into true crime. Explain that one, right? But so with that said, guys, I am going to wrap it up for today. We've been at this for like about damn near 5 hours, and I'm hungry now, and I don't get to order DoorDash where I live. I'm too far out, or I would be ordering some DoorDash right about now. Like, get some good food, But I thank you guys for coming in again and being here with us today. Welcome to all the new members that were able to come in today with the generosity that we had from Forrest, who had to take off, and Joe had to take off for a call. Appreciate them as well. And if you guys can do me a favor, I don't hit the like button is one of them. They say that makes a big difference. But I did put a video out this morning about 8:30. If you guys want to go view that, and if you like it, give it a thumbs up. If you don't like it, just ignore it. Either way. But it's going to help me gauge in the future what I choose to do going forward with some of the stuff I do. Targeted attack, no threat to the community. How would you know that unless you knew? I don't think they knew any of that, to be honest. And I'm assuming, if you assume it's a targeted attack, not you, but police, because there were 4 victims in the house. Like,
I think they're trying to calm the public too. They didn't,
Yeah.
they said it's not a targeted attack, but stay vigilant, and keep your eyes open, and so they just didn't want people to panic and be like, "Oh my God, there's a killer out there."
Well, when they say targeted, to me, it meant it wasn't a random break-in where people were murdered in the process of in the commission of the crime, right? That's what my mind goes to. So I think there's a lot of different, and if people look at it, from different angles and talk about the possible options, I think that's huge as well. Yeah, thank you, Danger. We love you, Danger. We do. We all take your pushback any old day. And I know he's going to bring it, so we're good. But you gotta make sure you like and subscribe. I appreciate that. And like I said, I do want to cover this trial I was talking to you guys about this morning. So I'm going to do a little poll over there in the community tab for members after a while and see what you guys want to do. No connection to we're gonna have to end it because Danger's not gonna stop. Look, no.
Yeah. I know. He's gonna keep it going all night.
He's on the West Coast. He's bringing up the rear.
I know. I was about to say, Danger. If I come back in 3 hours, you come back with me, okay? This is hard to get you in here on our schedule, God, he's a huge part of what we do here, and we do love him and appreciate him. I know Brian is a suspect. My percentage is increased below, right? That's saying something, isn't it? See, guys, we don't always agree. Me and my little team, we do not always agree on everything. We do have disagreements and different opinions on things, and we're fine. We know how to do that and still be friends and still be adults about it, And I think that's important for everyone to do. Do that takeaway. So, with that said, you guys go watch Suspect Vehicle 1 video and see what you think about it.
Yeah, definitely.
And,
Okay.
Yeah, do that because it's got some PCAs and some time. I worked on that thing, so I want to know if it sucked or not. Like, give me.
We already got high praise.
Don't be wasting your time no more on that kind of stuff, Salty. You're, all that. I can take it. I can take the criticism. How am I supposed to get better if I don't accept what's, what I can improve upon? Say it that way. All right, guys. With that said, I'm going to let you guys go for the day and have a fabulous weekend. I don't know if I'll be back before Sunday or not, but we'll see how it goes over the weekend. Until then, you guys have a fabulous weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to